We want to hear what you have to say. We want to get our meeting started. And, you know, this is, from my perspective, we can only learn from the things that we have seen in our city this week. So we're going to speak to our staff, we're going to speak to our chief, but please let us open the meeting so that we can hear what all of you have experienced, because that is important to everybody here.
And we want to be clear, we don't support Santa Ana PD arresting members of this public who are...
That's right!
The police have detained a member of this community. That member is the daughter of Nativo Lopez.
That's right, Nativo Lopez!
Nativo Lopez was an elected official from Santa Ana who fought for bilingual education in our district and was recalled and challenged. Eventually, he passed away due to all of the terror that he was put through. This is a community member. I want to be loud and emphatic and be clear in saying that we need to release the member of our community who was arrested. That is B. Lopez, Nativo Lopez's daughter. I don't condone us coming into this chamber and being terrorized, but I also want to share. When we're in this chamber, we're going to be peaceful. We're going to share our messages today because they're waiting to brutalize us.
They already have.
I say that because you all have a message to share. Add that you want to see her released to your message. Use the opportunity that we have to synchronize the message and let your department, let your city know how you feel. I stand with you. I'm putting my body on the line standing right here. But I want you guys to know that if we're going to affect change, this meeting has to move forward.
Thank you.
Okay? So please, be patient. I don't stand with the arrest. So I implore you all, use your First Amendment right. Use your voice and advocate for our neighbor. I will be doing the same from the dais. Thank you.
Let her go! Where's the mayor?
All of a sudden, where's the mayor?
Where's the mayor?
Not behind.
It's time to have some fun.
You thought it was going to be a typical Tuesday night.
Oh, yeah.
microphone.
You're live now, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ready? Yes. Thank you. I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Present.
You can pause for a moment while we address the audio issues, please. Councilmember Lopez? Here. Councilmember Peñalosa?
Present.
Councilmember Pham? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Present.
Mayor Mesbah?
President.
A few announcements before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Madam Clerk, we can't hear you very well. Thank you.
A few announcements before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance. This is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. There's an opportunity to call for a recess or break, or even to clear the meeting room if the meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of entrances and exits. During city council presentations, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. For members of the public who are on Zoom or teleconference, in order to request to speak during public comments, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button we will raise hand from Zoom now in order to be in the speaker queue once we begin public comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, let's proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance. Let me see. Lori, can you put up the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to have words of inspiration by Bishop Dale Oliver, please. Bishop?
Hey, greetings in the name of Jesus. I want to press upon everyone that God is a good God, one and only true God, and we're going to ask God for peace, the peace that surpasses all understanding, that will guard our hearts and guard our minds. And so we pray this prayer of unity found in Psalms 133, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done here on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us of our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen. And I want to ask Pastor Bill Young, can you come on up here and share? Close out the prayer, amen.
Amen. Let us continue in prayer. Father, we come before you in this time. Tumultuous times. We know what is going on around us. And as people of faith, we know that we can and should come to you. So right now we pray for the meeting that's going to be happening in these chambers, that your presence would be felt in a powerful way, that your guidance would come into this place, and a peace that can only come to you rule the day. We pray this in your matchless name. Amen and amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, there are. Presentation items number 1 and 2 have been postponed to a future date. Items number 7, 8, and 9, appointments to boards and commissions, are continued to July 1st, 2025, as well as item number 22, after the rest of the city manager, also to July 1st, 2025.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to do ceremonial presentations. First one is by Councilmember Lopez, please.
So you might have seen that article by Dawn News about the Nobodies. They like to play on the corner of 17th and Bristol. And so tonight it really truly is a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council to recognize a group of young Santaneros that embodies the heart, creativity, and resiliency of our city. What started as a small local effort quickly blossomed into something much bigger, creating a community around music, forming lasting friendships, and connecting with artists and fans across Southern California. This group has performed just about everywhere, at legendary venues like the Whiskey A Go-Go, local bars, backyard shows, college campuses like UCI and UCSB, and even right here on our sidewalks, bringing people together through sound and spirit. Their journey hasn't been easy. Like many artists, they've had to balance the pressure of work, life, and creative passion. Yet through every challenge, they've stayed committed, investing countless hours and keeping the dream alive. They've also built a strong presence off stage, appearing on KUCI 88.9 FM, being highlighted in the El Don newsletter, and consistently shining a light on the vibrant culture growing right here in Santa Ana. Most importantly, they reminded all of us what is possible when a community believes and invests in their artists. Their upcoming debut album, set to release this July, is a testament to that belief. So today, with deep appreciation, we honor not just their music, but our impact, their dedication, and the energy that folks are pouring into making Santa Ana a city where art and culture continue to thrive. On behalf of the city of Santa Ana, congratulations, and thank you for making our city proud.
Hello, Santa Ana. I prepared a little speech for today. Thank you to the city of Santa Ana for this award of recognition, and I want to thank Brandon Riley, Caitlin Hahn, Gio Esparza, and their amazing team at Santa Ana College El Don newspaper for writing the article that helped us get recognized today. Our music and art is something we enjoy creating and playing for our community and all around. We wouldn't be where we are now without the people of Santa Ana. I'm talking about my friends, my familia, and everyone who supported me along this whole way. The reason why we enjoy performing is to see everyone come together, have fun, dance, and forget any negativity in the world that's happening around us. This past week has been hard to stay silent and forget what's been going on in our own home city, when we've seen our own community members being kidnapped from our own streets, from their own jobs, and even from the comfort of their own homes by ICE. All these protests this past week have been very empowering and emotional, seeing my people come and peacefully protest to prove and express that we will not stay on the down low, as our own mayor informed us to do so. We will keep and we will not stop till we are seen, till we have been heard, until the correct action is taken to protect our people. Stop the hate, spread your love. Thank you very much.
Give all my thanks to my mom for forcing me into music at a very young age. Without that, I don't know what I'd be. I love you, Papa. Thank you, my community and my mentors as well for not only making me the musician I am today, but also the type of person I am today as well. For them, I am very grateful for everything as well, all the lessons they have shown me along the way. Another thing as well, it's been an amazing journey seeing how we started from such a minuscule band, barely able to play simple songs like Angel Baby or other songs from the Strokes. It is such an accomplishment to see the difference between where we were first starting out to where we are today. And I think that is where it really does count, whether barely playing backyard shows at Santa Ana and then going out to Santa Barbara, San Diego, and all over SoCal. I do believe that is also another great thing. But one thing that I will say, and that I will not turn a blind eye to, is everything that is happening around our communities and around our golden nation as well. That being said, I do not agree with what the federal government is doing with our communities and our streets and our people as well, And it is just a very horrid thing to even be afraid to just go and do such a simple task as in going to a grocery store to get groceries.
Right.
I do believe that should end accidents. With that being said, thank you so much, and stay safe, and have a good rest of your night. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Atslan.
Love the name.
Powers to people, you know, I love all you guys, everyone in the city who fight for their rights. It's amazing, it's beautiful. We were all on the street with everyone else last week and it was hard to see. So I wrote this little poem in here for everyone to hear, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Alright. Love is all you need, is what I heard growing up. Though the world is crumbling, hold on another before the end. Because we'll never know when till be. Hate is a heavy feeling. Don't be the fool and regret the last seconds. Wishing now we said hello to the person we once broke. Love is all you need. Why hate with separation? Souls already suffering through day by day. Sometimes it's the closest people who envy most. But even then, you just need someone to tell them, love is all you need. Then you grow up. I want to thank my family, I want to thank everyone that has been supporting us and all the music inspirations. So thank you very much, everyone. Love is beautiful and don't ever let that go, because that's all we have as people.
That's right.
Hate will go away eventually someday.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you very much. I love all you guys.
Make us proud. Yeah.
Thank you. Next presentation, Councilmember Fan.
Hi. Ooh. Now I'm getting emotional. As you all know, many of you may know, my name is Ty-Vian Fan, and I represent Ward 1. Every year since I've been elected, either as an individual or along with this council, I've issued or I've requested an item on the agenda to issue a proclamation recognizing June as Immigrant Heritage Month. Okay, I was not expecting. It's a privilege to stand here in front of all of you and everyone watching at home as a first-generation refugee. I was born 3 weeks after my parents landed in Thailand and came to, stayed in Thailand, went to the Philippines, and came to Santa Ana when I was about 1.5. My sister was born about 6 months later. We made Santa Ana our home, and when my family left Vietnam, that was it. There was no going back. My mom left everyone she knew so that her baby could have a chance in a country where she could get an education and a job and a life that was worth living. And so, it's deeply personal to me. All the things we've seen this past week and what this administration has done in its first term and its second term. When they started the child separation at the border, I I asked myself, that could have been me. I was that baby. They could have separated me from my mom. And when I look at the cruel ICE raids that have been happening in Orange County, in Santa Ana, and across this country, that's my family. That's my neighbor. And that's my community. And so, for Immigrant Heritage Month, I see so much conversation out there about how immigrants contribute to the economy, how we pay taxes, how we work hard and we invent things, and we're teachers and police officers, we're our police chief and our assistant city manager and council members. But you know what? That doesn't matter. Because our value is not in what we contribute monetarily. Our value as human beings is not what we produce. Our value as human beings is not what we create or invent. Our value as human beings is inherent in our existence in this world and as a part of this community. No one decides where they're born. Born in a country so war-torn that you can't walk down the street. No one decides to be born in a country where you can't drink the water, where you can't feel safe walking out of your front door, and no one chooses to be born in a country where they take everything from you and force you to leave everything you know, hoping that the place that you go to that didn't want you is better than where you're from. And as Americans, as a proud American, it is my job, and it is the job of every staff member, every community member, everyone in this room and in this community, to say that as Americans, as Santaneros, we want better. We demand better because the American dream and the promise of America is better. I remember, I'm long-winded today, I remember the day, growing up as a Vietnamese American, I think there was a lot of resentment from the Vietnamese American community when we look at immigration. Because, my family, I remember letters that my mom would send to her sister that she thought she was never going to see again. And my cousins couldn't come here. They couldn't, quote, just cross a border. There's the Pacific Ocean. And I remember telling my mom, these people, they want all these rights, they want all these things, but they're not doing it the right way. They're not. And you know what my mom said to me? This Vietnamese refugee with a 3rd grade education, who was a single mom, she said, as a parent, I would do anything for you. As a parent, I would cross jungles and oceans and deserts and landmines for you, because that's what I did. And all these parents want is a better life for their family. And how can we possibly say that is wrong? How can we say that people have the right to a brighter future or not? So this year, for Immigrant Heritage Month, I hope that we all can stand together and say that we believe in the humanity of every person that is born, because you are made of thousands of generations of stardust and survival and love. And all of us have value because we're incredibly special. And there's no coincidence in this world could have made you. And I hope that we support each other and love each other, and when we have disagreements, we can say, I see you as a person and not just as a policy. I see you as a person and not just as a political debate, and I see you as a person and not just as a fight. And with that, I really want to present this proclamation, and I'm so proud to present this proclamation to the Harvard Institute for Immigrant and Economic Justice. I should really read my notes. They were founded in 2020, which was a really great time to found anything, right? Not much going on then. And since day one, they've been working so hard, and I would have to say they've been hard asses, on me, because they do so much of the research to back up immigration policy and what local governments and what policymakers can do to support our immigrant community. And not just immigration. When we talk about economic policies, that affects everyone. Whether or not it's going to directly affect you, it's going to improve your community and make sure that your neighbors and your family members are doing okay. And I think for me personally, both Carlos and I, we've had spirited debates, lots of discussions, if you will. And every time I ask them a challenging question and really try to put on my lawyer hat, they always come back with an answer, with citations, with conversations. And so much of that has really pushed me into supporting policy ideas that maybe I was too afraid to, or wasn't sure about, or ambivalent about. But what I know is that the Harbor Institute, with Carlos and I and everyone involved, is always interested in dialogue, honest dialogue about what we can do to make our community better. So I couldn't be prouder to present this proclamation declaring June 2025 as Immigrant Heritage Month to the Harbor Justice Institute for Immigrant and Economic Justice. Thank you.
How can I follow that? But really, from the bottom of my heart, and also I can say from the Harbor Institute, we really appreciate you, Councilmember Fan, for being a tireless advocate for not just your community, but all of our communities. I have a speech because I can't speak as well as Councilmember Fan. Thank you, Councilmember Fan, for presenting the Harbor Institute for Immigrant and Economic Justice with this proclamation today. Our organization is based in the beautiful city of Santa Ana, and we're proud to have our roots here. Immigrants and refugees are the economic backbone and cultural heart of this city. And there's a long history of struggle and advocacy by the beautiful people of this city to ensure that all of our residents, including those of us that are undocumented, are treated with dignity and respect. We're glad to be here and thankful for this recognition because that is at the core of what we do, building power alongside our immigrant and refugee communities to ensure we all have human, civic, and political rights regardless of immigration status. I came to the United States at the age of 14 in 2006, and just like many, undocumented. And I have called Santa Ana my home since then. My mom, who had been here long before me, will tell me stories that probably are relatable to many of your parents, and I see many of you that probably remember as well. Of indiscriminate immigration raids in the late 1990s and early 2000s, where La Migra will chase down in the streets and raid factories to arrest migrant workers and anyone who looked brown to be deported. My mom herself was lucky to escape some of these raids at the factories that she was working. And she will tell me to be careful whenever I will go out, to walk to get to the taco stand, to walk to the grocery store, and even to school. But then in 2007, we all saw on live national television how the Los Angeles Police Department violently suppressed the protests, the peaceful protests and marches where you had grandmothers, mothers, and children for simply exercising their First Amendment rights and for calling for the legalization of our people. Does any of that sound familiar? Yes. I was young back then,
and I didn't fully understand why we were being treated that way. But I sure was angry, and I pledged I will refuse to live in fear and that I will fight back. As Councilmember Fan just mentioned, our city is in distress and on high alert. The current administration has targeted our people with racist, militarized immigration raids. We're being racially profiled and taken away from our families and our communities. We cannot keep our heads down when this is happening. That is why I'm proud, and it fills me with hope to see the thousands of residents and young people out in the streets with their heads held high, sending a clear message that we will not be intimidated and we will fight back. We must be the exception to the hate that has been unleashed across the nation by those that do not see us as human beings. At the Harvard Institute for Immigrant and Economic Justice, we will continue to advocate alongside our residents for human dignity, respect, and rights. The right to safety in our own neighborhoods, the right to vote regardless of immigration status, and make our voices heard in our own communities, and the right to prosper and thrive without fear. So thank you, Councilmember Fan. Appreciate this a lot.
Yeah.
Woo!
Is this where you were coming from? This is where I was good too.
Okay, at this time, you good, Catherine? No, good. At this time, we're going to go to the consent calendar. Items 5 through 20.
Madam Mayor, do you have the report out of closed session first?
I apologize. I missed that one. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, members of the council, and members of our community and the public. Tonight is one of those rare nights where we do have reportable action on 4 separate items.
Can you do your mic, please? Put it closer so we can hear you. Thank you.
Is that better? I'm not doing it. I don't get stuck on something. That's it. Okay. Well, I'm just going to speak louder. I'm going to speak louder. So, Mayor, members of the council, and members of our community, we have 4 closed session reports to make this evening. I'm going to start with those at the top under our conference with legal counsel and existing litigation. For item A, the City Council settled the case by a vote of 6-1, Councilmember Hernandez voting no, and the amount of $150,000. And item B, in the Wendy Barajas case, the city council voted 6-1, with Councilmember Hernandez voting no, to settle that case for $115,000. With respect to item 3, which is the liability claim, the city council voted unanimously to settle that matter for $56,500. And with respect to item number 2, which was a conference with legal counsel concerning anticipated litigation, one case. The City Council held this closed session this evening to discuss a matter of anticipated litigation related to a letter that the city received on June 6, 2025 from the United States Attorney's Office for the Central District of California. After reviewing the legal analysis and potential criminal liability and consequences to staff and elected officials, our council members and mayor, the council voted to discontinue further work on the council member generated policy proposal that was discussed at the May 20th, 2025 City Council meeting. This action was taken by a vote of 5-2, with Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez and Councilmember Hernandez voting no. And that's all the reportable action that I have.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. We're going to go to the consent calendar now. We're going to move some things around so we can hear from everybody who's here to speak. We have so many speakers, we want to make sure we get to hear all of them. So consent calendar items, 5 through 21, I don't know what's maybe notes. 5 through 21 are before us. Council members, please announce any items.
Mayor and City Council, we are trying to address the feedback issue, so I do apologize for the audio concerns that we're having right now.
Negative mayor vibes.
If everyone could ensure when you're not speaking that your mics are turned off, please, that would also assist us.
We'll try it again. Okay, 5 through 21 are before us. Council members, please announce any items that you will be abstaining from due to conflict, and if there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion. This time, Councilmember Becerra.
None, but I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the calendar.
Thank you. I'll second your motion, Councilmember Fan.
I just want to state my recusal for item number 20, which is the second reading of zoning ordinance amendment number 2024-02, as a client of my employer, retirement cover, may be affected by the ordinance.
Thank you. If everyone could speak louder in the mic, it's a little challenging. Councilman Hernandez?
I'll be voting no on item 18, which is a resolution agreement regarding the Santa Ana Police Department, the Department of Homeland Security, so I'll be voting no on that item.
Thank you. Councilman Hinojosa?
No items to pull, Mayor.
Councilmember Lopez?
No items.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No items to pull.
And I have no items, and there is a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, do you have speakers?
Yes, Mayor. Prior to hearing the consent calendar agenda items, we do have 3 speakers specific to agenda items, but we will hear from them before you take your final action on this, on these items. So when you hear your name, if you could please approach the podium to make your comments on these particular agenda items only. Again, pursuant to resolution number 2025-004, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. The speakers will have 1.5 minutes for their comments. We did receive e-comments as of 2 p.m. today, a total of 31 comments. 1 on item number 20, 3 on item 22, and 27 on non-agenda topics. Those were distributed to the City Council and posted online. So the 3 speakers on the consent calendar agenda items, please. Selena Gallegos, Owen West, and Kelly Cross Lee.
And then mine was for agenda and non-agenda.
So you get 1 opportunity at the microphone. You have to make all your comments at this time.
Okay, sounds good. Well, good evening. My name is Selena Gallegos. I'm a born and raised resident here in Santa Ana. And first being on item number 10. Sure. Item number 10 is the destruction of obsolete city records, specifically for the Attorney's Office and Police Department. I did notice that you guys are going to be destructing the in-custody death records, in-custody injury, use of force, and the officer-involved shootings, internal affairs. I wanted to know if those will be made public prior to being destroyed. And second is regarding the all of what's been happening currently, and some of the members of the council as well as the mayor handling our Santa Ana communities that we grew up in being gutted and ripped apart with no empathy or compassion. There hasn't been much comment, specifically you, Bill Becerra, you are Ward 4 council member, and I have been looking day after day to see if you would comment about it. The only thing I found was from June 9th, when you told a resident, you are giving me somebody who failed to reading comprehension vibes when asked, okay? I did read the whole thread, and you are able to go back and read it. I did screenshot it in case you want to delete those. Your community is hurting, your ward is hurting, and we deserve somebody who's going to represent us. We don't need someone who's only going to show up for photo ops at the cornhole tournament. I will give you this one thing. You at least went back and tried to redeem yourself some way, somehow. It was very disingenuous, and you just had logged the whole time. And to that, I encourage all of you to walk the community and see how empty and lonely our parks are feeling. I invite you to stand with us shoulder to shoulder, being smart and giving your Chicano fist pump.
Just so we know, we're going to do items right now, and then the next section people can come up with specifically. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Crossley. I live in Ward 6, so I did put in for both other and items 20. So quickly, I'm happy to see that item 20 will pass, so that we'll finally have an end to the environmental injustices faced by the residents of Lacey and Logan. And thank you to the staff for going on that journey with us for over a year. And then, since this is my one opportunity, I'll just say that in the midst of everything that's happening, I'm really disappointed with the finger pointing and politicking I'm seeing from multiple members of the council, when we all need to be united in our message to the federal government to stop terrorizing our streets. I shouldn't have to walk, I'm walking my dog while I'm looking at National Guardsmen with guns in Sassy Park. Why am I sitting at bench at Cave and I'm staring at tanks? And why are my community members scared to go downtown or go to the store to do daily life? So we need to be united and use our platform in every single manner to tell the federal government to get out of our streets. Thank you.
My name is Owen. I live here in Santa Ana, and I came here to say this clearly. You can't cancel meetings while your city is under siege. Item 24 is a summer break for canceled meetings. People are being ripped from their homes, and you're planning summer break. Deportations are increasing, and you're voting on vacation. These aren't thoughtful legal removals. These are chaotic, quota-driven raids. These are mass deportations designed to terrorize our community. Families aren't relocated, they're abducted. Kids aren't separated, they're taken. Workers aren't processed, they're vanished. In the face of that, what does Santa Ana do? The council explored being transparent about ICE raids. Congressman Correa commented on that plan and said that the city should avoid warning people about ICE raids because, quote, the last thing you want is legal trouble or losing federal dollars. That's the last thing you want. Not people gone without notice, not families destroyed, not trauma spreading through our streets like wildfire. The right thing is rarely the safe thing. And being a sanctuary city doesn't mean branding. It means resistance.
Woo! Yeah!
That concludes the speakers specifically on agendized item topics. So we do have a motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Mayor Mesqua, to approve consent calendar items 5 through 21, with the exception of items 7, 8, and 9, which we're continuing to July 1st.
And just want to register a no on item 10, please.
Item 10 and 20?
Yes, correct.
Or, I'm sorry, 10 and 18.
Yes.
Let's prepare to vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, with a noted refusal on item number 20 by Councilmember Fan, and item 10 and 18, and noted no vote by Councilmember Hernandez. Motion carries. That concludes the consent calendar. Mayor and City Council.
Thank you. We're not going to take the business calendar tonight, as we had indicated in the beginning of the meeting. Council members, if you'd like, we can take item 23 and 24 now before we get public comments. Do you have a preference? Majority?
Item 23 would be fine.
I'm sorry?
Item 23.
You want to continue with this? Go ahead. Item 23, please. Okay. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, Councilman Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues. I'm bringing forward this item tonight to ask that we provide direction to our city manager to draft a resolution in support of MENA Inclusion Act, Assembly Bill 91. This is not just about data, it's about visibility, equity, and dignity. Currently, individuals from Middle Eastern and North African backgrounds are grouped under the white category in federal and state demographic data. This broad classification erases their identities and hides the very real needs, disparities, and challenges they face. It means that when state agencies, public health programs allocate resources or track educational outcomes, many communities are invisible, left out of the data, and left behind in the policy. California is home to over 740,000 people who identify as MENA, and 100,000 of them are here in Orange County, including right here in Santana. Many of our neighbors are Arab or Iranian descent, yet their culture, struggles, and contributions go unrecognized in official data. AB 91 will change that. It will require state agencies to include a separate MENA category starting January 1st, 2026. This will not only ensure that the state and local governments can more effectively serve these communities, but also allow them to be seen, heard, and counted. Not as an afterthought, but as a vibrant and essential part of California that they are. We as a city that prides itself on inclusion and equity should be on the record in support of this bill. This is consistent with the values we've expressed for our historically undercounted and underserved groups in our city. Tonight, I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting direction to draft a resolution that reflects our commitment to racial and ethnic equity and to ensure that all our communities, including the MENA community, are recognized and respected in state policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. It was an honor to work alongside you and CARE LA to make sure that this was brought to the council. According to 2020 estimates from the U.S. Census Bureau, California is home to approximately 740,219 individuals who identify as Middle Eastern or North African. Abbreviation, we're calling it MENA. However, people from MENA region are currently categorized into the broader white category in both federal and state data collection, as mentioned by my colleague. Part of why this is important to us is because the large population of approximately 100,000 MENA community members are in our city, in our community, in Orange County. Recognizing this population separately would enable both the public and private sectors to be able to more effectively meet the needs of these MENA residents, ensuring better representation, equitable distribution of resources, and more inclusive planning for community services and infrastructure. Part of fighting the occupation is making sure that our people are recognized as human and that we are not just checking off a box. And so I'm looking forward to this item, and I hope that my colleagues support us in support of inclusion, diversity, and equity. Thank you.
Thank you to my colleagues for bringing this forward. This is really important. I actually supported this back in April. I sent a letter to the legislative body, and I know that it is now with the Senate. So I really encourage all of our constituents to get a hold of your state representatives and also support this bill. Thank you.
Councilman Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. I want to first off thank my two colleagues, Councilmember Hernandez and Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, for bringing this item forward. It's something that's very important, and I especially want to thank the author of the bill, Assemblymember John Hayride, who has, I know this is something that's very important to him, and it should be, right? It should be important to all of us because it's important that we're all accounted for appropriately. And with that said, I would voice my full support, Mr. City Manager, bringing this resolution forward. I'm not sure if my colleagues asked for any timing, but whenever, I hope soon.
Yes, I concur with Councilmember Peñalosa. If we can bring this back in a timely manner, given that it was already approved at the Assembly, I think that these efforts are aligned with the state. Thank you.
Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. I would definitely be in support of this, and yeah, I don't think the city council needs to get a letter again, right? We just direct staff to prepare the letter and send it off. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're all in support. Did you, Councilmember?
Yeah, City Clerk, I'm just getting reports that the Spanish translation has gotten worse. So we need to make sure that whoever is translating is able to do it, and if they're not able to do it, then we advise them to do it.
Councilmember Becerra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would too like to echo the sentiment of supporting my colleagues' item, and as soon as we can bring the item forward, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay.
Madam Mayor, point of clarification. I know Councilmember Fan mentioned a letter, but this is for a resolution, correct?
So I can do both.
Yeah,
the letter.
That was my preference. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, did you want to finish?
I think that since the word got approved, the Assembly moved to the Senate, we'll send the letter of support, just recognized, and then we'll also bring a resolution acknowledging the support and the fact that we know the letter.
Thank you. Okay, moving forward. Item 24, Councilmember Lopez, please.
Yes, and just for the public, for clarification purposes, this was submitted to the city manager's office prior to everything that has happened in our community, and so I understand the sensitivity of not of my colleagues saying no, that they don't in fact want to cancel any meetings, and I would be supportive of whatever this body decides.
Thank you. Anybody have comments? Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that the business of the city is very important, and in light of everything that we are encountering today, I would absolutely not support canceling any of the meetings going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments?
So I just wanted to say that I'm not supportive of this item, of canceling any meetings. I know that when we approved the calendar, we discussed it in length of what the calendar looks like. So with that, I'm not supportive of it.
Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. I would be supportive of this. Obviously, in light of everything that's going on, there probably isn't going to be time for something like that. I do understand, and thank you so much, Councilmember Lopez, for bringing up the ability to have a recess to address kind of long-term policy items that have been requested by the public as well as this council. However, I think in light of everything that's been going on, that might not be possible this year. However, when we bring back the calendar for next year, I think that would be something that we can discuss in more detail. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager,
Just wanted to share the same sentiments with my colleagues.
perfect. I think we're all in agreement. Council Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm in agreement, but can we have one light meeting so we can do police oversight? Or maybe just police oversight on one of those meetings and have a long meeting.
I fully support that.
And that's what we have discussed. So one meeting would be with the police oversight, and then regular meeting. We do have a lot of business to conduct in the city. So I think, Mr. City Manager, you're clear?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, that's the items. Let's move on now. Mr. City Manager, is there any comments you want to make before the public comments? Or would you like to do? You want to wait till the end?
Yes, I will to the end.
Perfect. Okay, Madam City Clerk, we'll now go a minute and a half for each speaker, please.
I'd like to make a motion to allow for the public speakers to have their full time.
Let's take a vote, please. Can we vote on this, please?
Yes, so I heard a motion from Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Lopez, to allow the full 3 minutes for the public speakers.
Yes.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
See.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
We? Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
As a matter of, in all fairness to the speakers that spoke earlier and only spoke for a minute and 30 seconds, I recommend you bring them back up to have their additional minute and 30 seconds.
Sure, if they'd like to regarding the item, if not, they don't need to, it's up to them. I'll let them come up to share that with you. In the meantime, you can go ahead and start, please, and we'll do 3 minutes each. So we will be here for about 4 hours. Thank you.
And then just also for mayor, council, and the public's awareness, we do have members of the public that have submitted cards who are outside due to the capacity issues of the chamber. So when we hit that time frame, there may be slight delays in them coming through and making their comments. So please bear with us. If the first 3 speakers, if they wish to have their additional time, Selena Gallegos, Philly Cross City, and Owen West.
So I did want to address also an issue that I see, being that I work for the Santa Ana Unified School District. I have multiple students, mind you, I'm TK through 5, and I have these students who are not even returning next year because they're so afraid. I have students who cannot be picked up by their parent during summer school because their parent is so afraid. And they're asking us, well, what can we do? What's being done to help us? And us at the district are providing as much support as we can, but they don't feel the same coming from, I'm sorry, Ms. Mayor, but from you and some of the council members here. I would like to say that you don't only represent the South Coast area. There is more to Ward 4 than just that. Just today, I had witnessed a teacher walk a student out from Chavez to their car because there was alerts that ICE was around. There was never any notification from the city letting local neighborhoods know. It was the school themselves. The principal came out, the teacher came out, walked that student. Now, I don't know if it was their parent or if it was them themselves that is possibly that guy or was undocumented, but that is a very fearful sight to see, and the fact that there is no support coming from you says everything we need to know when this recall comes.
Hello again. I'll just say regarding Bill Saley's letter, I've met him multiple times because he used to represent an area where I work. It's a joke, and we should continue to move forward with the policy to allow us to be transparent with our residents around when ICE is going to be in the neighborhood. I saw that Kathleen Trester and Irvine had done that earlier in the week, so I don't understand why Santa Ana can't do it. And then in regards to everyone here, I'm going to step outside. Perhaps we could be organized. When you've already made your comment, go outside to make room for someone else to come in, and hopefully the police will allow them to come in. Thank you.
Juliana Mushayev, Rin, and Bulmaro Vicente. Juliana. Rin, Bulmaro Vicente.
You can hold on and come up next after him if it works for you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Bulmaro Vicente, but everyone calls me Boomer. I'm the political and policy director of Chispa and a resident of the city. And today, I'm feeling angry, I'm feeling heartbroken, and I'm feeling disgusted. Santana promised a sanctuary, but what we're living in right now, this isn't sanctuary. Sanctuary isn't Iceman circling our neighborhoods. Sanctuary isn't the National Guards invading our streets. Sanctuary sure as hell is in families being ripped apart, while the mayor stays silent and complicit. At this time, I want to give a shout out to Councilmember Hernandez, Jesse Lopez, and Benjamin Vasquez for being out there on the front lines with protesters. Now I want to take this time to publicly shame SAPD. SAPD says they won't enforce ICE raids, but they'll shoot rubber bullets and tear gas at people protesting ICE. SAPD says they won't enforce ICE raids, but they'll escort ICE vans to and from the courthouse like nothing. That's not neutrality, that's collaboration. And let's not forget, SAPD still hasn't been held accountable for murdering Nora Rodriguez. These cowards don't deserve our trust, let alone over half of our city budget. Get these tanks out of our city. Defund SAPD. And to my queer and trans siblings, happy Pride. There is no pride for some of us without liberation of all of us. Thank you.
Followed by Juliana, and then Jana, and then Jay Taj.
Hello, Mayor and Council.
Can you speak into the mic, please? Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Ren, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Pride at the Pier. It is no secret that the last few weeks have seen unprecedented upheaval for the community you are sworn to serve. Between ICE raids and community solidarity against them. Ordinarily, I would speak only as a member of the LGBTQ+ community, but this is by far bigger than that scope. Today, I speak as a person of marginalized identity who has friends, colleagues, and loved ones who are now facing the potential threat of deportation simply because they don't have the right skin color. You see the people in the audience behind me. You hear the chants outside on the streets. The literal millions who turned out Saturday to stand up against tyranny and oppression. Why has there been no pushback against federal agents kidnapping your tax-paying constituents on your watch? The vast majority of people detained have no criminal record and yet are being subjected to horrific conditions. Protesters exercising their constitutional rights are being shot with rubber bullets and tear gas, and you sit here and do nothing. An attack on any of us is an attack on all of us. Queer people exist in every demographic, and we will fight for our immigrant siblings. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Juliana. I am a Santa Ana resident, and I am the chair of the Orange County Peace and Freedom Party. I was at the peaceful protests in Santa Ana, which started last Monday in response to the illegal ICE detentions and raids in our community. I got tear gassed, along with many others, and some being shot with rubber bullets, being sent to the hospital. Where were you, Mayor Mescua, during this historical turning point in our country? As your constituents were being kidnapped, abused, and terrorized, not condemning the criminal ICE agents and the trigger-happy SAPD, but instead condemning your own constituents. We are disappointed, but we are far from surprised. You say you need to represent all your constituents, but you represent the police, the business owners, the developers, and the landlords. When we asked you to support a ceasefire resolution in response to the genocide in Gaza because most of your constituents supported it, you refused. When we asked you to support non-citizen voting because 23% of your residents are non-citizens but still need a say in what happens in their city, you refused. When we asked you to support rent stabilization because most of your constituents are tenants and can barely afford to live in this city, you refused. You are never on the side of the people, the working class, and the immigrants. or the most vulnerable. Somewhere in your political career, you have lost your humanity. We are now demanding, not asking, that any collaboration with the SAPD and ICE be stopped immediately, and all protesters and undocumented residents be protected, and furthermore, that the police get demilitarized so they're not meeting our communities with AKs and tanks. If you're unwilling to meet these basic demands, then you should resign because you're unfit to represent us.
Nathan Tran.
My name is Jana, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I just want to speak on the fact that these protesters, peaceful protesters, right, who are protesting the violence of ICE, kidnapping families, ripping families apart, right, deporting them, detaining them. How is that comparable? How is that something that we cannot condemn compared to the violence of SAPD against protesters? What is real violence? Is it not violent to rip a father from his daughter? Is it not violent to send someone to put together in police for their whole life? Is that not real violence? How can we condemn protesters who are trying to defend their immigrant communities, their neighbors, their loved ones, their friends, their family? How can we condemn any of that? How can we meet that resistance with police violence? When the fact that any of us, everyone in this room, is in this room because people before us fought back, because we resisted against police oppression, against civil oppression, against politicians who said that they were in the wrong, right? MLK was the most hated man in the country in the 60s and 70s. So how can we not remember that, look back at that, and think to ourselves, oh, we should condemn these protesters. We should condemn these protesters and instead protect business interests. We should protect the police. We should let them shoot our constituents, and shoot people, and tear gas them. And not even to mention, our tax dollars are funding our own repression. How insane is that? The fact that our tax dollars are funding the tear gas that's being thrown at people, the fact that people are being severely injured funded by our tax dollars, that's reprehensible. That should not be the case. It is our First Amendment right to protest, right? It is, again, the reason why any of us are here is because the people before us exercised that right and demanded justice and demanded true liberation from repression. And we know who the real criminals are. The real criminals are not in the streets protesting for immigrant communities. The real criminals in the White House. The real criminals are ICE, kidnapping families. It is our First Amendment right to protest. We are not the violent criminals. Thank you.
Wake up, man. We just getting started. Specifically, Mayor Pro Tem, Jesse Lopez, Jonathan Ryan Hernandez. My name is Jay Taj. I'm a proud third-generation Santanero. My family migrated here decades ago from the Jim Crow South and from the Western Pacific to give future generations, including myself, a better shot at life. Because of their sacrifice, I've been fortunate enough to go out and do a couple cool things with my life. And for that, and for being a member of this community, I stood in this very room just 2 weeks ago to receive an honor that I truly held close to my heart. A recognition from the very institution that's sworn to uphold the integrity of the city and its people. But in the short time since that, the pride that I was feeling has been overtaken by something else. And that's this feeling of responsibility. There's a conflict in my heart over what this recognition is supposed to represent now. You see, I don't need to recount the atrocities that are committed by ICE and the things that have happened in this city for the last 12 days. What I do need to do is address the response or lack thereof from this city's leadership, specifically you, Mayor. You see, you were elected by the very people that you have now labeled as reckless and destructive. Your recent public statements made to justify your absence, defend your indifference, or what I call opposition. These things aren't just disappointing to hear, they're hurtful. You see, it shows a clear disconnect between you and the lived experiences of the people that you're supposed to serve in the city that you call a sanctuary. You've dismissed the idea that standing with your people is some sort of pointless Chicano fist pump. You see, to me, that says everything about your capacity to recognize the moment and the people that your community are suffering in. See, while I deeply remain grateful to the council members, Tavia Fan, Jonathan Ryan Hernandez, Jesse Lopez, and Mayor Pro Tem for this recognition, and not only recognizing me, but showing what it means to recognize what compassion and leadership in its physical form looks like. You see, I can't hold this recognition with your signature on it. So I came here to return this to the city of Santa Ana. You may not understand why it's important for you to stand with us, and I'm sure that doesn't mean anything to you for me to return this. You said going out there, you're not for a photo op, but you were totally cool with taking a photo with me 2 weeks ago. And you on your super song all the way. So I say that to only this, Valerie, maybe one day when there's better leadership here, we'll revisit this conversation. But for now, I want you to remember that you standing with us means that you're present, and right now you're absent, and that's the opposite of leadership.
Hi everybody, my name is Elizabeth, and first of all I want to say that the brutality that we saw from Santa Ana PD has become normalized, and this is what happens every single day in our city to our citizens. I'm here to hold Valerie and Mesqua accountable. You knew ICE was in our city, and you did nothing to alert your citizens or defend them. You allowed ICE into our city and allowed SAPD to militarize and brutalize our citizens, even at protests. I'm born and raised in Santa Ana, and I'm only here because of luck. My family, my parents immigrated here in hopes of giving me a better life. Because of their sacrifices, I'm here today and I'm a social worker and giving back to the same communities that you're actively tearing apart, and I'm a part of as well. It's disheartening to see our community and our families being torn apart right before our eyes while those in power sit and watch in compliance. I remember being at Carl Harvey and reading about Anne Frank and wondering how entire families could be forced to stay hidden in their homes, terrified of being taken. And here we are again. Entire households in Santa Ana are afraid to step out. The raids happening in Santa Ana are nothing short of racial profiling. The acts are not isolated and they're not random. They're part of a large pattern of neglect and betrayal from those in power. Santa Ana was targeted, and those in power let it happen. Santa Ana has long been considered a sanctuary city, with a population nearly 80% Latino. And we must make one thing clear: ICE is not welcome here. We will not survive while our community is terrorized. Mayor Mesqua, your community will remember this moment. The moment you chose to stand with the oppressive systems rather than the people who trusted you. You chose compliance over resistance and fear over courage. Standing with ICE is turning your back on your very own city and its citizens. You say going out to protest does nothing, right? But what would you suggest to a community that has been torn apart and terrorized by state-facilitated kidnappings? Santaneros will not accept fascism, racial profiling, or violence in our city. To my Santaneros that have lost a family member in this past week, I'm sorry that your city failed you. We're not afraid to speak, we're not afraid to fight for our neighbors, and will not be silenced. We demand justice and due process for everybody, and no human is illegal.
Isaac Garza, Gazette Delgado, and Natalie Mejias.
Madam Clerk, can you try that again, please?
Nathan Tran, Isaac Garza, Gazette Delgado, and Natalie Mejias.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Tran. I'm an activist here in Orange County and an educator. I'm not sure if you remember my face, Mayor, but I'm sure you remember the feeling at that breakfast on Wednesday morning. On Monday, June 9th, I participated in a protest in front of the federal building in which ICE was detaining our community members. Santa Ana showed up in full force to protect its most vulnerable individuals, as the SAPD had showed up not to protect and serve, rather to brutalize and arrest the individuals standing up for our people. I returned to Sasser Park after demonstrating with the community for at least 5 hours. I observed the community unrest as SAPD pushed slowly the crowd east on Santa Ana Boulevard towards Ross Street. I was peacefully observing from about 20 to 30 feet away from the police line. I then began to turn around as I see SAPD escalate the situation. Halfway through turning around to leave the area, I'm hit in the jaw by a 40mm rubber bullet. I was left with a deep wound under my chin where tendons connecting my jaw muscles were visible. Community members assisted in cleaning the wound and applying pressure as I was escorted out of the area and received medical treatment, first from Kaiser Urgent Care in Garner Grove, who would then direct me to UCI Medical Center Emergency Department for the severity of the injury. So my question is, why is the SAPD, with your go-ahead, Mayor Mesqua, brutalizing the community as federal agents rip apart families in OC? Why do you allow ICE to operate as you receive courtesy calls? Is Santa Ana not a sanctuary city? Mayor, you're beholden to protect everyone in the city, especially its most vulnerable. If you cannot hold yourself and your officers accountable, you do not represent the community. Santa Ana deserves a leader who will stand up for the community and all working class across Orange County. Santa Ana deserves a leader who will stand up to the current administration and stop ICE and all the other federal goons ripping apart our community.
Hello, my name is Isaac Garza. I've lived in Santa Ana since 2021, but I have deep roots here. My parents were both raised here. My mom came here when she was 2. Very similar to your story, Councilmember Pham. My father was born and raised in Santa Ana and fought in the Vietnam War and has Purple Heart. Like many in Santa Ana, I am a worker for one of the largest employers in the county, Disneyland Resort. I'm also a shop steward for Workers United Local 50 and a delegate for the OC Labor Fed. My fellow co-workers who are residents of Santa Ana, some undocumented, are scared. They're scared for themselves, their parents, and their neighbors due to the invasion of ICE and the National Guard into our community. People are being snatched up off the street and shipped off to countries they do not remember by masked strangers who often refuse to identify themselves. They deserve to feel safe when they come home from work. Instead, many of us feel betrayed by our mayor and some on our city council. It's very disappointing that the loudest response to this crisis is more police and a doubling down on criticism of the mostly peaceful protests against the ICE invasion. If more can't be done by our city officials to protect us, the people will organize to depose you for leaders that can.
Gisette Delgado, Natalie Mejias, Wendy Romero, Christopher Azuka.
Hello, my name is Gisette Delgado. I'm a small business owner and a resident of downtown Santa Ana. Right now, ICE's presence is hurting our city. It's scaring people and slowing down businesses. Even citizens like me are afraid to step outside. It feels like we're being hunted just for existing, just for being Hispanic. People are afraid to take the bus to work. I've never seen that in my life. It's so unfair. It's a nightmare. I can't sleep at night, watching my community live in fear. I want to be clear, my family is law-abiding. We have college degrees. One of us is an active duty Marine, serving this country as we speak right now. We're Americans, we work hard, we follow the law. Yes, ICE has always had an office here, but this feels different. It feels like targeting. I've been told to go back to my country, right here in Santa Ana. Ever since the race started, I've never experienced that in my life. I was born here. Sorry. Last week, during the protest, peaceful people like myself were blocked from going home to the parking structure in downtown Santa Ana. Families were tear gassed because kids were throwing water. Water is a liquid substance. It's not a weapon. You drink water, okay? Doesn't hurt people. A man was arrested just for buying a burrito and trying to walk home. A burrito is not a weapon either. It's food. Okay? A local business had its window shattered by law enforcement, and no one said a word until it went viral on social media. Yes, there were fireworks, but they were brought by kids. You would think by now law enforcement would know how to navigate that kind of situation. But shooting rubber bullets at everyone is reckless and it's dangerous. Why do we have to put things on social media to get attention? Why isn't the city stepping up to protect us? We have rights under the Constitution, the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, and the 14th Amendment. Police took an oath to protect those rights. Crowd control is part of your job. But if someone is peacefully trying to walk home and gets arrested, that's not control. That's abuse of power. I don't mean any disrespect. I'm telling you what I'm seeing here happen. We deserve better.
Council members. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm here to demand ICE out of Orange County and Santa Ana, and for you to defend what is supposed to be our sanctuary city. Mayor Valerie Meshwa, your silence has been loud, and your lack of support to your community has been appalling. Your choice to remain silent in times where your community is being attacked, mistreated, and abducted is a choice and a privilege. It has clearly marked your place on the side of the oppressor as opposed to the oppressed. I remind you that protesting is not unlawful. It is my First Amendment right. And as someone who attended just about every single protest in Santa Ana, I want to be very clear and vocal about how peaceful the protesters were. We were the ones that were met with violence and attacked by law enforcement with tear gas, mace, and rubber bullets. And had you been present, you would have been aware of that. You said, and I quote, "I don't just represent one group of the community." Well, this is the group of people that are being targeted, abducted, and being ripped apart from their families. Nearly 80% of the Santa Ana population identify as Hispanic or Latino. People are scared to buy groceries, go to work, and overall just step out of their homes. It's become very clear that your political career is your only priority. Your job is to serve people, the people. The people are not here to serve you. May I remind you that no one is illegal on stolen land. I want to thank the council members, especially Councilmember Hernandez and Lopez, who I personally witnessed at the front lines, who have been incredibly supportive and present at the peaceful protests. I would also like to demand for Ms. Lopez to be released and for the police officers to have their badges properly placed with their names and badge numbers visible at all times as they're supposed to.
My name is Wendy Romero, and I stand in front of you as a proud Mexican American, born and raised in the heart of Santa Ana. This city raised me. Its culture, its people, its streets, they're a part of my soul. But today, the Santa Ana that I know and love feels like it's slipping away. Our homes are starting to feel like ghost towns, not because of emptiness, but because of fear. Because our people are being watched, silenced, and pushed into the shadows. My heart is heavy. I'm angry. I'm heartbroken. And above all, I'm tired. Tired of being treated like we don't belong. Since when did it become a crime to be brown, to speak Spanish, to come from immigrant roots? Why are our families being targeted in the neighborhoods we built with our own hands? Mayor Valerie, why are you allowing this to happen on your watch? We are not criminals. We are not threats. We are the heart of this city. We are small business owners, the working parents, the students, the teachers, the people. We are the ones who open up shop before the sun rises and close down before after it sets. We are the ones who keep this city alive. We are the ones being watched by National Guards like enemies in our own homes. Why are our children growing up afraid? of the uniforms that are supposed to protect them, Santa Ana PD. Santa Ana PD, do your job. Serve, protect, not terrorize. I carry both flags, Mexican and American, with pride. The Mexican flag is my bloodline. It's where my strength, my resilience, and my work ethic come from. My parents came here with nothing but dreams and determination. They've earned their legal status through amnesty. They taught me that anything is possible, working hard. The American flag is my birthplace. It's a land of opportunity. The promise that if you work hard, you can build something real. And I did. I'm a proud Latina business owner. I represent both, and I will never apologize for that. Carrying both flags is not about division. It's about unity. It's about embracing all of who we are. I'm not either or, I'm both. I'm Mexican, I am American, and I am Santa Ana.
Mayor, I just want to point out a question, just really quick, if I can.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies for the interruption. Madam Clerk, if we can, I see about a dozen empty seats in here. Is there a way that we could bring in other people around the side? I want to make sure that if they want to come inside, they can.
Yes, so DC Andrade is actually bringing people in with staff. You can see them coming in, he's bringing them in.
Oh, okay.
That's what they're doing.
Okay.
Thank
you, Mayor.
Yeah, he's bringing them in. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. There's about a dozen here, so if we, we can bring them in groups. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead, sir. The next four speakers, Christopher Tezuka, Tanya Navarro, Itzel Espinoza, and Kevin Trujillo.
Good evening. I'm here to call on the council to free Ms. Lopez. I'm also here to call on the assembly to end all cooperation with ICE immediately. ICE isn't here to make us safer. They're here to tear apart families to achieve arbitrary quotas. They don't care about our community or the lives they upend. Their actions go in the face of why Santa Ana even is a sanctuary city. That ordinance passed because we all know where you were born is irrelevant. That's what makes us safer. That's what makes us better. And in that way, I'm calling on you to uphold the law that's already on the books. The protest will continue until policy improves. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Trujillo. I was raised in Santa Ana. All of my public education came from Santa Ana, and I went on to graduate from California State University, Long Beach. I'm extremely proud of where I came from, and I think all the teachers that helped me along the way gave me more pride of where I came from, and my community raised me. They raised me to have values, to have morals, and to stand up when I see something wrong happening. And apparently, like, our leadership in this city can't do that. It's an extreme shame to the people that I look up to, that I would want to be next to one day, can't do the bare minimum and defend our marginalized communities. I'm ashamed right now. Like, I want to have pride as an American, and then when people behave this way, it makes it disappointing. You said we need to keep it on the down low if you're smart. That's not what we need to do with authoritarian figures. You have failed this city, and it is so embarrassing, shameful, disappointing. I could keep going for a very long time. I want to say thank you to Jonathan Hernandez. Thank you for being out there. And to the other council members that were out there representing us, taking care of us, and keeping the protest peaceful, thank you so much. It does feel better when there's organization. And to all the organizations that we've been hearing from today, I want everyone to listen to what they're called and try to join them if you can. This is how we get a movement started. We need to make a voting block where we can start changing the people in these positions. If they fail us, we need to replace them. I graduated Cal State University Long Beach with a history major, and one of the things I chose to study was the Zoot Suit riots, where they were chasing Latinos and public spaces. They were coming into our neighborhoods, they were hunting us down, and I don't want to go back to 1943. I'm happy
Right.
where I live, and I'm proud where I live. So please, everyone, thank you for showing up. Thank you. You are not alone. Listen to the people outside. Look at this room. We are not alone, but we still have to keep going and keep trying.
Hello, City Council. My name is Tanya Navarro, a lifelong resident and community organizer here in Santa Ana. Mayor Mesqua, you call yourself the people's mayor. But while you were laying low and playing it smart, our families were being hunted because of their race. Our communities were facing kidnappings from courtrooms, bus stops, their jobs, while getting a donut, pumping gas, picking up their kids, walking into graduations, and even just now we saw a community member taken from this council meeting, and I joined the demand to release her. I bear witness to horrific family separations. I saw terror in community members' eyes, and I saw the trauma burned into their faces and their children's faces. The kind that doesn't stop with one moment, the kind that echoes and tears across generations. Across a city, across a community. But this won't keep us down. Dave, Phil, and Mayor Mesqua, you talk about violence. You talked about violence? What do you mean, water bottles and cardboard signs? Where is your outrage at masked federal agents tackling our neighbors like animals? At SAPD rolling in with its war, unloading tear gas and rubber bullets on our youth who resisted. Because not because it was easy, but because they had to, because you didn't. The once vibrant city, the city that I love, that raised me, that I have so much pride in, is quiet. But it won't stay quiet forever. Because even in this chaos, our people are dancing, they're marching, they're cooking for each other, they're getting each other groceries, they're showing up for each other, and that joy you can't take it from us no matter what. Santa Ana se ama y se defiende siempre despite your failures. You allowed the National Guard to occupy 4th Street, you allowed the ICE to terrorize our neighborhoods, and then you had the audacity to turn around and scapegoat the youth, the ones who stood on the front lines to make their pain known, their betrayal heard, their love for the city visible, and their resistance to the violence of taking place in the city of state-sanctioned violence approved by you all. You weren't there. But thank you, Jonathan Hernandez. Thank you, Jesse Lopez. Thank you, thank you, Ben Vasquez. And thank you, OC Rebel Response Network, because they were there. Mayor, you mocked us and you said you wouldn't put your Chicano fist up. Well, it doesn't look like you've done anything at all, actually. Nobody's illegal on stolen land. You want the protest to stop? It's simple. Get outside the OC. Remove the National Guard from downtown Santa Ana and SAPD's abuses. Demand a moratorium on less legals, flashbangs, and tear gas now. Free all of our people. We won't forget this and we won't stay quiet.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Ixela Espinosa, and I am a dedicated employee for the City of Santa Ana. Over the past week of protests, the visible support from multiple city officials has been invaluable, providing a crucial leadership presence that regrettably has been absent from the mayor's office. We demand protection from ICE. Your residents are being illegally detained, abused, and thrown to the floor by ICE. You have residents who are too afraid to go to work, to go to school, and to the store for essential needs, in fear of getting kidnapped by ICE. I implore you to recognize that the passion of those speaking today stems from deep commitment and not disrespect. As leaders, it is imperative to approach constructive criticism with an open mind and receptive heart, using it as an opportunity for reflection and growth. The ability of the people of Santa Ana to mobilize a week-long series of protests in solidarity with the entire nation underscores the profound passion we share for protecting our community. While I understand that the mayor represents all constituents, I beseech you to prioritize the protection of those who are currently most vulnerable. Your statement that you are not afraid but smart, while refraining from pounding your chest, stands in stark contrast to the fear experienced by our community, which has been vigorously advocating for justice. Our anger is justified, and our protests have been peaceful. However, the violence you've heard about is being perpetrated by your own police department that you, the mayor, claim that the police are there to protect. SAPD was deploying rubber bullets, using militarized weapons, throwing tear gas at residents, in addition to the destruction of Santa Ana businesses, as caught on video. I urge you to hold the police department accountable for their actions. Furthermore, it is imperative that you refrain from speaking to the media about these protests unless you have been present alongside your community. We urgently seek protection from ICE as it upholds our status as a sanctuary city. It is time to do better and fulfill your obligations to our community. Amesco, why are you so against us? Thank you.
Azenet Villalobos, Jose Hernandez, Maria Estrada, and Jewel C. You can come up in any order, please. Azenet, Jose, Maria, and Jewel.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jose Hernandez. I'm a long-time activist in Orange County, Santa Ana, and a current resident here in this beautiful city. I want to be clear that my comments are mine and mine alone today. So, first of all, I want to demand that the woman that was detained at the beginning of this meeting, Taina, daughter of Nativo Lopez, be immediately released and no charges pressed, since all she was doing was advocating for the right to people to stay in this meeting. It's been a long time coming for me to come into these chambers and lift up my voice. I used to do this for many years, but this recent actions in our city has compelled me to lift up my voice. And I've just been really heartened by all the young people that have been coming to these meetings and lifting up their voices and are doing so still today. But those that know that we've been fighting for this community for a long time, for immigrant rights, for voter rights, for housing justice, for rent control, and against police brutality and in favor of police accountability. Because as many of us know, this is not a new issue. This department time and time again has fallen devastatingly short of the duty to serve and protect. That is why we need to demand that our police oversight committee be allowed to do their job, because as has been shown, the issues of police brutality and the killing of residents like Noe Rodriguez is still an issue, and we cannot allow this to happen. I want to say that I was appalled when I saw the social media post from our mayor, the city, falsely stating that her council colleagues and the county supervisor that represents our city were condoning violence. Wow. Really? In a moment when our community was being terrorized by ICE raids and local electeds, we're standing with our governor and demanding the end of ICE raids and the removal of tanks and military from our street, our mayor chose to attack the press conference participants and falsely claim that there was pure violence and destruction in our city and businesses. Well, from the looks of the video that just came out, the only person that were destroying businesses, like the boutique, was the law enforcement that shot a rubber bullet and busted that window. I was there the first day and the protest broke out. I was where a lot of council colleagues, including Councilmember Fan, we can attest that that's not what happened. We saw that the community was furious and it was engaged because the ICE was engaging in Gestapo-like tactics and legally kidnapping our jornaleros, our parents, and random community members. It's racial profiling, it is unconstitutional, and it is morally reprehensible. I'm running out of time, but all I gotta say is that SAPD's response was expected because that's what police departments across this country have been doing, and that's why many people protested during the Black Lives Matter protest, including this city. Yeah. So, I know folks are mad that didn't get a council majority and, that the recall failed against our councilwoman Jessie Lopez, but aquí estamos y no nos vamos. And the building has been exposed.
Hello, Council. My name is Maria Estrada. I'm a Santa Ana resident, and I'm also Chicana. So today I come out here to speak for the people who can, for my family members who are afraid to come out here. So I honestly just have one question for you, Mayor Valerie. This is what you really call a sanctuary city? This is what it is? It's really disappointing, and that's all I want to say today. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jewel. I'm here today to make a public comment as a lifelong resident of Santa Ana, as a member of the Mexican community, as someone who works closely with students in Santa Ana, and I've come here to make a comment today to our mayor. My life as a Mexican American matters. The lives of my Mexican American students matter. My family's lives matter. The lives of our immigrant community members' lives matter. My grandmother did not come here in a garbage can on the back of a truck just for her grandchild to still be fighting for people who look like her 50 years later. I marched down the streets that I drive down every day while having guns aimed at me, tear gas thrown at me, having to watch everyone around me brutalized for simply peacefully exercising their First Amendment right. The First Amendment right that their mayor refuses to defend. Not only does she refuse to defend the First Amendment rights of Santaneros, she refuses to condemn the police department that incited violence towards these innocent people as we keep the protest. Our city council is supposed to represent the constituents, yet I only saw TIVF fan, Jonathan Hernandez, Jesse Lopez, and OC Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento alongside those constituents. If representing your constituents is too much for you, then I'll raise my Chicano fist and ask you to resign, Valerie. Come on,
Good evening, everybody. My name is Maria Estrada. Wow, what are the chances of another Maria Estrada in Santa Ana, right? I've been a resident of Santa Ana since I was 11 years old when I first crossed the border. I am one of 6 children. I attended Washington Elementary, MacArthur, Saddleback. I went to OCC. I got a bachelor's degree at UCLA, a master's degree at San Diego State, and I'm a proud faculty member for my community serving students in Santa Ana. I share with you my credentials because I know how important credentials or titles are to some of you, and it may be tempted to tune me out unless I have some kind of title. And even then, in spite of that, I know some of you may still choose to tune me out. But I'm here as an immigrant. I'm here as a human being. I'm here today to express my sincere disappointment in some of the council members and the mayor. I elected you specifically for the best interest of our community, not only for special interest groups. I particularly had placed a lot of faith in you, Valerie. I had placed faith in you because you are a woman, and I thought you would know better and do better. But boy, have I been disappointed. I'm sure if there was a police department that was in trouble and needed you, you wouldn't waste any time or energy or show your support physically, mentally, or otherwise. But you decided to play it safe and not attract attention. We are a sanctuary city, for God's sakes. The attention is already on us. So what is it going to take for you to show up for the most vulnerable? Or is it that our immigrants are merely not the right kind of interest group? Are you we are a sanctuary city, which means you should know we thrive because of our immigrant community, which you have clearly turned your back on with your inaction during these historic times of need. I'm not only disappointed, but I'm very angry, and will be sure that my disappointment is not only expressed directly to you tonight, but will be reflected alongside many community members at the ballot box. So, those of you who have stood back and just watched from the sidelines and consider yourself Latino leaders, you should be ashamed. And you are here, and we are here to remind you that you work for us, and we deserve better.
Zenet Villalobos, Mia Verdine, Ana Cecilia Fierro, Vanessa Cerda.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mia Verdine and I'm a Ward 3 resident. I'm here to speak alongside my community in my utter disappointment with some of my elected local leadership at the City Council, specifically with the rhetoric being spewed by Mayor Mescua and Council members Peñalosa and Becerra. As I'm sure you're aware, your constituents are being ripped off the streets and having their constitutional rights violated. So, when Santaneros, rightfully angry at the fact that their neighbors, loved ones, and their families are being ripped off the streets and kidnapped by federal agents, express their First Amendment right. I'm sorry. And are rightfully angry at the fact that their neighbors, loved ones, and families are being kidnapped, rightfully angry that their cities, under an active military occupation, use their First Amendment right to express this anger. They're shot and tear gassed by their own police department, simply for refusing to be complacent in state-sanctioned violence. And the only thing you can express your distaste for is a couple fireworks at a protest? Are you serious? Even though the protests have been largely peaceful, of course, until SAPD pulled up in riot gear, the only thing you can find yourself to be upset about is over a couple unruly protesters. More angry at that than the fact that your own constituents are being ripped off the streets. This is not normal, and we refuse to let this be normalized. In every sense of the word, that's shameful. But here's the thing. I say I'm disappointed in the rhetoric from specifically Mayor Mescua and council members Peñalosa and Becerra, but I know it doesn't end with you, Mayor Mescua. You say that you don't just represent one part of the community, but we all know you're just representing whoever puts the most in your pockets. Off the council, they will continue to prop up candidates that use talking points suspiciously similar to what you all are saying. And we hear from you three. You can tell how smart you are, all you want, but we the people can see past your rhetoric and call out the strings that pull you, and that determine every word that comes out of your mouth, or, in Mayor Mescua's case, the lack thereof. So with that, I want to remind you that Santaneros, we're not going to wait until you're termed out to see you out of the council chambers. Santana will remember your complacency when we needed you the most. When we needed bold leadership the most. We will remember when you refused to say something as simple as, "Ice out of Santana, my community doesn't deserve this." I was first 16 years old when I first stood in this fair spot and said what I was about to say. I'm 20 years old now, and let me remind you, we voted you in, and we will certainly vote you out.
My name is Ana Cecilia Fierro. I'm a public policy student at Cornell University who was raised in Santa Ana. I went to school in Santa Ana, and my passion for policy started with the product of the passion in this city. I want to start my comment off with advice as a concerned resident. As I've organized from afar and watched city council meetings, I have noticed the eye rolls, snarky comments, and instant disdain for anyone who criticizes your viewpoints or actions, or at this point, lack of actions for Becerra, Peñalosa, and Mescua. You've expressed your desire for the community to come together, and I'm completely with you there. But you're not putting in the work to hear Santa Ana out. There is a reason that it is packed out there right now. There is a reason that there are people calling for your recall. There is a reason that when you are interviewed by major media outlets, you receive the backlash that you receive. Because as a mayor, you are supposed to represent your constituency. Right now, your constituency is asking for your transparency on what you were doing when immigrant families were being torn from their homes and off our streets. Your constituency is asking you to humble yourself, to stop rolling your eyes and taking our criticism like personal attacks. You are not the victim. You are a perpetrator. And let me make this clear. Your strategy did not work because Santa Ana is unique. We are a community of predominantly immigrant and Latino residents. We cannot put our heads down, simply not wave a Mexican flag at a protest, because the reality is that our community is a target. Regardless
regardless of what we do, we will stand out. And I'm asking you to reconsider your so-called smart strategies that you proudly boasted about that did nothing for us. Because our race will never slide under the radar. And this is a direct attack on our community based off our skin color and status. You chose this job. This is in the description. You are a public servant. Publicize what you are doing behind the scenes on my job. Let's see call logs, tangible solutions for immigrant families, and let's see you condemn the violent actions of SAPD. And finally, humble yourself.
Good afternoon to everybody here, and I just want to thank Vicente Sarmiento for being present in the protest. All the staff right here that were present, we all know exactly who they were. My name is Vanessa Cerda, and I am a Santa Ana resident. I actually work in LA in Lincoln Heights. I commute every single day, and do you know how sad and distorting it is that it first started over there in my job, learning how everything has been impacted, and then coming home to where I call to rest, to lay my head, and then see everything that is going on, and not having our representatives that are supposed to be representing in those areas speak up. They rather speak up when one of the Senate gets arrested over there with ICE. They'd rather come out in the social media and express how they shouldn't be getting treated that way. I represent the community that has been under attack for a very long time, including myself. I haven't been a perfect angel here in the city of Santa Ana, but I know I have redeemed and I have paid my dues as a constituent, and I have learned to accept those failures because I believe myself and also as a Christian person. I'm going to go ahead and boldly say that because God comes first in my life. But you know what? As having God in my heart, I could express that. I could feel his pain, and if you can't feel his pain the way that we all feel it out there, I mean, I don't know. I mean, God could spare some love to everybody, but I know that when I see that man holding that cross, and guess what? I'm holding that cross right with him, and that's why I'm here for my gente in Santa Ana. I grew up in the 92701 in the neighborhood. Let me tell you, I talked about how they want to go against these gang members, criminals of the Maya Salvatrucha and the 18th Streeters. Guess what? Santa Ana has a whole history of independent gang members out here, but you know what? We're all coming together in unity, and we ain't fighting each other. We ain't doing none of that. We're actually protesting. And you want to know what SAPD went ahead and released a couple 4 hours ago? They went ahead and released a video for all of you constituents to go ahead and watch of how we were all reckless out there and doing that, on a city council meeting. Come on now, you know what? I attended Pro Calvario, Thank you, Pastor, for being here, and I also want to thank you guys for posting up that social media with Valerie Amezcua, and genuinely from my heart, I'm going to go ahead and say this, can we put some caption in Spanish for our people that don't understand that language? Cambodian, Santa Ana has a big bunch of Cambodian community out there that also need to translate it, and at the end of these people also need to hear that, because the word needs to be spread out of love, and it needs to involve everybody in this audacious right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just walk out, and thank you.
Jennifer Perez, Carla Ramirez, Alex Cervantes, and Cevalia Espinoza. After that will be Sandy Ariza and JC.
We have 3 open seats over here too.
One more seat right next to me.
Here too. 2 more. In the front.
It's not fast enough.
We got 2 over here.
Can you go ahead with your comments, please?
We got 2 over here.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenny Perez Resendiz. I was born and raised in Santa Ana. I am the daughter of 2 amazing humans who came to the city from Mexico in search of a better life. Growing up, I had the most incredible, hardworking, loving parents who raised my sister and me. I could go on for weeks talking about the beautiful life they gave us. They did everything right.
Yet in 2011, my dad, a man with no criminal record, was deported in this very city, and my life was turned upside down. My sister and I still went on to do everything right. We were both valedictorians of an SAUSD high school and captains of the varsity soccer team. We both went to top colleges on full rights. We both went on to establish incredible careers. We even bought a home together at the ages of 25 and 27, all while supporting our parents who now live in Mexico. I don't say this because I believe that doing things right is what makes people deserving of basic dignity, but because you, Valeria, like to stand on stages with your righteousness, acting like doing things right will keep our communities and families safe. What is right to you? My family is proof that doing things right gets you nothing. Rather than standing up for the immigrant families who are the fabric of this city, you are criminalizing the people who do. You are participating and upholding a system that destroys people. Time does not heal all wounds.
Get off your phone!
My dad's lifeless looking face when 14-year-old me saw him come out of a shelter in Tijuana after experiencing deportation. I can still hear my mom's cries as she wept to sleep during the 8 years she was separated from the love of her life. I can still feel the pain that I felt at every important life event that my parents were able to attend. I can still hear my dad tell me that he struggles not to take his life, and I can still remember the night I tried taking my own life. You are compliant in causing irreparable damage and helping to inflict indescribable trauma on people at a mass scale. Valerie, I've heard your condescending comments and can't help but feel embarrassed for you. If you were truly the people's mayor, you wouldn't be criminalizing the people of this city and supporting a police department that causes chaos, hurts our people, and damages our businesses. Oh, and how funny that you say you don't like photo ops, yet I was there when Keep Running Santa Ana was taking our pre-race run club picture, and you came hurrying over screaming, "Can I join your picture?" Even though you failed to support the club. Removal of the National Guard, the return of our detained community members, and the end of kidnapping so we can continue to run and experience the joy we deserve to feel in the city.
Hi, Council. My name is Carla Ramirez. I speak to you today not just as a concerned citizen of Santa Ana, but as a daughter of immigrants, an immigrant myself from Mexico, whose status has changed, yet whose fight for justice remains unwavering. I stand here for those who cannot, out of fear of being taken by agents, people posing as agents, bounty hunters, and even compliant law enforcement. While this issue has affected so many of us, it is important to acknowledge that despite the gravity of the situation, Mayor Mezcua has not taken significant action to address this crisis. Instead, the leadership shown by our ward members has been far more commendable and genuine. Maybe you should take tips from them, as they're not afraid to, your quote, represent just one group of your community. I'm sorry, are you listening? Okay, thank you. Santa Ana has been my home since I was 2 years old, raised here. All of my education has been here. Taught under the guidance of predominantly Hispanic faculty. I've engaged in numerous extracurricular activities founded by those who shape and uplift Santaneros. I witnessed firsthand the dedication of our migrant community to pushing us forward. Now as an adult, I'm part of the Keep Running Santa Ana local club, engaged in our community, in our local business, with our local business owners, and support in however I can. This paints a beautiful picture of the recent reality up until last week. But now those who were uplifted and did the uplifting are being hunted down and attacked in the city that has been their home by the very same people that swear oaths to protect us. People in our community are traumatized. Their lives have been disproportionately distorted because they fear leaving their homes for groceries, taking their children to summer school, or even going to the doctor, to name a few. Do you think it's okay for people to fear their loved one or themselves would be disappeared because they looked the part in the wrong place at the wrong time? Do you think it's normal to be walking my dogs amongst soldiers that aren't doing anything but be a propped up decoration of military power? Do you like that SAPD is assaulting your constituents for using their First Amendment right when they're peacefully demonstrating their understandable anger? Ms. Amezcua, while you've met with those religious leaders and created videos for your social media where frankly you looked obligated and uncomfortable, just know the city sees beyond these cheap optics. Your PR team might be working overtime, but what Santa Ana truly needs now is for you to step back and let those who have shown real leadership from the start take it from here. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. First and foremost, I want to express that my family is built from hardworking people, and I stand with my birth-given right to be here in this moment with all my privileges and being the first in my bloodline to earn a master's degree. You're smart, well, so are you. Thank you to the city officials who support us in every possible way. Your efforts never go unnoticed. Unfortunately, it's with great sadness that I am here to discuss the traumatizing tragedy and pain occurring throughout our city of Santa Ana. We have come to see officials, police, and agents in riot gear and militarized vehicles in our city when we walk these same streets with nothing but our signs, voices, and everyday lives. I was appalled to hear the mayor of our own city generalizing our peaceful protests and efforts as violent. For some reason, we have heard you address this more than the separation of families, violence, and kidnappings against the people of Santa Ana. It's amazing that with all the evidence and videos circulating, you still are not believing your people about demanding change and protecting peacefully. Mayor, do you believe us now? The mayor has been too busy to speak for the people or was not too busy to show up for interviews, post on social media, and constantly mention her sponsors. You mentioned collaborating for resources and prayers, but it's hard to provide that for the people as they're being dragged out of their homes, beaten, and kidnapped off the street. I wanted to read a little something. As mayor, I've worked with the first responders to make neighborhoods safer and build stronger partnerships with our schools and youth programs. This is from ValeriaMezcua.com. This is from an excerpt right under where you ask for contributions, Mayor. In regards to our SAUSD schools, why are we as educators doing more to protect our communities, children, and families without practical gear or any protection? For the majority of those against us in our own city, behind your titles and badges, a lot of you look just like us. Your children look like us. Your families look like us. No matter how much you try not to address the ICE raids at large, you are just as much a target as we are. Protesting is not a crime, and neither should the color of our skin. We demand ICE out of OC. Thank you for your time. Thank you guys for your
Good evening. I'm Sandy Araiza, a resident of Santa Ana. On December 5th, 2023, the council meeting addressed the genocide Israel's committing against Palestine. During that meeting, Mayor Amezcua responded with, "My job as a mayor is to make sure that we are fiscally sound as a city. We're addressing city issues and addressing our residents and constituents." She continued with, "I am concerned with issues that are local. This is local." In the past week especially, we've seen that not only does the mayor not care about international issues, she also doesn't care that her residents are being targeted by ICE. We are here to remind you that we have human and civil rights that are being violated. And yes, you represent more than one group in this community, but when rights are being violated, you cannot hide. We want an end to the kidnapping of U.S. immigrants and citizens, and we want the return of all U.S. immigrants deported without due process. I'd like to end by acknowledging that historical protests have helped pave the way for you to be up there today. So we invite you to stand with us because we are not going anywhere.
SAPD and protest!
The next Gil Sanchez and Ray Mendoza.
We can't hear. Start all over.
Alex Cervantes, JC, Gil Sanchez, and Ray Mendoza. Any of these four are present, please come forward. Alex, JC, Gil, and Ray. Please approach the podium.
Greetings, Council. Greetings, Mayor. 1492. I don't know if you know what that means. Over 500 years ago, Columbus landed in the Americas. What happened there? Displacement, erasure of religion, children being disappeared, women being disappeared. Can you see the parallels? Nothing's changed other than what you wear, other than what we wear. Nothing has changed. They've just guised it differently. Maybe the speech has gone a little more eloquent, but nothing has changed. There are people being arrested and detained right now, Mayor. And I imagine what it's like for you to hear the people that you serve bring their receipts of what you said. I can't imagine what that feels like. Because what you're hearing is you're hearing a lot of people who are let down by you. A lot of people who are angry. And underneath that anger, you see, I'm a therapist and I'm an educator. So I educate people on exactly what's going on in their body. Exactly how does the history that our people, our indigenous people, have gone through and how that impacts us today. And what you see is anger, sure. But beneath that anger is sadness, disappointment, grief, frustration, irritation. That's what you see. So it's understandable for you to meet that anger with anger. Because I imagine you're feeling different things underneath that anger as well. There's a lot of things that people are asking of you that you can make vocal, that you can stand up for us, stand with us. Next time there's a protest, next time there's a rally, come out.
Come out,
People will be confused, right? People may not meet you with the most welcome. That's okay. Because that's where trust begins. What happened was, you made all these promises. And people are, like I said, bringing those receipts, and you broke that trust. For people that voted for you, you broke that trust. It's just what it is. And now it's up to you to build that trust again. Be on our side. Stand with us. Don't stand with the people with guns. Like I said, nothing's changed. Before, when it was indigenous people against the colonizers, what do we have? We didn't have gunpowder. We didn't have bombs. Who carries the gunpowder to this day? Who? The National Guard. Denounce them. And there's things that we want to hear from you, is that you give us ICE notifications. We demand that you are transparent about your communications. We demand so much more. We demand a report on how much bullets, pepper bullets were fired by the SAPD against peaceful protesters. That's what we demand.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and the good public of Santa Ana. My name is Gilbert Sanchez. I'm 72 years old, lived all of those years here in Santa Ana. I've had a family in every war, civil war, all the way down to Afghanistan. I'm a business owner, and I'm also a member of ASME Union Local 3299. Anyway, I'd like to ask you if you could accomplish a few things for the public here. I know maybe your hands are tied with the ICE issue, but at least don't cooperate with them. We should have our police department have no involvement with them at all. In fact, they should be kicking them out. in my opinion. The other thing is, there are people in Santa Ana that are posing as ICE agents. They have no badges, they wear masks. How do I know who's coming to get me? Even though I'm a citizen, I have to fear that, just like an immigrant that's recently arrived. To add a personal touch to this story, me and my wife were riding bicycles near Mater Dei when a person in a truck stuck his body and started yelling racial slurs at my wife and actually tried to run her over. And when I reported it, I was told, well, did anything happen? I said, no, but he could have killed us. And I was told, well, we can't do anything until they actually touch you.
Wrong.
So you know what? Excuse my language, but bullshit. Next time that happens, I'm going to be prepared. Since the city and my officials don't want to help me, I'm going to have to defend myself. And the public too. Anyway, I'd like for everybody here to stand up for civil rights and our First Amendment rights. And I'd like to be able to protest without having to be shot with tear gas or rubber bullets. I think we've all here earned that right to protest. Thank you very much.
I don't want to speak until Mayor Amesla comes back.
She took her phone with her.
I'm not going to speak until Mayor Amesla comes back.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Can I suggest a 5-minute recess so that we could all stretch?
Smoke breaks.
Yeah?
There's no recess during the time where our people being beaten and we're in crisis.
Councilman, this isn't in the debate. I'm pretty sure the mayor stepped into the restroom.
Let's call our next speakers and we'll wait for this one to.
Okay.
For the mayor
Nobody
to
wants
chat.
to talk until she's here.
That's why I said 5-minute recess.
No
recess. We'll wait for the mayor.
Everybody that got the 10, did they get fucking 5 minutes?
No recess. We'll wait for 5 minutes.
That's fine. I was trying to help everybody here, but okay.
We got this.
She can't take it.
Can you talk to us now?
She can't take it.
Just for efficiency's sake, the next 4 speakers will be Ray Mendoza, David Pulido, Christopher Diaz, and Fernando Deveros.
I'm not the one holding up the meeting. Just want to say that.
You're not.
Wait till she comes. Don't we have a quorum of the council, so
The mayor's not here.
we don't need the mayor to be.
Oh, yeah, we do.
She has to be here.
The people want her here. The people want her here. Bring her in.
That's one way to do it. Now there's members left.
Just for clarification, under our city's charter, we have a mayor pro tem. The meeting isn't allowed to continue. We understand the public would like the mayor here, but if anyone would like to continue to speak, if anyone would not like to talk until the mayor's here, you have that right to do so. But if anyone would like to speak while Mayor Pro Tem is running this meeting, you do have the right to do so. We just want to inform you of that.
We're waiting.
We're all waiting.
We can wait. We can wait.
You guys have a right to do so. We just ask that you all have very important things you want to share. We just ask that you guys patiently wait to be able to speak. But we respect you guys' First Amendment right.
I didn't see her leave. She just got up.
She can't even be here for her people. Constructive criticism isn't something she can take.
Miss Smart.
The Doe Show, how are you doing tonight?
That's going viral. She can make it 5 hours, we'll still wait. She said 4 hours.
I don't know if. Do you know how the mayor gets elected? Do they elect a mayor or does it rotate through the city council? It's elected. So somehow she won the majority of the vote. She won't the next time. It doesn't seem like it. I don't know in the city. I lived in the city once. It's been a while.
Listen up, we're gonna continue the meeting. If you want to speak, you can speak. But the mayor will not be back for a few minutes. So I ask you to line up. So you line up and speak. She can't hear you. She can't hear you from the back, so we're going to move forward.
Yeah, but we need her
and
face.
hear your
We
words.
need her face sitting in this chair. She's a leader. She's a leader.
We
Where's she
need to
at?
move forward. We have 100 speakers, and we want to hear everybody.
Then she can wait.
I don't mind being here till midnight.
Whoa!
And that's fine. But we need to move with our speakers because we have over 130 speakers.
The speakers, you said just a few minutes. I can wait a few minutes. That's fine. You said just a few minutes. You said that. I can wait a few minutes.
I know we want the mayor to hear our words, but remember, there are people watching at home as well who are hearing what we have to say. And so we wanted to have as many people speak. We have over 120 people speaking. Awesome.
It's important. The families are ripped apart. It's important. They didn't get 5 minutes. They didn't get 10. They didn't even get 1. You guys ripped them out of the vehicles.
If people can't say bye to their families and have a few minutes to say goodbye, they should at least hear us out. She shouldn't have 10 minutes in the bathroom.
With her phone in her hand. With her phone in her hand.
So I'm not defending, but we are going to wait. If you guys want to wait, or we can move on.
Do you want to go home?
Have the next speaker.
Do you want to go home? Is that it?
I want to go home at 1 o'clock. Because we're going home at 1.
And it's not a problem. There's no problem here.
We're here to support your First Amendment right. We don't want anyone infringing on that right.
We did see her on the city.
I just want to be clear that we cannot control any of our phones. I don't have that control to be able to tell. And I share the same sentiment with you, which is why I'm going to patiently sit here. But I want to implore you all. We are in the same place. We want to hear you. We want to listen to you all. And part of why we're sitting here is because your comments are that important to us. We too need to use the restroom, but we're going to hold it as long as we need to, because what you have to say is important. And I just want to stress how important each of you are, which is why we're not going to walk away. But please stand with us. We're not going to abandon you. We're going to make sure that y'all can share what you have to share. I'm trying to be as patient as I can with all my colleagues so that everyone can have a chance to speak. Just know that we're standing there with you. Otherwise, there would be a recess and there's none. We want to hear from you. So just please be patient with us. We're all in this waiting
Miss
together.
Lopez out of the room, but you guys can't bring her back?
I stand with seeing the community come together and share what they have to
She
share.
did not even say excuse me to our speaker.
Listen, the
last thing we want is for them to end the meeting, which then takes away all your First Amendment rights.
Thank you. The mayor does not want to return.
We all want to hear the same.
There's our motivation.
Just to be clear, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm allowed to use the bathroom just like everybody else in here.
Oh.
So, don't say I don't want to come back. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
You don't walk away when someone's talking to you. That's really got no manners. Please, thank you.
There we go.
I don't see myself under there. Okay, thank you. I'm writing from the CSOOC Immigration Committee, a proud Chicana and daughter of immigrants. Let me start by saying that members in my family, like many families in Santa Ana, spent Father's Day inside for fear of going outside and being rounded up like animals by ICE. Since February of this year, ICE has been active in Santa Ana, kidnapping people at the immigration court and conducting brutal raids all around our city. Mayor Amezcua has been completely silent about this and only addressed it publicly to say that she does not support unlawful assembly. Mayor Amezcua, do you forget you represent all of Santa Ana and not just SAPD? Santa Ana, a city made up of hundreds of thousands of immigrants, are under racist oppression and attacked by ICE and the National Guard with the aid of SAPD. Santa Ana is supposed to be a sanctuary city, yet there are tanks and masked federal agents running rampant all throughout our city, and you all have failed to act. We have seen leadership from people all across the country, including just regular people and politicians. Just today, Brad Lander, a candidate for mayor in New York, was arrested for trying to protect someone from ICE arrest. All you have done is shame your own constituents for trying to show that same level of bravery. On top of that, you've made it as hard as possible to come to this meeting by blocking streets and entrances. That's how it is. We, the CSO, are here to demand ICE out of Santa Ana. We demand SAPD stop repressing people and stop its aid to ICE operation and the National Guard. We demand justice for Noe Rodriguez. Thank you.
That's right.
Fernando Deveros, and Brianna Uvalo.
My name is David Polito. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and member of community service organization, the Police Accountability Committee. We're here to demand that City Council, City Manager Alvaro Nunez immediately remove Santa Ana killer cops Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra. Without pay. The city manager and the Police Oversight Commission use their power to investigate this police killing. Noe's family demands that both officers be imprisoned so they do not harm or kill anyone again. Noe was killed by officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra on December 1st, 2024. He was suffering a mental health crisis and holding a toy gun in downtown Santa Ana. But officers Luis Casillas, he did not try to assess the situation. He did not try to de-escalate the situation. Within 30 seconds of seeing Noe, he drew his handgun and fired every single bullet at Noe, killing him. He fired 18 bullets. Shame. He fired 11 bullets. 3 of them as he fell to the ground. Shame. 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 Colors and dispatch officers identified Noe as Hispanic. Officer Isaac Ibarra identified Noe's race as Hispanic. According to the census, the majority of the population of Santa Ana is Hispanic, and the most commonly spoken language other than English is Spanish. Yet, those officers did not give commands in Spanish. They gave 3 commands only in English. And then they fired 29 bullets at an unarmed man in Santa Ana. Shame. 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 The police killing of Noe Rodriguez is part of a years-long pattern of police killings of Chicanos and Latinos in this city. On April 1st, just to name a few, I can't list them all, but officers killed Luis Amezcua at La Quinta Inn. He was unarmed. They tortured him on the terrace there. Later that year, they killed 73-year-old Salvadoran immigrant Miguel Chavez in a CVS parking lot where they chased him and mauled him to death with a police dog. Shame. Shame. In 2021, you may know, Santa Ana police allowed Anaheim police to chase and gun down unarmed 34-year-old Brandon Lopez, who was shot over 22 times. Shame! Shame! I am not surprised that Mayor Valerio Mezcua and council members Phil Becerra and David Peñalosa ignore police violence against their constituents, against Chicanos. It is not in their financial interest to care. In 2022 alone, they received almost $400,000 in campaign support from the Police Officers Association. And meanwhile, they might challenge candidates like Mario Alvarado and Jeffrey Katz to challenge progressive candidates right here in this chamber. This is not acceptable. We will not let cops run this city. This is why we're dedicated to building community control of the police, so we can rein them in when they kill us, so we can rein them in when they oppress us, and they allow ICE agents to run freely in our city. We demand community control and justice for Noé Rodriguez.
Justice for Noé Rodriguez.
Ray Diaz, Ward 6, Executive Director for the Francisco Torres Center for Racial Justice. I grew up on Durant Street in the Willard community, where my Tío Gabi was ripped from our family by ICE, taken as collateral while simply trying to work. My entire family, my entire life, I've watched my grandmother, a mother, hug her son goodbye at the U.S.-Mexico border, forced to endure the cruelty of family separation. I know this pain because I live it. It is my life. I know the pain of militarized policing because when my friends and I were protesting against the genocide in Gaza, we were used with that militarized equipment. It's personal. When Anaheim police executed Brandon Lopez, we sounded the alarm. When Santa Ana police killed Noé Rodriguez, we sounded the alarm. Now ICE and the National Guard occupy our streets, terrorizing our communities, and how many more families must be destroyed? How many more lives must be stolen before this city council stops enabling state violence? We demand an end to these raids, an end to the police terror, and justice to our people. And Mayor Mezcua, I brought this rubber bullet back for you.
Yeah!
Quiero dar un mensaje a nuestras familias que están asustadas, que tienen miedo del riesgo que estamos enfrentando a nuestra ciudad, que creo que notan que más de 100 personas llegaron hoy para hablar, para representarlos, para luchar para ustedes. No están solos. Cuando nuestra alcaldesa dice que todos se tienen que callar, que nos tenemos que esconder, que la gente va a salir para luchar para ustedes. I want everybody here, I'm not here to speak to the council, y'all have heard me many times. I want everybody who's present here today to recognize the power that you have when you show up and speak this way. When you know their names, when you know their faces, when you know that election time is coming around. And don't let this be the last time that you show up. That's what they're counting on. They're counting on the fact that y'all show up, you get very excited, you get very energized, you mobilize, you chant, you march, and then you go home. Make sure that they see your faces again too. To people who are watching at home, I want to also bring attention to the media campaign that Santa Ana Police Officers Association endorsed candidates like to weaponize whenever criticisms are waged against them. Neighbors of Santa Ana on Facebook is a very popular page online. It is run by Danny Vega, who's a police commissioner appointed by Mayor Valerio Mezcua. When criticisms were waged against her after the city had to pay out a $600,000 settlement against our former city manager, and people shared that news, Danny Vega was quick to remove this post and block people who were sharing it. There's a page on Instagram right now that is gaining some traction and seems to be solely dedicated to doing publicity for our police department and for Mayor Mezcua. It's called Me Santa. And PT Force. Be wary of these campaigns, be wary of the narratives that are being spun in these spaces. To the preachers and the pastors that are quick to move to the side of Mayor Valerio Mezcua as she ignores our vulnerable community members, be careful who you stand by. Jesus would not have stood quiet. Jesus would not have stood quiet and vulnerable people were in danger, he would have put himself in front of them.
Yep.
So thank you everybody for being here, and thank you to everybody who's watching at home. There are more council meetings this year, and there is an election coming up. I hope to see y'all there.
Aaron Garcia, Carla Valencia, and Joe S. Brianna, Aaron, Carla, and Joe.
Hello, everybody. Mayor Mesqua, you have failed not only yourself, but us. You stayed silent while our people are targeted. You've been absent while we lived in fear, and we're done pretending your silence is anything but a betrayal. Too many of our neighbors are praying for safety when they should simply be living in peace. While they hide, while they cry, while they wonder if their family will make it home. We, the community, have stepped up. We've walked each other to work. We've made emergency plans. We've raised money. We've opened our doors. We've called lawyers and built support systems. We have done what this city's leadership refused to do. Protect its people. And you, Mayor Mesqua, you have done nothing. You have watched our pain from your position of power and stayed quiet, knowing we are essential to the community. You didn't speak when ICE took workers from the jobs. You didn't speak when families were torn apart. You didn't speak when we begged for protection. And when we exercised our First Amendment right to protest, when we stood up in the defense of our community, the National Guard was brought in. You tried to silence us. You told us to go home. You treated our field like it was noise. That wasn't leadership. That was cowardice. Stay humble on your Facebook bio. Please, babes, let me be clear. That is not humility, that is hypocrisy. You care more about creative passions than your own community, more about your image than integrity, but no social media post can fix what you've done. No hair appointment can cover the roots of the leader who's out of touch with their own. But the truth is, you've abandoned us and you've looked even more out of place pretending you haven't. We deserve leadership grounded in justice, not just a polished look and fake humility. We're not fooled and we're not afraid, and we will not forget. We are protecting each other with or without you. We are the future. We come from families who left everything behind, not out of comfort, but out of love and courage. We've seen their struggle. We've carried their hope, and now we are their legacy. Change begins with us. We speak out. We rise. La lucha sigue. Let's go! Mayor Mesqua, will you finally speak right here, right now, not for the photo ops as you say, or from a piece of paper you hold behind a screen since you've ignored us? We're all watching. What do you have to say to us? The floor is yours, babes. Exactly, she's not going to say anything. And my name's Fatima Calderon, by the way.
The owner of Chelsea's Bridal and the Perfect Day, located in downtown Santa Ana. My family and I have been a part of the Santa Ana small Latina-owned community for over 20 years. Our streets are lonely. Our neighbors are nowhere to be seen. Our clientele is afraid of stepping foot on our street because of the intimidation that is down the street. I receive daily calls asking to cancel or to reschedule clients' appointments because they're afraid. I'd like to emphasize that they're not afraid of the peaceful protests that have been going on, but more so the aggressive enforcement that is seen at every corner. As a business owner, I worry. There are bills that need to get paid like rent, electricity, utilities, and employees. Our small businesses depend on our immigrant people. As a long-standing member of the community, I worry about the violence that is being committed against our people and the terror that is being instilled in us all. Please, Mayor Mesqua, I ask that you listen with intent and please come up with a solution to protect our city and our people. Chelsea's Bridal stands proudly with our community members that are out fighting for our rights.
I shared time with my cousin today, not only as being part of these
businesses, and I always like to tell my community, if you open me up, there is glitter in there because of those dresses. So I also want to stand as a professor at Cal State Universities and as professor in a local community college, because what I heard from you today, Mayor, and in previous instances, is that protests accomplished nothing, right? What you asked our community is, what did this accomplish? This is what it fucking accomplished. There has been no point in history where we did not have to fight for our civil rights with tooth and nail. There has been no point in our history where we didn't have to stand up here and demand that our council members represent us, and we will continue with that history. We will continue to stand up despite not having your support. I do want to clarify, thank you so much, Jonathan Hernandez, Jesse Lopez, the individuals who are out there in solidarity with us. Our struggles are connected from here, Palestine, Sudan, all these different spaces. We are fighting for our rights, with or without you. We continue in these spaces of resistance because these spaces of resistance have brought us joy. These spaces of resistance has brought us healthcare. These spaces of resistance has brought us community. That is more than any piece of paper, any type of legislation will ever bring us. These spaces of resistance are important to our community, and we will continue to fill these spaces of resistance with or without you.
Darren Garcia, Carla Valencia, and Joe S.
Hello, my name is Brianna Layo, and I'm a proud lifelong resident of Santana from Ward 3. First, I want to thank everyone who is here today, those watching from home, que están mirando en casa, and the City Council for your time. I'm the proud daughter of immigrants attending the University of California, Irvine, and I'm here today because I'm sick of the response from some of our representatives and call on Mayor Amezcua to take accountability for her lack of leadership and respect toward our immigrant community, especially our undocumented residents and families who are an essential part of Santana. How many more families need to be oppressed and ripped apart from their homes, jobs, and their city of Santana for you to care enough? But this is not about you. Our community deserves dignity, protection, and respect, just like every human being. Right now, our neighbors are hurting. People are scared to go about their days and live comfortably, and yet our community continues to show up. Whether it's organizing, checking in on one another, helping with groceries, or going on errands, or verifying any potential law enforcement activities such as the increased activity that we have seen in our community, because we support each other. But we shouldn't have to do this alone, because we need leaders who know, love, and stand with every part of our community. Because we are not violent, we're not a threat, we are people fighting for the future of our families who have sacrificed everything for a future full of opportunities, safety, and justice. We need to invest in our schools, parks, small businesses, and youth, not law enforcement. When our city leaders make dismissive comments or issue statements that ignore the fear and pain our people are experiencing, it only deepens the harm. This isn't about personal politics, so I encourage you to stay involved and register to vote and show up in 2026 next year and every election after, because we will remember those who have stood up with us and who have been there with us. We are calling for transparency, initiatives that uplift Santana and bring justice and the opportunity for people to actually be there who claim to serve us. Santana merece mejor, we deserve better.
I'd like to ask Valerie to stop rolling your eyes and get off your phone and pay attention to those with the public comment. The fear I see in my neighbor's eyes and the empty streets I've been seeing these past few weeks shouldn't be something normalized. You claim you're here for your city, but yet you're letting your community drown in agony. While you're doing nothing for us in times of disparity, our communities are coming together and peacefully protesting to keep families together. If you see wrong with that, you are not with the people. In February, I stood here talking about this same situation happening in Santa Ana. It's now June, and yet you have managed to let things get worse. We want more, we want change, and we will vote you out of our city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joe Saladino, and I'm a resident of Santa Ana, Ward 5. I'm here to express my outrage and deep concern over the recent raids and militarization that is happening here in our city. What's currently transpiring in Santa Ana is horrifying. To a degree, we expected this from a presidential administration who has made it their mission to target, vilify, and erase the most vulnerable among us, including Black, brown, and immigrant communities. What is truly horrifying is the lack of protection and accountability by the officials elected to represent us here in Santa Ana, more specifically you, Mayor Mezcua. How can you call yourself a mayor of the people if the people you were elected to serve are being violently taken with no due process? If men and women in masks wearing tactical gear you can freely buy online refuse to identify themselves and go off and kidnap fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters. If people who attend their immigration hearings or check-ins are still abducted despite following the legal process this country makes them jump through hoops for. If concerned citizens and community members who go to the streets to express their First Amendment rights are met with militarized officers in riot gear who don't see them as human, but instead objects that can harm and discard with tear gas, batons, and rubber bullets. What happened to Santa Ana being a sanctuary city? It's disgusting, inhumane, and we as a community are here to say no more. These are your people, your constituents, Mayor Mezcua. You represent us, the people, and we're here to remind you of that. We will not allow it. Why do you? Power to the people, ice out of OC, ice out of Santa Ana. Thank you.
The next speakers are Aaron Garcia, Matt Kay, Gilbert, and Loranja Bustos.
Good evening, Council. I want to start by thanking Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Lopez, Councilmember Vasquez, and Vicente Sarmiento for being out there in the streets with the people. My name is Aaron Garcia, and I live in Ward 2. I am the founder and leader of Keep Running Santa Ana, a free community run club for the people. I'm standing here today in front of you for those members of my community who cannot be here. We have been a safe space for the community for the last 4.5 years with meetings 3 times a week. And the last 8 days, I want you to know that you have taken that safe space from so many of our city's residents. We are each other's familia, each other's support system, and each other's voices. Due to the fear you've allowed in our community, people fear coming out of their homes with the National Guard roaming our streets. We will not normalize this. Mayor, your delay in response and lack of actions is shameful. I'm here today to tell you what we already know. You cannot be the mayor of Santa Ana if you don't stand in solidarity with the people. You are not the people's mayor. Thank you.
My name is Michael Eller. I live in Santa Ana. Only lived here about a year so far, but from what I've seen these past couple weeks, these past couple months, it's truly atrocious from this administration. You claim to be a sanctuary city, yet ICE is allowed to freely roam, National Guard is allowed to do whatever they want, and there seems to be Santa Ana PD is only furthering the violence. What can Santa Ana PD, who we have clearly seen is well weaponized, well militarized, what can they do to help protect our constituents? Can we deploy them in places that are common for ICE raids? Can we send them out on the streets to stand along with the National Guard, to police the police? What can we do as a sanctuary city that's aside from just the simple glam of saying #sanctuary city on all of our Instagram posts? Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Loranja Bustos, and I come here not to speak only to you here in the council, but to everyone who's in here, everyone who's tuning in online, and everyone who's outside. We can hear you and we appreciate your support. So I come here with a plea for us to think here critically as to who wants us fighting out here on these streets. Who is the one who's arming the military and coming to terrorize our streets? Like many of you, I've been out protesting, standing up for those being kidnapped. As I was out there, I took a good look at those standing opposite of us and realized that they look a lot like us. Remove the uniform, the guns, and the badge, and they could be the ones being tackled and abducted right on these same streets. So why are they there? Why does Mayor Ambuesqua refuse to straight up denounce ICE's presence and order Santa Ana Police Department to stand with our community and not shoot them with rubber bullets and tear gas, but to protect them? Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think they were bribed. They were bribed by an invisible yet ever-present force, such as the billionaires and the oligarchs. Mayor Ambuesqua refuses to denounce the militarization of her city. Why? Well, let's take a look at who donates to her campaign and who stands alongside her. Even more so, why is ICE here? They too were bribed. If you look at the federal agents, they look a lot like us, but they were proposed with benefits and a $40,000 sign-on bonus for new ICE agents. They were bribed. Why is the National Guard here? The U.S. military bribes our fellow citizens with those with undocumented parents, and they offer them status to their parents upon enlisting in the military. I also ask you to question your media and who you consume. Disney releases movies like Coco and Encanto, and they also own Fox News, which actively spreads lies about our people and labels us as dangerous. They manipulate our fellow working class neighbors to hate and shame one another, to divide ourselves between race, sexual orientation, gender, wealth status, and education status, as we've seen from our fellow leaders. So I leave my time with this. Today, our people are under attack, and we need to continue to show up for them. But I hope after all this is done, and it will be done because we are a resilient people, I ask that we keep showing up for our Black and Native American neighbors who are incarcerated, punished, and killed at a disgusting rate. Our queer and trans neighbors who are constantly labeled as pedophiles when the real ones are the billionaires vacationing if you will not be our local leader, if you don't see the need to raise your fist, to please step down so somebody else can.
Good evening, City Council and disgraced Mayor, in my opinion. I want to give mad props to, I almost forgot his name, Mr. Vasquez, Ms. Lopez, and Councilman Jonathan Hernandez. I much respect when somebody's down there in the trenches in the battle with me. Thank you. I was not hit by one of these. A DHS agent shot a small pepper round twice. I got hit in the back and the knee. I don't need any witnesses. Councilman was there. I did not survive enough to get hit with one of these. I'd like to see what one of these feels like. I got hit with, like I said, by a DHS agent. I was walking up to the federal building, and there they were. Just like Bella and Mesco trying to mad dog me and look at me, it's like I'm being intimidated. I've been beat down by the Santa Ana Police Department since the early 80s. I was always looked at as a gang member. I was one of those persons that if I had a few Mexicans hanging around the park, it was Windsor Park in the 70s, and we were considered a gang. We were checked. We were ID'd. We were white card. We were pulled over. We didn't know anything about our rights and what we could do. No, I don't have a college education, but I have been to your jails. I've been in prison. I've been in the state prison. I don't say it proudly, but I'm here, and I know what it's like to be caged, to be treated like an animal. So when I see your DHS agents come here and look at me and try to intimidate me, you don't fool me. You don't scare me. I know there's a lot of people that are scared. And as long as I'm breathing and I have to use a cane, I will be out there. with the developers. We know who better show tortilla.
And Caroline Romero. Vaida Miguel Carretero. Graciela Castaneda.
Hello, Council. My name is Miguel Carretero, and I'm currently pursuing 2 degrees in UCLA in Mechanical Engineering and Mathematics. I am a born and raised Santanero and plan to be until I am laid to rest. Last week, I was prepared for days of sleepless nights and stress from my final exams. What I was not prepared for was for these feelings to occur because of my hometown being turned upside down due to the invasion of the DHS and the National Guard in my community. When I came back, the first thing that I saw was quietness and empty streets, something that I do not associate with the lively and cultural city that I live in. This, alongside the military tanks just down the street, are not a sign of a healthy community. Santa Ana is hurting right now, and this council is a bystander. The response, or lack of response, by half the council was disheartening, but not surprising. Time and time again, the relationship to the police has been put above the safety and health of our people. But that ends now. It saddens me that this mayor, who I refuse to call my mayor, is more concerned about a couple of broken windows, full thanks to SAPD rubber bullets, by the way, than the dozens of our community members who have been arrested and kidnapped through predatory methods in our sanctuary city. When my mother told me the story of her deportation from this country years ago, she told me what the worst part was the feeling of dehumanization that she felt from the chains on her hands and feet. Today, that feeling of dehumanization is felt by thousands of residents here who don't feel like humans, but rather to ghosts. Ghosts to Valerie Amezcua, since they are part of the small demographic of people that she does not represent, and she will not stand up for. And so, Amezcua, I ask you this. If these people are such a small demographic, then why is this the largest city council meeting that you have had in years? And on that note, I do want to also add that these chambers are not full. And there is rooms full of people outside waiting to be let in. So what are we doing? Let them in! And so I want to remind everyone who's sitting in front of me to look up to me right now. Because your actions will be remembered next election. Not just for this council, but for assembly positions and anything else that you may run for. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Graciela Castaneda. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm a small business owner. You were silent, Alcaldesa. Madam Mayor, a big title for you. When our people cried out, ¿Dónde estaba usted? Where were you? Not in the streets, not by our side, not standing with the families you swore to protect. We weren't asking for speeches. We weren't asking for fame, just courage, presence, just your voice in our name. El pueblo habló con dolor, con dignidad, y usted nos dio la espalda en nuestra necesidad. You scolded
scolded us for gathering. You called us disorder. But we're speaking for those who can't speak. For the immigrants who make our community stronger, who build, who serve, who love this city. You chose silence. El silencio no es liderazgo. Leadership is standing in the fire, not watching it burn from a safe, silent distance, which is what you did. We're not just voters. We're not just noise. We are the heartbeat of Santa Ana. Somos el alma del pueblo. Todos nosotros. Everyone. All of us people coming out there. All of us voting for this cause. And we remember. We remember who showed up. We remember who hid. Una líder no se esconde. A leader doesn't run. A leader doesn't shame the people for speaking the truth. She stands with them or steps down. So hear us clearly. Santa Ana merece lo mejor. Santa Ana deserves better, and you're not it. We don't need you, because you're just warming up that seat. Because the people have a voice. El pueblo tiene poder. And this time we will not be silenced. Now I ask you, as you cover your face pretending that you're listening, how can you sleep at night when your city is falling apart and families are being torn apart? Have a decency to step down. And I really hope you find it in that heart of yours that it might be very hidden, to find it in your heart to do the right thing. For all of us.
The next speakers, Ubaida Qureshi, Caroline Romero, Aliyah N., Maria Jose Jimenez, Chelsea Alvarez, Bianca Stopani, when you hear your name, if you could please line up in the center aisle, and when you approach the podium, if you could please state your name for the record.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Maria Jose. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, Ward 5 to be specific, and I would not be here had my parents not left their home in Mexico. I'm proud to say I'm a daughter of immigrants. I'm also so proud to say that I'm from Santa Ana when anyone asks, which is why I'm so outraged and so disappointed in the way the city has failed its immigrant community, Mayor Amezcua, you in particular. Thank you for not looking at me. Instead of notifying your city of ICE presence, you chose to remain silent, and you scolded your reps that told you to apply pressure. Instead of showing support to peaceful protesters, you chose to paint them as rioters and chose to defend police using excessive force on unarmed citizens. I was there June 9th. I was tear gassed twice as I yelled, "We have no weapons, we are peacefully protesting." I was also there June 14th, not as a protester, but as an organizer. For a fundraiser, resistance through dance is what it was supposed to be, and even that ended with police and National Guard pointing their weapons in our direction. Not to mention that night, Santa Ana Police Department shot and shattered a window of a local business next door, next to where we were, which I know that was one of your concerns on June 9th, damage on small businesses. Well, it did happen, but at the hands of your police department, not the protesters. Yet you label protest violent because one or two people out of the thousands peacefully protesting threw a water bottle. You would think that with $160 million that the police has in their budget, they would be taught how to de-escalate a situation that involves a plastic recycled water bottle. A few weeks ago, during another city council meeting, you, Mayor, stated that you did not want to draw attention to Santa Ana in risk of funding being taken away, saying that we needed money for housing and to help our police department. Our police department takes up most of the budget in the city, 38%. If you were so concerned about the housing and the unhoused, why not reallocate some of the $160 million that was just proposed for the police department to some other programs? I ask for the city to be transparent with the citizens and release all communications that they have had regarding these ICE raids since May. Valerie Amezcua is not the people's mayor. Valerie Amezcua puts profit over people. Valerie Amezcua does not care about the immigrant community. Valerie Amezcua is not for Santa Ana, and I support all efforts in getting her recalled. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aaliyah Nunez, and I'm coming here from the 3rd Ward. I'm standing here today because of a brave woman, my grandmother. She chose to flee to a country that promised freedom, a country that sold a dream of safety, opportunity, and dignity. She risked everything for her future generations, including me, to have a better life. This gave me and my sisters the opportunity to achieve multiple degrees and certifications to create the life that she envisioned for us. But I ask you now, what kind of freedom is this, where ICE hunts families and our own mayor, you, Valerie Amezcua, chooses to criminalize the people who stand up to protect us instead of standing up for immigrant communities like a real leader should? Excuse me, I'm talking to you. I will wait my 2 minutes until you look at me. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So, last week, SAPD showed up not to keep the peace, but to intimidate. They came in riot gear, gas masks, rubber bullets were thrown at us, pepper balls, and tear gas. A chemical weapon banned in warfare, and yet used against its own people that they're supposed to protect. This is not safety or public safety. This is repression. And they continue to show up like this even today, just 4 hours ago in this very hall. They are not for our people, and they need to be replaced with those that stand by their oath to defend their community, not destroy it while wearing masks and covering their badge numbers. We're not asking for much. We're demanding the bare minimum. Dignity, protection, and humanity. It shouldn't matter where someone was born. It shouldn't matter what their paper says. If they're human, they deserve to be safe, period. If the roles were reversed, if it was your grandmother, your family being torn apart over your life, would you stay silent? Would you call this freedom? This city has a long memory. We remember the Zoot Suit riots, we remember Japanese internment, we remember the raids and the cages. Over 100 years of our community being treated as threats instead of people. And still, we're out here. We're fighting injustice for justice that's long overdue. We have the right to be here, we have the right to protest, and we have the right to demand better. This city should not be standing against us. It should be standing with us. So if you claim to believe in freedom, prove it. Because we're here asking for it, and we're no longer going to be waiting for it. Release B. Lopez. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Bianca Stopani. I'm an advocate. I'm a veteran who actually did serve in the National Guard for 6 years, and I'm glad I got out in 2014. I am a proud Angelina, proud Orange County resident who lived in Santana, and I stand here exhausted from protesting both in LA and Santa Ana, malnourished in solidarity with Santaneros. And I gotta tell you something, shame on you. Because how can you call yourself a leader and a Latina and not stand in solidarity with your brothers and sisters out there in the streets? And you claim that this is a sanctuary city, yet you handed your people to ICE the way Pontius Pilate handed Jesus to the Jews. Yeah. And you sit there and you say in the last council meeting saying that you're being smart. No, what I see is cowardice, a lack of IQ, a lack of, a limited vocabulary, if anything, okay? And I would like to ask you to look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, why did you choose this position? Because honestly, what I see is somebody that's just stuffing her face looking like Mucinex and Ash Trevino on TikTok. Yeah, I said it. And you know what? Your fellow colleagues, Ryan Hernandez, Vince Sarmiento, and Jesse Lopez were out there in the streets doing what you failed to do as a leader. And Santa Ana PD is attacking the people with smoke bombs, projectiles, and yeah, you can drink your water. I'm still talking to you. Yeah, thank you. And they're sitting here throwing tear gas at peaceful protesters exercising their First Amendment right to freedom of speech and using the only weapon that we have, which is our voice. And so you have two choices, baby girl. Either you step out into the streets and fight with us like a real leader should, or you step down. Your choice. But either way, you're out.
The next four speakers, Ayana Garcia, Vi P, and Ariadna. Ayana Garcia, Vi P, Carla T, and Ariadna. Maciel, Clara Vega.
My name is Ariadna Ortega. Thank you so much for your time. I've lived here, born and raised, 23 years in Santa Ana. I recently graduated from CSUMB, and I wanted to celebrate my family with my, because they were there before my education. I wanted to celebrate them. Unfortunately, I came home because I came home and I'm witnessing. Sorry. You got this. Through these years, we lived through injustices, and my family has persevered through all of them. But we haven't seen anything like this. The current events occurring in Santa Ana, the mobilization of ICE, and militarizing the Santa Ana police departments. And I want to invite you to listen to one of the realities we face. Someone dear to me, her son, a U.S. citizen, was assaulted last September. The kind of, and they were, just coming around the corner, coming from groceries, and an unhoused woman hit the baby. He hadn't even turned one. And the cops had said if the dad had, defended the baby, he would have been in prison because the dad wasn't hit. And he ended up hitting, if he were to hit someone else. And so I think that's just an injustice, and they struggle not wanting to go out and living in fear. They have paperwork, but they're discouraged to speak up. And this is a poem written by the abuelito of the boy that I invite you to listen. ¿Qué estoy haciendo lejos de la tierra que me vio nacer? Siento que estoy muriendo, alejado del amor de mi querer. ¿Qué está pasando? El tanto no estoy con mi familia. Por la vida voy naufragando, con sed de amor en vigilia. ¿Qué estoy haciendo? Ganar billete verde. Si el amor de mi familia estoy perdiendo, que hasta la conciencia me remuerde. ¿Qué me pasa ahora? Si la felicidad es la mayor riqueza, siento que mi corazón llora sin mi familia que lleno de tristeza. ¿Qué estoy haciendo? En un país de jaula de oro, el ave sin alas va sufriendo, y mis alas es mi gente que adoro. Valerie, I'm sorry, but the last week all I've heard from you is saying I don't do photo ops, but all I've ever seen you is through a photo op. Until now, you say you don't represent a community, then I hear you don't represent any. You say, please stay home. Santa Ana is my home.
Hello, my name is Maciel Diaz. I grew up in Santa Ana and recently graduated from high school. I will be attending UCR in the fall. I have seen both the beauty and the struggle that defines our lives here and within the community. Santa Ana is built by thousands of hardworking families families who give their all every single day to keep the city moving forward. La raza significa nuestra gente, quien son de afuera y son gente que trabaja duro y sirven con orgullo. Son gente quienes están aquí para proveer los alimentos a las familias, nuestra gente latina y otros países que nace a esta nación grande. Con trabajo y esmero contribuyen con sus impuestos para hacer más grandes los Estados Unidos de América. Por tal motivo, hoy tenemos miedo de salir a las calles por el miedo a la inseguridad. Existen muchos corazones desagrados ya que están del país, ya que están dejando de ir de sus trabajos y por lo tanto la economía del país está en desgracia. Invitamos a los concejales y evitar que de Santa Ana a unirse a este grupo de familiar para evitar que construyan redondas migratorias y hacer un frente que fortalezca a nuestras familias y no vivir con miedo. This is not just about immigration or public safety, this is about our education, our opportunities, our lives. The collapse of these services are impacting the ability for us to succeed. It's hurting small businesses, harming the local economy, and tearing apart the support systems that hold our community together. We are calling on the city leadership to take a stand, not with silence, but with action and allyship. Nonprofits and grassroots organizations have stepped up while the city has remained quiet. This is not acceptable. We need bold leadership. What has happened today is what has happened throughout the past week is a part of a long history from the Bracero program, where our people were brought in as cheap labor and then discarded, to Operation Wetback, when over 1 million were racially profiled and deported without rights. Our communities have not been exploited. Our communities have always been exploited, then blamed. Now we're still being targeted just for how we look or from where we're from. We are not disposable, we are not criminals, we are human beings, and we deserve dignity and safety. As a community, we call to action for partnership with grassroots organizations that are already working on the ground to support affected families. Real advocacy that prioritizes people over politics, and a public statement of support from the mayor and the city council affirming safety and rights of all Santa Ana residents. We need leaders who care about our education, our safety, and our future. Those who truly care about this community, will stand with us.
Hello, my name is Carla and I'm a proud Santa Ana resident and immigrant. I was in the 5th grade when I dealt with problems with insomnia due to not being able to sleep at night, fearing that I would never see my parents again, of going home and finding an open door with an empty mattress. When this happened, my 5th grade teacher did not stay silent. She shared resources with us and created safe spaces to talk. Her words and resources inspired me to do the same. Now, my sister, who is in the 2nd grade, cries so hard that I can hear her choking on her desperate gasps for air. Do you know how hard it is to tell an 8-year-old child who still believes in unicorns and rainbows that the mayor who stands for her is busy funding the very people who shoot us down? Que pena. Without community, Santa is nothing. Seeing so many people show up today makes me wonder one thing. That being how one can look at this community and demonize its people in the same way that you have done, Mayor Mescusa. From the paletero to the humble business owner, we are being made out as rioters and lunatics for simply wanting a better life for ourselves. My parents, fellow immigrants, and friends in Santa Ana are the very definition of American values. So many have sacrificed everything to be able to be here, and ICE is threatening to take that away. My father works several jobs, my mother takes care of several children, and my parents even missed their mother's funeral just to see their mayor continue to support the very troops that kidnap and attack with no mercy. This is a plea, not just to you, Mayor Amezcua, not just the people in this supposedly full council chamber, but to the people. Si me entiendes ahorita, este problema es una problema tuya también. Y aunque no entiendes mis palabras, estoy seguro que entiendes nuestras lágrimas, nuestras llantas. Find your humanity and protect the people you are supposed to support. My family, my brothers, my sister know what empathy is. And I hope someone teaches you too. Thank you.
Adriana. I wanted to ask you a question. Do you play cards? I would advise against it because your poker face sucks. The contempt and arrogance written across your face while your constituents speak is infuriating. And I know I'm not the only one that feels that way. I think you also vastly underestimated the bravery and intelligence that your constituents have shown tonight despite the fear they feel. Your appalling lack of response to ICE for brutally invading our community speaks volumes on where your priorities are, and they are sold to the highest bidder. As activists always say, follow the money. SAPD has a long and violent history, and the mayor knows this, yet she enables them to continue to brutalize the people of Santa Ana. Where is your humanity? What will you do at the end when you look back at your misspent life? I don't know if you're a woman of faith, but search your soul. What I've seen here tonight is why I'm an activist for years. The people here tonight give me and everyone else here hope. We are one community, and you are not part of it. The people united will never be defeated.
My name is Claribel Vega, and I want to begin with recognizing the passion and commitment that people in here, people up there watching, and especially those that are outside that have still not had the ability to sit in this chamber. I'm a resident of Ward 6, and I'm part of Keep Running Santana. Thank you, Councilmember Jesse Lopez, for continuously supporting us. Many of our runners are not safe to run. And I, myself, don't feel safe to run. And that's tragic. But I do want to share one thing. I didn't vote for you the first time. I didn't vote for you the second time. And it sure looks like there won't be a third. So like many here, I'm disappointed with the actions or lack thereof that has been shown by you, Mayor Amezcua. In democracy, protest is not a threat. It is a vital expression of community voice and accountability, which there is none. But when leadership attempts to silence dissent, it betrays the very heart of democracy. To be against the right of protest, we deserve leaders who will protect our freedoms and not one who will suppress them. I want to remind you of something, Mayor, if you remember. This is a vision that is actually stated in the city's website in case you want to review it. I quote, "Every decision I make is guided by one question. How does this help our families thrive? I believe in a Santa Ana that honors hardworking roots while creating new opportunities, where our historic neighborhoods flourish, our students dream bigger, and every resident sees themselves in our city's bright future." Do you really think the residents see themselves now? No, they do not. Because we are not building the Santa Ana that our children deserve, while allowing policies that endanger those very children. We cannot talk about opportunity, safety, legacy, while defending the use of excessive force by Santa Ana PD. By allowing ICE to kidnap people from our neighborhoods, without proper identification, being masked. And when you allow ICE to terrorize in our free city, when you excuse excessive force, we aren't protecting families. We are traumatizing them. We can and must choose a different path. A different path, one where safety does not mean surveillance, and one where justice does not mean violence. Let's truly build the Santa Ana our children deserve, one rooted in dignity, equity, and real safety for all families. And let me end with this. You did get something right, Mayor Amezcua. Your time is up. The greatest people is the Santa Ana people.
My name is V.
I'm here to say that all of OC, from Garden Grove to Westminster to Anaheim to Costa Mesa and beyond, the whole OC community is watching. We are paying attention to how this council treats our families, our neighbors, our community members, and our loved ones. You allow ICE to come in and attack the very people who built this city. And you allow SAPD to brutalize those protesting these ICE kidnappings. The media wants to talk about violence at protests. What is more violent than tearing a child from her mother? What is more violent than tackling a man at his place of work? What is more violent than pointing a loaded weapon at unarmed civilians? The ones escalating violence, the ones instigating violence, have been ICE and SAPD. It is our right. It is our right to protest this violence, and it is our right to stand up for justice. It's become clear that some of you have no intention of listening to us or taking any of us seriously. So I'm here to speak to the workers of Santa Ana, to those of us standing outside these chambers for hours, to the ones who make this city run. It's time we, the people, start calling the shots. It's time we have a say on how our money is spent. Our tax dollars should not be paying for the very bullets you allow cops to lodge in our backs. We make society run, and we should get to decide what kind of society we live in. One where no human is illegal. And instead of investing in weapons and bombs, we invest in our children's futures. We are many. We are united in our fight. And we know that the people united will never be defeated. ICE out of OC.
I'm Kate Guadalupe Bustamante, born and raised in Santa Ana, proud alumni of Santa Ana College and the El Dot newspaper. I have seen this beautiful, culturally rich city change under leadership just like yours, and for the worse. We are standing outside, many of us after work, after other responsibilities. We are only now being let in. I got here at 7, 2 hours later, when there were plenty of empty seats. Is it the noise you were scared of? To beg a mayor and a council as a whole, because I hear a lot of one names, but there's responsibility all across the board, begging you to do the bare minimum of your job to protect our rights and speak up. To protect undocumented people who pay your rent through our hard labor. My message is to the people here tonight. Do your research and vote for those who protect us, genuinely, because we know they exist. And thank you to those who do.
Ayana Garcia, Karina Munoz, Kat Quinn, Leticia Castro. Again, Ayana Garcia, Karina Munoz, Kat Quinn, and Leticia Castro. Please come forward. Please come to the podium.
Hello, good evening. My name is Karina Munoz. I'm here to demand justice for Noel Rodriguez. We demand that the City Council and our City Manager, Alvaro Nunez, immediately remove Santa Ana police officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra from the force without pay. The family demands that both officers be investigated and so that they do not kill or harm anyone again. Officer Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra failed to give Noe the medical attention he deserved. They called for additional police officers and did not give Noe medical attention for many minutes. They only approached Noe after he was on the floor and shot him again with a 40mm launcher. Only then did several officers approach to handcuff him before bringing him medical personnel. More than 13 minutes after the officer shot him 29 times. I would also like to say that during the current protest against ICE, SAPD has repeatedly used excessive force. They have escalated peaceful protests with tear gas and extremely dangerous rubber bullets. They have been assisted by federal agents and formed the line of defense in front of federal agents. While ICE is out on the streets kidnapping members of our community, SAPD does nothing to protect us. Instead, they shoot us, gas us, and arrest us. At every protest downtown, an excessive amount of SAPD, other OCPDs like Costa Mesa and other officers from the OC Sheriff Department descend on our streets, doing everything in their power to intimidate us and to minimize our visibility. But we're not afraid of SAPD. And shame on SAPD for choosing to protect our community.
Everyone here that's come to advocate for our community and our wonderful Santa Ana. My name is Leticia Castro. I'm a constituent of Ward 4. I stand before you to address a matter of utmost importance. While I recognize that the complexity of the situation, I must express my disappointment with Mayor Mesqua's response. Her remarks came across as a politically correct gloss over, lacking the depth and honesty our community deserves. It is vital to remember that our city's vision, as stated in the agenda, is to maintain a safe, inclusive, and welcoming environment for all residents. The recent actions taken by immigration officials starkly contradict that vision. Rather than using SAPD to protect our community and foster an atmosphere of collaboration and trust, these raids and law enforcement have incited fear among our community members, particularly those who are already vulnerable. The motto, serve and protect, well, that's just a cruel irony now. The City Code of Ethics emphasizes the responsibility of our leaders to prioritize the safety and well-being of all residents. However, the mayor's ambiguous response alienates those in need of our protection and support. Instead of addressing these concerns head-on, it seems she has chosen to avoid engaging in difficult yet necessary conversations. Additionally, I want to highlight my disappointment in Councilmember Becerra. As a white presenting cisgender individual sitting at the table, you have a unique opportunity to be a catalyst for change that is causing the often mirror the layers and lack the urgency needed during these challenging times. We must assert with clarity that ICE should not operate in our community whatsoever. Redirecting individuals in adverse conditions to a website, as stated in your response, is not the response. We have to have more concrete actions in order to safeguard our residents. As we move forward, I urge the Mayor Mesqua to embrace her role as a leader who facilitates dialogue and fosters inclusiveness. If you're unable to make those changes, please do the honorable thing and step down.
Step down!
So that you can be a leader who will cultivate Santa Ana that reflects our shared values and one that is safe for everyone. Thank you.
My name is Kat Quinn, and I live in Santa Ana, in Ward 3. I first want to thank Councilwoman Jessie Lopez, Congress members Ben Vasquez and Jonathan Hernandez for all you have done for our city, and especially for your presence this past week at numerous events and spaces, speaking out against what has been occurring in our city, with mass illegal raids and the presence of ICE, police, and the National Guard. I saw you all there. Mayor Mesqua, I have not seen you at any of the events when the public needed you to be there. I only saw you 3 days later on an Instagram video. One of the last times I spoke at a city council meeting was when we were discussing being a sanctuary city, which was overwhelmingly supported by the community. How are we here now? As a community health nurse for over 30 years, I've seen the devastation that is caused by ICE raids and the trauma it causes for families as they are inhumanely ripped apart. As a community health nurse in the early 90s, I was part of a group of nurses who did home visits to follow up on families after ICE raids when they didn't come to pick up their children from the local Head Start. Witnessed people running away from immigration. I am devastated that this is happening again, and it needs to stop. I witnessed this past Monday the militarized force by ICE and Santa Ana police when human beings were being driven into Santa Ana to be detained, while peaceful protesters were pepper gassed. These actions and presence of militarized forces and the threat of daily raids is causing terror and trauma to the families here, and it needs to stop. We need ICE out of Orange County and honor being the sanctuary city that we agreed on. Thank you.
Jocelyn Pacheco, Amalia Mejia, Maria Berman, Wade Garcia. Jocelyn Pacheco, Amalia Mejia, Maria Berman, Wade Garcia.
My name is Jocelyn Pacheco. I'm here with CSOOC Police Accountability Committee. I was born and raised here in Santa Ana. I am a proud first-generation daughter of immigrants who came to this country for a better life for my siblings and I. It is because of them that I am who I am today and have the opportunities I have to be an educator here in Orange County. My parents, like the majority of immigrants who come to this country, are the hardest working people I know. Mayor Amezcua, at a recent breakfast with business owners, you praised SAPD for doing a wonderful job protecting businesses during the protests against ICE. But let's be clear, no amount of property or profit is more valuable than the lives of the people who actually live in the city. Especially when those lives are under threat from the very institutions meant to protect them. You said you won't raise your Chicano fist because you represent more than one group in Santa Ana. And you're right. Can you look at me? Hey, come on.
Hey, look tired. Have some decency.
But when the majority of the city is Chicano, isn't it a little twisted to distance yourself from the community that put you in office? That isn't neutrality, it's betrayal. You've shown yourself to be just another politician who invokes our culture for votes, but refuses to show up when it truly matters. I've been at the protests, I've seen our community come together peacefully to demand an end to this city's collaboration with ICE and to call out the police department that continues to harm instead of protect. We are not the violent ones. We are reclaiming our dignity, our voices, and our right to feel safe in what's supposed to be a sanctuary city. And how does SAPD respond? With rubber bullets, tear gas, intimidation, and mockery. I was personally taunted by an officer who laughed and asked if I was scared of him. That is not public safety, that is psychological warfare. SAPD officers act like they want us afraid, but we're not. You should be. Not of violence, but of the truth, of the people you claim to represent holding you accountable. You see, judging a demonstration by its most violent participants, but not judging a police force by its most violent cops, is the language of the oppressor. As my comments have said, SAPD continues to protect officers like Luis Garcia and Isaac Ibarra, who shot Noel Rodriguez 29 times rather than de-escalating the situation and providing him with the help he needed as he was in the middle of a mental health crisis, killing him and leaving his family, his young daughters, to advocate for him because you refuse to, and you expect us to trust this department? That's right. I'm not going to waste my time asking for empathy. Your body language already tells us you're not listening. So let me speak the only language politicians seem to understand. We voted you in, and we will vote you out. We demand full transparency about any collaboration. We demand accountability from everyone, and we demand justice for Noel Rodriguez. Until then, no justice, no peace.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Amalia Mejia. I serve on the Santa Ana Police Oversight Commission, and I also am a resident of Ward 4. And although I live in Ward 4, I grew up in Ward 2, and so I know and experience the excessive use of force and surveillance that the Santa Ana PD and probation have caused in my community. And it is because of that that I decided to pursue a career in a PhD in public policy to address these very issues. And I say this not to validate that people who are educated deserve more rights, because I truly do not believe this, but I say this to address you, Amesqua, Phil, and David, when you've called me biased, for someone who has the knowledge as well as the lived experience. So let me clarify and give you some knowledge today. I want to start off thanking Council members Lopez, Fan, Hernandez, and Vasquez, who are the only ones that I've seen at the demonstrations in Santa Ana. Sure, y'all been in Anaheim, but not in Santa Ana. I'm here tonight to express my deep disappointment in the lack of leadership from Mayor Amesqua, Council members Becerra, and Peñalosa. While I cannot say that I am surprised by your inaction, I continue to be profoundly disappointed by how often you choose to prioritize property over people. When you took your oath, it was to protect people first. Both the California and U.S. Constitution name life before property, but your actions repeatedly suggest otherwise. So I ask you, does throwing a rock at a building justify tear gas and rubber bullets? Does graffiti on a wall, which can be power washed or painted over, which I actually saw the next day being power washed, so not that costly, merit the use of force against our residents? The federal building was not looted. There was no looting in Santa Ana, and yet Santa Ana PD caused significant damage that, in fact, one of the business owners experienced. And in fact, Councilmember Peñalosa, you went to go see the business owner the following day. And so what is happening, it's heartbreaking. The fact that legal status doesn't protect anyone in our community, everyone's being violated from their constitutional rights, and just simply existing in brown skin is criminalized at this moment. And yet, time and time again, you use your platform to distort reality, framing people as criminals and fueling fear through your preferred word of manufacture and violence. Shame on you, Amesqua. This is a result of years of your deception and leadership still rooted in hateful rhetoric, not in justice. I'm so happy that I never voted for you. And I hope that people who did do not vote for you again. As you mentioned in your video, you represent multiple groups. So does that mean you represent the racist groups? Because at this point, I don't know who you're really representing. And so my ask is simple. This council needs to hold the Santa Ana Police Department accountable for escalating and using the force on peaceful protests. I also need you all, I spoke with the city manager to ensure we have our meeting for the police oversight. Thank you.
Excuse me. My name is Wade Gracia. First, I'd like to thank you all for being here and giving us the opportunity to speak on behalf of those that cannot. And thank you to those staff members who have been protesting with us. You know who you are. As a Japanese Mexican American, like my ancestors who have been subject to illegal incarceration in the internment camps during World War II, I would just like to ask, what efforts have been taken part in order to show that the local authority of Santa Ana and the Santa Ana Police Department are with us and on the ongoing issue of the violation of human rights within the community? Local authority and police are a crucial part of a community, right? Yet not once has any leader at least tried to bridge a gap between civilians and local PD during these times of tension and protest. They are constantly seen as unapproachable beings standing next to the National Guard soldiers, ready to quell protesters the second they deem us to be out of line. We all know underneath those uniforms, most are just reasonable human beings, just like us, and just doing what they're told. But if they are part of our community, why aren't they walking with us during the protest? I truly believe it would be beneficial if they did. It would show solidarity regardless of their occupational identity while their presence can deter those who supposedly just want to wreak havoc and taint the message that we are trying to convey. We are here due to federal authorities crossing the line, and the fight should not be with local authority and PD. It is against the billionaire class and the individuals such as Damon Henninger, the CEO of CoreCivic, a publicly traded company that owns the ICE detention facilities that cage immigrants at the price of $120,000 per immigrant, paid for by you and I, taxpayers. Immigrants are not for sale. Stop ICE collaboration. You should be with us. Please show that you're with us. Please give us your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Maria and I'm a proud daughter of immigrants. As you know, the majority of our community here in Santa Ana is Hispanic. And right now, many of our neighbors are living in fear. ICE is terrorizing our streets. Families are afraid to go to work, to go buy groceries, or even to take their children to the park. People are being taken, ripped apart from their lives and loved ones without warning. This isn't wrong, it's inhumane. Santa Ana has declared itself a sanctuary city, but promise that must mean more than the label. It should carry real protections. It should show up in the form of bold, compassionate leadership. And right now, our community needs that leadership more than ever. We're asking you as public servants to speak out, to defend those who are too afraid to speak for themselves. You are elected to serve all residents, especially the most vulnerable among us. No human is illegal.
Angelica L., Jasmine O., and Jose Sanchez. John Straw, Angelica, Jasmine O., Jose Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Salvador Rica. I'm not on the list. I just drove from San Diego to make sure you hear me. First of all, I'm a former United States Marine Corps member, Sergeant in the United States Marine Corps, and I fought for the very rights that these individuals back here are standing up and exercising that right. Number one. Number two, the hostility that received this evening, earlier this evening by my girlfriend, by your police department, is not acceptable for one bit. Now she's being charged with assaulting an officer.
Oh boy.
Come on. There was 7 officers around there to get assaulted. She was the one assaulting? I think you got this picture wrong, right? I was out here in Santa Ana protesting, right along with everyone else out here. Why? 2 reasons. One, because I'll stand by my oath and I'll defend that oath for and against it. I will not have a hit on. I will never have a hit on. Guess what? Not the way this works. So you either stand up and fight with us and get on the right side of this, or face the consequences and find your ass out. That's it.
Justice.
The following statements are addressed for Valerie Amiscula, for our mayor of Santa Ana. On June 10th, you commented that what you were seeing in Santa Ana was, quote, pure violence and destruction of our city and businesses. This was your response as mayor to those protesting and resisting mass men coming into your city in unmarked vans with weapons and storming the streets, snatching men, women, children, the elderly, in plain daylight, some of which have yet to be heard from again. Your people are afraid to walk the streets, to go to work, to open their doors, because they know what awaits them outside. You've all heard the stories of those who are taken by these armed thugs. They are kept in prisons, without a trial, denied due process, unable to access lawyers or anyone who might be able to defend them. They are harassed, kept in solitary confinement, in cold concrete rooms for years. And you, as mayor, urge for peace and civility as people are kidnapped and sent to be tortured and assaulted in these internment camps, I ask myself, why do you praise these efforts for putting down the only people who are defending the rights when people are being terrorized in your city, specifically by the federal government? Well, the answer is money. Because you, as mayor, when you got elected, the police spent $97,728 to get you elected. Wow. And in exchange for $97,728 that the police spent on you, you're turning in thousands and thousands into misery, assault, torture, confinement, and imprisonment. When you should be fighting for your city with all your might to defend it from the terrors of this government, you instead bravely speak out against the only people who are willing to defend them against this terror. When the terror incarnate that is ICE came to my community, to my neighborhood, when they came for the baker, for my neighbor, for my friend, I know the people behind me have their backs. They will defend my community. But all you will ever defend is money, specifically the cops money.
Hello. Before I start, I just wanted to say I wrote this 3 different times because I was afraid of your prejudgment and biases because of the way I look. I was also told by my job that I should tread lightly on what I say because they were afraid of getting their fun taken. Hello, Mayor Amezcua and council members. My name is Jasmine. I'm a proud resident of Santa Ana, a direct community worker, a proud daughter of migrants, and a mother. I'll be honest, I came here today angry. Angry about what's happening in our neighborhoods, angry that families are being torn apart, but I refuse to let the anger disrupt my message because this moment calls for clarity, not chaos. Our people are scared. ICE raids are happening at job sites, parks, car washes, schools, places that used to be safe. Families are staying indoors. People are afraid to simply exist in public. Businesses are suffering. Workers, many of them sole providers for their families, have lost their income overnight. Lives are being disrupted in every corner of this city. The fear is real and it is spreading. Santa Ana calls itself a sanctuary city, but how can we stand by that title when the very people who built this city are being hunted down like criminals? And when the vast majority of our community took to the streets peacefully to stand up for one another, what we saw from our city was heartbreaking. Instead of being protected, we were met with tactical gear and police information. That wasn't about safety, that was about sending a message. Say enough, but don't do too much. As if the deployment of military forces wasn't already too much. Mayor, I heard your statement that you don't represent just one community, but let me be clear. This city is over 78% Latino. Many of us are immigrant and children of immigrants. When one of us is targeted, we all feel it. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for compassion, for humanity, and for a response that reflects the values Santa Ana claims to hold. So today I'm asking for one thing. Challenge the presence of federal agents in our city, make it clear that Santa Ana will not be a place where our residents are hunted, harassed, or silenced. Stand with us. We are not criminals, we are caretakers, youth, workers, and students, people who love the city and call it home. The idea that anyone doesn't belong here is a product of collective imagination. You divide us, dehumanize us, and justify harm. I came here angry, but I'm speaking out of love for my community, for my child, and for the future of Santa Ana. I'm asking you to leave with love too. And if standing with your people makes us agitators, then let it be known. We will never stop showing up, not in fear, but in truth, in dignity, and in power.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Amezcua. My name is John Strong, and I'm a proud resident of Santa Ana. As so many here before me this evening have movingly shared, our immigrant sisters and brothers are under attack, and your job as elected officials is to support and defend them. With all of the devastation in our city and country at this time, it is rare that we can say we are proud of our elected representatives. However, I am thankful for you who are standing with our community, not for photo ops, but for our people. Council members Hernandez, Vasquez, and my representative Lopez from Ward 3, and former Mayor Sarmiento, I wish I could say current mayor, former member Sarmiento, I commend you and thank you. I have seen you on the streets when we walked this week. For our mayor and other council members, it's not too late. This nightmare is not over. I call on you to be on our streets tomorrow with your people and every day after until safety is returned to our community. And if you keep ignoring your community, you will be voted out. But don't wait to lose your seat on this council. Step up now. The people who have been on our streets over the past week are brave and inspiring. I hope your hearts are open and listening tonight, and tomorrow you act.
Council and the beautiful community behind me and outside waiting to come in and online. Today I'm here to speak up against the inhumane, disgusting actions that are happening in this community and to voice for the people who don't have a voice. As a mixed race woman, it disgusts me seeing the human beings treated so horribly. Your community is built on the Latino community. Why rip these few families apart that have built your city from the ground up? Come on, it's literally called Santa Ana. That's not English, that is literally Latino. We have done all of your dirty work that nobody else wants to do. No one else will take these jobs. Only the hard-working Latino immigrants have come to this country looking to start a new family and community of their own. These are your people, your family, your children, and your citizens. As you may roll your eyes, look bored and exhausted from listening to your community, me and many other people are out here standing up and protesting against the disgusting policies you have backed up. Shame, it's not okay. You are failing the community. Take care of your people. We shouldn't have to be begging you and have over 100 people asking you to take care of your community you signed up to take care of. We are people. We are all people, we are all souls. Doesn't matter what color of hair we are, eyes, or skin color, sexuality, or race, we all are. We are all people. You should take care of your community. The people in this courtroom who are here at the protest could maybe do, or honestly, I think a lot of people would agree with me, a better job than you by showing how they will come out and fight for their people. Instagram accounts are alerting the people about ICE raids more than the city has. I've never seen a city account post about ICE raids. Do more. This isn't a sanctuary city. How sad is that to think that some place that people come to live in and have grown up their whole life isn't safe for them to live in or their families to live in. As a community, we must continue to fight and continue to stand up for what is right. Thank you.
The next speakers, Clara Duran, Jasmine Palmerin, Laura C., Priscilla Sanchez. Clara, Jasmine, Laura, Priscilla.
City Council, disappointing elected officials, and Santa Ana Police Department, hear me now. My name is Clara Duran Delgado. I am a member of CSOOC and their Police Accountability Committee. I am also a proud born and raised Santanero, raised at the Villa del Sol apartments, where ICE raids have taken place. Shame. Shame! I'm here to deliver a message that you can no longer ignore. To speak up for my familia, my friends, my community who are living in fear. I demand justice for them, and I demand it now. Santa Ana is a sanctuary city. That is not a suggestion. That is a declaration. We will not stand idly by while ICE agents terrorize our neighborhoods, racially profile our community, tearing apart our families, men, women, children of all ages. The presence of ICE in our city is a disgrace to everything we stand for, and we will not tolerate it any longer. I am here to demand an immediate end to all collaboration between the Santa Ana Police Department and ICE. It is your job to defend our sanctuary city status and to protect our rights of every single person within our borders. Shame on you, Mayor Mesqua, for allowing this to happen under your watch. You have betrayed the trust of the people you swore to protect. Santa Ana is known to be a majority Hispanic community and has had this reputation for a very long time. You know very well the people that live here in your city are the same ones that are being racially profiled by ICE. Shame on the Santa Ana Police Department for instigating violence against our community and the peaceful protesters. We are here to remind you that you work for us. We the people demand that you uphold your duty and your oath to protect the community and uphold the Constitution. Your collaboration with these ICE raids are tearing families apart, instilling fear in our community. These actions, detentions without due process, families being separated, and basic human rights disregarded are a violation of our constitutional rights. Get ICE out of Santa Ana, get ICE out of Orange County, and get them out now. We are not your subjects. We are the community you serve. As elected officials, you are accountable to us. As the Santa Ana Police Department, with your bloated $160 million budget, we, the people, pay for you. You must be held responsible for the violence you unleash on peaceful protesters. Your actions are a disgrace, and we, the people, and history will not forget them. History will cast its gaze upon you and will not be kind to those who stood idly by. The names of those who you incited violence and failed to defend the people, knowing the wrongfulness of your ICE raids and kidnappings, will forever be linked to these human rights violations. Clara, your time is up. One last thing, I'm a hairdresser, and whoever's doing your hair, Mayor, is doing you wrong.
My name is Priscilla Sanchez, and Valerie, you stand here disingenuous. You can't even say excuse me when you go and use the restroom, as we're here to speak to you for our people. I had written out everything, I rewrote it a couple of times, and honestly, you don't care. I will speak about the events that happened on Monday of last week. I go out in a peaceful protest, and I had a sign that said, "You don't look for missing children this hard." And for whatever reason, your officers of the SAPD found that funny. And I went to the other side of the street. You guys had pointed me out. I am not a threat. I was just exercising my rights to protest. And for whatever reason, there was a barricade. And there was this family. It was a husband and a wife who were crying. I believe that they had already taken someone from their little group. And one of the officers from the side I was protesting on prior had walked over, pointed me out. Tell me why the SAPD broke their barricade and let 10 men come and chase me down with a sign. I am not violent. I am here to stand up for those who can't speak for us, or speak for themselves, I'm sorry. I live in terror, and I am a citizen. I walk down these streets and we see these armed men that you allow to take and rip apart our families. Where do you come from and where do you stand? Because you don't stand with us. You look at your phone as we speak. You walk away and don't say, excuse me. Where's your compassion? I look at you in the eyes because I'm disappointed in you as a woman. Because you should represent love and motherhood, but I don't see you like that. I can't even see you as a tia. I don't know where your side is on this, but you're not with us because you're not outside there. You're not witnessing all of these things. We are not here for violence. We are here to peacefully exercise our right to protest. But you want to let the public see what you want them to see through the PD department. I have sent you messages personally on Instagram and you have not responded. I can't even tag you. You're not for the people if we can't tag you. You don't respond. And you have nothing to say. You just sit here and look tired. We're tired too. I'm hungry. I can't sleep at night because I live in fear. And I'm a citizen. And for those that don't have their paperwork, I can just imagine how they feel. You're ripping apart families, and I hope you're happy with yourself. I don't know how you sleep and bear with yourself at night. Look in the mirror because you look more indigenous than I do as I stand here.
Yes.
Good evening, council members. I am here as a peaceful protester and a concerned member of this community. Mayor Amezcua, with decades of experience with the probation department and working with the youth and gang prevention, you of all people should understand the trauma caused by over-policing and excessive force. You built your career protecting people. Now is the time to prove you still stand for that. I met you when I was a teenager, sometime around 2003, and I loved your story back then. I remember your speech. I don't know if you remember it, but it was about a car accident and some pills. Do you remember that speech? And I actually believed you back then. You made me want to turn my life around. And now I'm disappointed in you. You have let down this city and this community. I went out there last Monday with a poster, peacefully protesting, using my voice, my First Amendment right, and I was shot at 5 times. I'm 4'11". What threat can I freaking be? 5 times. I was gassed, but little do they forget that my grandma used to cook those chiles de árbol in the fucking comal. That gas didn't do shit to me. I was holding a sign, and even just with that, I was shot at 5 times. A block away from my home. I live in Ward 5. That night, you guys didn't allow us to drive our car into our parking community. At 11 o'clock at night, my daughter came home from work. She couldn't park her fucking car where we live. 700 West 3rd Street, that's where I live. Do I need to see this every day? I'm here to speak for the people, my neighbors and friends that can't. I highly doubt that they don't know how to shoot. And if your officers don't know how to shoot, then you guys need to send them to training. Because shooting me 5 times was uncalled for.
Right.
I'm here to demand change, transparency, and accountability. I want to know who will answer for this, who will ensure this never happens again, who here will stand up for the rights of peaceful citizens, not just with words, but in action. I deserve to be heard, we all do, not hunted.
Your time's up.
You're a sellout, Amezcua. You're a brown noser, and you're for the police.
Good evening, my name is Jasmine Pomeran. First and foremost, I demand the release and drop charges of Ms. Lopez, who was aggressively detained by SAPD prior to her incarceration. I stand before you today as a deeply concerned community member who has witnessed firsthand the escalating dehumanization inflicted upon our Santa Ana community by both ICE agents and SAPD. Speeches and 2-minute video clips are not enough to keep our city and its residents safe. It is time for you, our elected officials, to defend us. Vote to demilitarize the SAPD,
Take immediate action and raise your voices to get ICE out of our neighborhoods. The presence of police officers calling in the National Guard is a blatant fear tactic. You cannot credibly chat ICE out if you are not also demanding the demilitarization of SAPD. This is about intersectionality. These issues are deeply intertwined. Your constituents, the community you represent, are not just asking, we are now demanding the following. Demilitarize SAPD. Transparency on rubber bullets and pepper bullets. We demand full disclosure on how many rounds of rubber bullets have been deployed at protesters since June 9th. Our community deserves to know the extent of force being used upon them. ICE and National Guard out of Santa Ana. You must unequivocally denounce their presence and actions within our city. Active disclosure. I urge you all to actively push for disclosure and transparency in regards to National Guard's activity in Santa Ana. Justice for Noe Rodriguez.
Justice.
Funding for grassroots organizations who are doing the work and protecting our communities. You must advocate for your constituents' interests. You must promote transparency. Our entire community is living in fear. Fearful to go to grocery shopping, fearful to walk the streets, fearful to go to work. While SAPD may claim they are not working with ICE, the reality on the ground is that SAPD and other local police departments are undeniably using the National Guard as an intimidation tactic against our residents. Now is the time to act, defend us with your votes, demilitarize SAPD, and get ICE and the National Guard out of Santa Ana. I would also like to thank council members who have continued to advocate and be present at demonstrations, such as Jesse Lopez and Jonathan Hernandez. And to the community of Santa Ana, we need to continue creating demands and hold all of our officials accountable to meet the demands of human rights and demand legalization for all. Thank you for your resilience and perseverance, and I'll see you all at the next protest.
Matthew Compton, Emma Godfrey, Diana Castro, Davis Garcia. Matthew Compton, Emma Godfrey, Diana Castro, Davis Garcia.
All right. My name is Matt. I'm here as a member of CSO-OC.
I'm sorry, Matt. Can I interrupt really quick? I apologize. City manager, are there people still waiting outside?
They don't want to come in.
Can you, there's seats to let them in, please?
They didn't want to come in.
Why do we care now?
Thank you.
Not for
Thank you,
real.
Mr. City Manager. Go ahead.
We all came after work. We've been here.
It's shameful that you waited this long to say that. Anyway, I'll continue. I'm here to demand justice for Noe Rodriguez. I am also here to demand that the City Council and our City Manager, Alvaro Nunez, immediately remove Santa Ana police officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra from the force without pay. Additionally, I demand that the Police Oversight Commission, alongside the City Manager, investigate both officers for the violation of the Police Department's Code of Ethics for failing to uphold the department's procedure in treating people with mental illness, and for the violation of Noe's civil rights, as the City Council has failed in its job to appoint an independent oversight director. The City Manager also has the power to conduct investigations, subpoena witnesses, and compel the production of evidence. The family demands that both officers be in prison so they do not kill or harm anyone again. I would like to point out that you, Mayor Valerie Amezcua, received $217,850 in support from the Santa Ana Police Officers Association. You, Councilmember David Penaloza, received $92,121 in support from the SAPOA. Shame! Councilmember Phil Becerra, you received $81,849 in support from the SAPOA. Shame on you. And so I ask you, how can the three of you accurately do your jobs as city council members when the SAPOA bought all three of you? Here's your answer. You cannot. You three are spineless fucking cowards. Justice for the Lord Rodriguez and outside of NC. Justice!
Hello, I'm Emma, and I'm a member of CSO-OC's Police Accountability Commission. And we're here to demand justice for Noe Rodriguez. I'm going to emphasize this demand again because the family of Noe has been fighting for justice since December 1st, since this killing has occurred, and this demand cannot be emphasized enough because there's still not justice for him. So we're going to keep fighting for this. We demand that the City Council and City Manager immediately remove Santa Ana police officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra from their position without pay. We demand that the City Manager and the Police Oversight Commission use their authority established in the Santa Ana Municipal Code to conduct a rigorous investigation of the killing of Noe Rodriguez. And there's significant evidence that the officers violated the police department's code of ethics and failed to follow the department's procedures in the treatments of people with mental illnesses and violated Noe's civil rights. The family demands that both officers be in prison so they do not kill or harm anyone again. And what did these officers say about the murder of Noe? They lied about it. They lied about it in the critical incident report. They lied about how many bullets they shot. And they lied about Noe's behavior. We have body camera footage of this. There's literal video footage of this. It's public, and they lied. Casillas said it looked like Noe was loading a gun, but that's not what we see in the footage. Instead, we only see him standing motionless against the wall of a furniture store holding a toy. These are killer cops, and they're on our streets. They're on our streets right now. We're not going to stop until these officers are held accountable. We're not going to stop until SAPD has enforced a de-escalation policy and a policy of bilingual instructions, and we're not going to stop there. The way these officers took a situation that could have helped members of our community and instead escalated that situation clearly shows how SAPD operates. Also, by the way, you guys have always been afraid to see these pictures of these two officers, so I want to make sure that's very clear. Put me back on the screen! What's happening?
Put it back on the screen!
Thank you.
I would like to see the camera to reflect the speakers, please.
Thank you. Thank you. The way SAPD operates, the way the officers took a situation where they could have helped our community and said escalate the situation is clearly how SAPD operates. You stole 30 seconds from me. They've done this time and time again, and the way they've been at the protests clearly show that. SAPD keeps attacking protesters with tear gas and deadly rubber bullets, attacking people literally defending our community, and that's unforgivable. SAPD should be protecting us, should not be protecting the National Guard. Why are they guarding them? Our community is under attack and they're protecting federal agents. We have no transparency over our police. We have no accountability. And when our police brutalize our
Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up.
People to the community, to us. We need community control over the police.
Community control!
Parker, Diana Castro, Davis Garcia, Diana Lopez, Amy Parker.
My name is Diana Lopez. I was born, raised, live, and I'm a psychologist here in Santa Ana. And I'm a proud product of first generation Mexican American, the daughter of immigrants. I'm here because enough is enough. ICE is violating human rights in our streets. They're disappearing our neighbors, tearing apart families, and instilling fear across our communities. This is not public safety. This is institutional violence. And it's a betrayal by you, Mayor of Mexicua, who was elected to serve and protect us in our sanctuary city. As a psychologist, I see the damage firsthand. Children who can't sleep at night because they're afraid their parents won't be home when they get back from school. Families living under constant fear and anxiety. Even in our Santa Ana School District, the summer programs have started canceling summer field trips because students are scared of deportation, and there's no guarantee from staff to be able to keep them safe. Is this the reality that we want for Santa Ana? This city was built by immigrants, by hardworking families who deserve dignity, protection, due process, and basic human rights. We demand respect. I'm speaking tonight for my students and their families who are afraid to speak out. Remove ICE from our city. Remove the National Guard from our neighborhoods. Listen to your people. Protect the families who trusted you with their vote. Protecting our community means protecting everyone, including our undocumented neighbors, our families, and every santanero who calls this city home. Mi nombre es Diana López. Nací, crecí, vivo, trabajo aquí en Santa Ana. Soy psicóloga y soy una orgullosa mexicana americana de primera generación, hija de inmigrantes. Estoy aquí porque ya basta. ICE está violando los derechos humanos en nuestras calles, está desapareciendo a nuestros vecinos, separando familias y sembrando miedo en nuestras comunidades. Esto no es seguridad, esto es violencia institucional y es una traición por parte de cada uno de ustedes que fue elegido para protegerlos y servirnos. Como psicóloga yo veo el daño todos los días, niños que no pueden dormir, por miedo a que sus padres no están en casa cuando regresen de la escuela, familias viviendo con miedo y ansiedad constante. Incluso nuestros programas de verano del distrito ya suspendieron a excursiones por miedo a la deportación de algunos estudiantes y por miedo de poder asistir y no poder protegerlos. Esta es la realidad que queremos para nuestra ciudad, Santa Ana. Esta ciudad fue construida por inmigrantes y trabajadores que merecen dignidad, protección y derechos humanos básicos. Gracias.
I'm so sorry, but may I please request a bottle break? I really need to use the restroom. I really want to respect everyone and I want to hear everyone, but
Y'all good with that?
We'll do a 5-minute break.
Thank you all for understanding.
Recording stopped.
Okay, 5-minute break. Yeah, good, good. Yeah, it's been a long meeting. I don't think I knew I was coming to when I showed up.
I think so. I mean, this is the first time
Yeah, I guess they do elect their mayor. Because some mayors are selected from the council. When I arrived, there was probably a couple hundred, maybe? I don't know, I didn't really... they took out the stitches. They just had the Band-Aid over them now. So I got the stitches out. So it looks a little better. Tweety kid, hello. But for a while there must have been a ton of people outside. I don't know how many people are left out there. I feel like we should stay because the city is not recording the mayor's reactions. And we're getting the mayor's reactions. I didn't intend for that, but I just kind of randomly sat in this spot. And it just happens to be record her reactions. But it's interesting. But I'm sure we get more viewers if we're outside with the protest. But we'll document this time, and then maybe next time I'll bounce back and forth if we come back to a city council meeting. But Big Wig, hello, Big Wig.
Yeah, I do remember that.
True what?
Where are you going? After bedtime? Yes, I know. I got to buy this. I'm still praying for this to be Texas stuff.
Nick Ward 1. Pico Union? Pico Boulevard? Nick Ward, yeah, I'm interested in that. Heather Estes, East Coast, going to sleep. Leb PD scanner. Well, do you know what the best iPhone app is for a scanner? I've been using just the YouTube guy that broadcasts, but I want to get a good scanner on my phone. I've heard there's one that will translate to text, so that when I'm driving I can see the addresses and stuff. Blue 631.
The only thing I have going for me is they extended the time frame because when I was practicing this speech, it came in about a minute 30 to a minute 45. So I've got plenty.
Leanne, how you doing, Leanne?
Yes, you're in the next room. Yeah.
Jay Andrews. Send me an Instagram message, Leanne, so I can find you. Roseby in Washington, Pico Rivera. We may head over there in a second. If we make it out of here. West Coast for life. Yeah, I wanted to do that. I don't know that we'll do it every 2 weeks or anything like that, but this is a special occasion. It is on, they have like 2,000 people watching on the YouTube page for Santa Ana City. They don't allow comments. I know I'm kind of strict on comments too. I don't want to incite anger in people. So we're not here to really convince people to move sides or anything like that. Happy belated birthday. Birthday? I don't have birthdays. Been 29 years old for 10 years. I have not, but I'm looking for one. The dispatch is types in it. Which one is that? This one was interesting because I was watching some of the content, and some of the content from the mayor here popped up, and I thought she was going to make like a speech over here because she was like, I don't want to make public statements. I'm like, I was not a fan to begin with, but I didn't know that she was yeah. So yeah, I didn't know they, were going to be this. I didn't know it was going to be this kind of meeting. I figured it would be some kind of interesting, community meeting, but I didn't know it'd be this one-sided. But and they like the other council members. They just don't like the one. But I don't know the history of it. I found it very interesting that some of the council members have been very active with the people at some of the protests, and I don't know if we've seen that in Los Angeles at all. I'd like to find that out. But overall, it's very interesting. So, LA Council is during the daytime when I'm at work, so I can't go to that one. Our friend Peaceful_Protest went to some of that today in LA. You can see a little bit of that on his Instagram story if you want to see that. My job to make sure people go to the dark side, give in to your hate and anger. Well, there's a lot of hate and anger around here. Sith Lords all over the place. To what? Yeah. I mean, I've downloaded one. I worked with it a little bit at work today, and I was able to pull up who did I pull up? One of the cities scanners, so that we can get information when we're actually not in LA. Dodger fan. Thank you, Dodger fan. Right. Roger. Thank you, Roger. Just Google LA region. Well, there's a bunch of iPhone apps, and at least 2 or 3 of them had hundreds of thousands of positive ratings. So at least 2 or 3 of them are pretty decent. So. I don't know which one's better, but I know some of the other guys use some of them while they're moving around. So, Julio88. This is their bi-monthly or bi-weekly. They do it twice a month. City council meeting. They have bylaws, city charters that require them to do these meetings. So this is a form of government as spelled out by the state constitution. Some of you may not know, and I don't remember well from high school. I remember kind of, but correct me if I'm wrong, but under our state constitution, we loosely recognize states' rights, and then states have the rights to form their own rights inside the state. California, you have a California state government. City governments are very different. I grew up in a smaller city. Our mayor was it was a rotating position of the city council members. They just like each kind of got a turn. I've been told here they do actually elect the mayor. She probably was a city council member before. They did arrest somebody at the beginning of the meeting. I didn't really show it on camera just because I didn't want to be like that guy. Like, here I am, new to the city, and first thing I do is
Am I good to start?
I think she wanted
We have a quorum. You can go ahead and start. Thank you.
Council members and comrades, my name is Amy and I'm the Secretary of Orange County DSA. I'm not from Santa Ana, but I have eyes and I can see the horrors that ICE and the SAPD have wreaked on our streets. I was there on Monday as VHS pointed guns at us, and instead of coming to protect us from the feds, the SAPD and the National Guard came to tear gas and shoot at the community. And as the people demand change and the protection from the city, for you to do your jobs, Mayor Amezcua not only stood by, she actively deployed SAPD further and collaborated with ICE against the people. Having been supported by the mayor, the SAPD shot medics with rubber bullets in the head and tear gassed peaceful protesters as young as 15 years old. When the feds told the city to stop giving the people information to protect themselves, the mayor bent the knee, putting the feds over the people. And when people came out to speak today, you arrested them. Free Lopez! Mayor, you have lied time and time again and have directly sold out the people you are supposed to serve for money from the cops. Mayor, in the coming days, unless you do the right thing and resign, the people of Santa Ana will be taking the action to recall you as you have failed to do your jobs. Y ahora, por mis hispanohablantes y por la alcaldesa Amezcua, a todas las personas de Santa Ana, su alcaldesa es una amiga de la migra. Alcaldesa Amezcua colabora con la policía y la migra contra el pueblo y quiere deportar ustedes. Ella es una enemiga al pueblo. Alcaldesa Amezcua, eres una traidora al pueblo de Santa Ana. El pueblo demanda tu terminar colaborar con la migra y la policía. Chinga la policía de Santa Ana y chinga la migra. ¡Que viva Santa Ana! ¡Shame on you, Mayor Amezcua! ¡Shame! ¡Shame! ¡Shame!
The next speakers, Michael Willis, Mia Luna B, Marina S, and Daniel Riley.
Sorry, I'm short. Sorry for my voice. I was Santa Ana. Lost my voice last week, but it's starting to come back, so I might as well use it. Hello, my name is Michael Willis, and I want to begin with Ms. Amezcua. You have failed the city. Not only in your inaction, but by aiding and abetting in the oppression of the people you were supposed to protect. Your lack of transparency is reprehensible. Your cooperation with ICE and instruction of SAPD to do the same is unforgivable. You have allowed invaders into the community to harass, detain, and remove the people that make this city great. If you will not fight for the people, then the people deserve someone who will. People like Jonathan Hernandez, Jesse Lopez, Ben Vasquez, and Vicente Sarmiento. Those who work for and can be seen with the people of Santa Ana. You deserve someone who will work with you in times of peace and fight for you when your rights and families are being threatened. Someone who will stand for you and against ICE or anyone else who comes for the community. Santa Ana needs someone that will use the police to enforce the law, not illegal orders from a dictator. Police should enforce that ICE is only detaining those with valid warrants, not those at workplaces, nor hospitals, nor grocery stores or markets, and definitely not at courthouses when they're trying to do the right way. And that's if ISIS should be here at all. I personally should believe I should be abolished. We need someone who will keep them out of the courthouses and from roaming the streets looking for a brown face to snatch up. You deserve better, Santana, because a politician's power is not derived from, or the politician's power is derived from the people, for the people, not over them. I think a lot of you forgot that somewhere along the way. I want everybody to remember these are not just a series of protests happening. This is a start of a movement seen across America, seen across the world. They are not a war against America, but for America and what it should be, and what we can make it. This country was founded on protests. Every one of our civil liberties was gained, not through complacency, but by revolution, and through the protests in which you are trying to stop. We will not go quietly into that night. We will rage against the dying of the light. And that dying light is our democracy. We will do whatever we can to keep that going. Thank you.
I'm ready for the camera. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Milene Rodriguez Margon, and I'm here because what is happening in our city is unacceptable. This past week, our community was raided. Families were torn apart. Children left without parents. And while all of this was happening, Mayor Amezcua stayed silent. Not in the streets. Not standing with us. Just another post, another statement, another excuse. Then I saw the mayor's post labeling the protest violent, telling us to go home, as if we were the ones destroying this city. But what you don't seem to understand is this isn't destruction. It's grief. It's fear. It's heartbreak. It's the only way that we're being heard. Santa Ana feels empty now. Parks where kids used to play are silent. People are afraid to come outside. I don't hear music anymore. I don't hear kids laughing. I hear nothing. That silence, that is what fear sounds like. Mayor Amezcua, what are you scared of? What is keeping you from standing with us? Because I will tell you what I'm scared of. I'm scared that one day my dad won't come home. That the people who have always protected me might be taken away without warning. I'm scared of waking up to an empty house. I'm scared that the people we're supposed to trust will keep failing us. But even with that fear, I still went out there. I still protested. I still yelled until my voice gave out. Because fear won't stop me from fighting for our families. You recently said you don't represent just one part of the community. But Mayor, what community are you representing? Because it is certainly not any of us who are in this room right now. This is not some reality drama TV show. We don't want petty shade thrown at the council members who are actually showing up. We don't want carefully crafted social media statements. We want action. We want protection. We want a leader who shows up when it matters. We demand SAPD stop attacking peaceful protesters. We demand ICE leave Orange County. We demand the National Guard leave our neighborhoods alone. I also want to hold this woman accountable for calling a speaker who spoke here. Her name is Emma. You refer to her as Sir. This is 2025 and we should respect people for who they are. So I want to hear a sorry from you. Maybe not right now, but eventually I do. Thank you.
Santa Ana. I live in whatever ward Mr. Peñalosa supposedly leads. So, Mayor Westwood, you say you don't just represent one group. What other groups are you referring to? Because we have our immigrant community and their allies, community who are being terrorized and brutalized by ICE and murdered by SAPD. We have our community of brown, indigenous, and people of color and their allies who are also being terrorized and brutalized by ICE and murdered by SAPD. We have people who believe in justice, people of all creeds and colors here today. We have people who remember their history, the history of the labor and civil rights movements which shaped our nation. History full of people waving their arms around and yelling and participating in civil disobedience. So who's left, Mayor? Because it sounds like we only left out racists and police, same thing. So why do their wishes get placed above ours? Is it because you don't know history? Is it because Santa Ana Police Department owns you? Is it because you're racist too? And maybe that's racist of me to say, but when you're acting just like a racist federal administration, when you're doing their work for them by having your violent gang of thugs with badges fire into peaceful crowds and inciting violence, I don't know what else to think. You're not on the side of immigrants, and you're not on the side of Santa Ana. Your actions speak for themselves. Where is your compassion, your empathy, your courage? We need justice, not laying low like genocide complicit Congressman Correa told you to do. Mayor Amestra, it is not too late to be a human being. No more tear gas, no more lethal rubber bullets, no more violence against those of us brave enough to actually do something about ICE destroying our community and our city. Justice for Noe Rodriguez and Jail Junior Casillas and Isaac
Ibarra. Next four speakers: Daniel Riley, Nubia Hernandez, Steffi Duarte, Eliza Gutierrez. Come forward.
There is another one before me. Is that okay?
Some people are coming in from outside.
Should I wait for them? There is a person before me.
You can go ahead.
You sure? Hello, this is my first council meeting. Woo, I'm here. By the way, the sign behind you, E pluribus unum, do you guys know what that means? You? It means out of many, one. That means you mess with one of us, you mess with us all. We're all coming here for you. Just so you know, I'm a teacher in Santa Ana, and I can go 8 hours without using the restroom, just so you know. And I cannot leave my classroom because who's going to take care of the kids?
That's right.
And I have here some actual letters from my students who wrote to Donald Trump. They are not afraid to say his name. Dear Mr. President, I wish that you can stop deportation. I want you to stop deportation because she used a transition word. I love that for her. A lot of people are not going outside because of this. Also, if people stop going places, and you will not get as much money as before. I think our businesses are suffering, don't you? By the way, she wrote this 2 months ago. She didn't even know this was going to happen. I also do not believe that people should live in fear. Sincerely, and I really want to say her name, but out of respect to her and her safety, I will not. There's more, by the way. I have 29 students, so don't worry. I got plenty coming. Dear Donald Trump, please don't separate families. They deserve to be together. She's not afraid to say his name either. Even if they don't have papers, they should stay because, another transition word, I love this for her, they didn't do anything. Yeah, they're not going over people who are criminals. They're going after our grandmas, our abuelos, abuelas, tías, tíos,
people that we love in our community, our elotero man, okay, our gardeners, who are just doing their job. Please stop this. Dear Mr. President, I wish that you stop ICE from taking people to the border because they have no papers. Mr. President, ICE is causing families to become separate. By the way, this student really wanted to use bad words, but I convinced them not to. And this just shows you that even children are capable of having compassion and having sensatez. Dear President, I wish that you would open the borders because people should have the right to live here. That's a great idea, actually. I think everyone could be living here, so please open the borders. Oh, this is my newcomer who just got here a few months ago, who doesn't really speak English, but he tried his best to write this letter for the president. Dear Mr. President, I wish that you do not separate families. And you know what? I fear for him every day. I fear for all of my newcomers who are scared to go to school now because of what you have done.
Okay, as an educator, that was so hard to hear, listening to students, young children, write these words. But let me get into it. Hello everyone, my name is Steffi, and I'm here today as a community member and an educator in SAUSD to speak out against the ICE raids happening in our neighborhoods and the violence inflicted on peaceful protesters like myself. I work with students with disabilities. These students are already navigating complex challenges, and now they're terrified. They're afraid to come to school. They're afraid that when they go home, the parents that take care of them day in and day out are not going to be there because they've been detained by ICE. That fear is real. I fear for them. Who's going to take care of my students? The fear lives in our classrooms, in our homes, and in the hearts of our youth. This is not okay. We must keep families together if we want our children and our communities to thrive. I demand for ICE to be removed from our communities. As for the protests, I have always been peaceful. I bring water, snacks, and support. I help people who are in distress, like on last Monday, when many people have been tear gassed and hit with rubber bullets. I've shown up to protect, to support, and to stand up for what's right. But on Saturday night, after making sure my friend got safely to her car, I was boxed in and trapped by SAPD and federal agents in full riot gear. Was I rioting? No, but they were ready. For what? I don't know, because we were peaceful the whole time. Exactly. I was trying to leave to get to safety because I was afraid. I was afraid for my safety. But then I was shot with a rubber bullet. A rubber bullet that's not even supposed to be aimed at people, especially with the little distance that was between me and them. This is what happened to me. Is this okay? No. That's what I get for peacefully protesting? I have been in pain every day since Saturday. I'm struggling with my basic routines, and I know I'm not the only one. I know there's more people that have injuries just like mine or worse. This violence against peaceful people is unacceptable. We deserve to feel safe in our homes, in our schools, in our streets, and when we exercise our right to protest. I demand for the police to be held accountable, and I also demand a recall for our mezcla for continuously lying to us and not protecting the community she's supposed to serve. Lastly, trans rights are human rights, immigrant rights are human rights as well. Thank you.
Eliza Gutierrez, Samantha Fajardo-Soriano, Victor Hugo Estrada Ochoa, Samantha M. Eliza, Samantha Fajardo-Soriano, Victor Hugo Estrada Ochoa, Samantha M. Sydney Cindy Doe. Terry Sadak. Followed by Lorenzo Gonzalez and Helena E.
Buenas noches. My name is Terry, and I am here because I stand with our community, no matter where they're from, no matter how they got here. I won't stand by and watch as ICE and National Guard and Santa Ana PD terrorize our community. Several years ago, the community worked hard to make Santa Ana a sanctuary city, the first in OC. We are here again to make sure it stays a sanctuary city. We have had enough authoritarianism already in this country. And in this moment, we really need leaders who will stand up to bullying, to stand up for what is right. Thank you, Council Members Ben, Jonathan, Jesse, for standing steadfast, for speaking out, and for showing up for the community when we need you the most. Where were the rest of you? There are hundreds here in this room and outside. Thousands who marched in Santa Ana this week, and millions of people across the country and world who stand together for the dignity of human beings, who stand for the unjust killing of Noé Rodriguez, who are fighting for a free Palestine, Congo, and Sudan, who say abolish ICE. These struggles are united, and so are we. And we are not going anywhere. Aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Join us. I want to add, let Kindness Lopez go. She came here to share her experience, her support, and instead she was unjustly arrested and removed. We demand that she be released and be allowed to speak. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elena. I hate public speaking, so the fact that I'm here means that, I'm very unhappy. I was born and raised here in Santa Ana. My statement is short and simple. Shame on you, Mayor Amezcua. Shame on SAPD. Your responses to our community in a time of crisis have been extremely disappointed, if not fully outrageous. We have the right to peacefully protest without being criminalized by our own mayor. Shame on you. Shame. Shame. Our community is scared to go to work, to get groceries, to go out to eat. This is not okay. Keep ICE out of Santa Ana, out of OC. Get these tanks out of here. They do not belong here. And to all the people who have spoken here, I really hope that their words have hit your heart. Espero que todas las palabras de la comunidad lo tomes al corazón, pero quizás esperamos mucho. And I don't know if you understand that or not, but that's not for me.
Lorenzo Gonzalez, Vincent M., Andrea R., Erica Armenta.
Thank you, everyone. Next speaker is actually my husband, so we have a lot to say. I come here with an experience that isn't commonly spoken about, but I am a first-generation daughter born and raised in the heart of racist South Orange County. I grew up with immigrant parents who sacrificed everything in hopes that my sister and I remain strong and loud, something that you are trying to suppress. We grew up with racism and suppression, grew up with slurs, the profiling, being followed in a grocery store, being given detention for speaking Spanish. We grew up being told lies about our very people, even as far as being told that we will one day become extinct as a people. all of which is single-handedly fueling the kidnapping and abuse of our people here in Santa Ana. The people you are responsible for representing, you have failed to do so. I may have been born in South County, but Santa Ana has always been my home. It was where we spent every single weekend, grocery shopping, seeing family, and being able to breathe as a proud Mexican and no longer a slur. It was the escape from the hate we have seen and experienced firsthand when racism runs rampant and that harm that causes in our communities. Not only, our Mayor Amezcua, on behalf of all of us, we hold you responsible for the terror and assault on our people every single day. I have seen ICE trucks every single morning, more than I have seen you speak out about our people. Not only is there the physical risk of harm, but also the emotional and psychological impact of being persecuted based on strictly prejudice and discrimination. I now work as a proud Santa Ana resident in the child care sector. I run a program for children with special needs. Can you genuinely look at me and tell me what you feel inside when I tell you that we have had to tell our kids in child care programs here in Santa Ana that the only plan in place for an ICE raid is to stay quiet and hide? What do you suggest I tell those kids, some of them who are as young as 4 years old, who instead of having a fun summer, they are now worried of never seeing their parents again past the gates that they have to cross to try to pick them up? Mayor Amezcua, our community deserves to feel safe going out and about their normal day without being persecuted, and that's what it is. We are being persecuted. We keep the city safe and country going, and since you won't step up and help the community, we ask that you resign and step aside so real representation can take place. Valerie, that is what I'm calling you. You are no longer our mayor. You are a disgrace to the Chicana name.
Take off my mask, I don't want you guys to see my face. I just want to let you guys know that I'm a Santa Ana, been born and raised in Santa Ana. Grandpas have been here. I just want to let you guys know, border crossed me, I never crossed the border. I've been part of peaceful protests all my life. I'm 34 years old, I've been there, been all the protests, and never has it ever felt like this, ever. And I just want to let you guys know that I want to thank all my brothers and sisters out here that I see risking everything, going hungry, going thirsty. We have to use the restroom too, right? We were just sitting down, and I just want to let you guys know that we're moving. The city's moving. You guys can see it, and you guys are going to get left behind. I just want to let you guys know. Like I said, I never voted for you. I'm proud to say that. I voted for Mr. Ben Vasquez over there, and I just want to let you guys know, you guys can vote it out too, right? And so people, vote with your dollar, just proud of you guys, everyone out here, proud of all my people out here.
Good evening, buenas noches. Mayor Amezcua and council members, thank you for taking the time to listen to us today. Mayor Amezcua, what an honor it is to witness your leadership, especially how you prioritize your donors over our community. There are a lot of people outside these walls who feel betrayed and hurt because of the actions and inactions. They don't understand why, so let's recap. First, ICE raids in our city. They're raiding our homes, they're taking apart working families. And like a true leader, Mayor, you didn't criticize ICE, you didn't criticize their cruelty. Instead, you attacked protesters and a few of your colleagues here. As you should. They were monsters. These protesters were loud, they walked on the street, they played music and they danced on the street. How dare they? Days later, after backlash, you mumbled something about respecting your constituents. It was heartfelt. It almost felt like it didn't sound like ChatGPT wrote it for you. So I don't understand why people want you out of office. Like a true leader, you put your donors before your community. Like a true leader, when landlords funded your campaign, you voted against renters.
Right.
Like a true leader, when the police union says jump, you say, sure, you can collaborate. Okay, that sounded bad, but I believe in the mayor. Consistent leadership. Time and time again, she sides with donors, not with the community. So here's my sincere thank you to the mayor, Peñalosa. I'm not sure which of you are, all of you are corrupt here. Not all of you, sorry. Peñalosa and Becerra. Thank you for showing us who you are and where you stand in history.
Hi, my name is Miranda, and I'm up here to call out Mayor Mescla for praising SAPD for their efforts of protecting businesses and keeping the city peaceful when you should have been reprimanding SAPD and the National Guard for not protecting us while we're exercising our First Amendment. That's what you should have been doing, protecting the people and not the buildings. There's a reason we are yelling out peaceful protest. It's not because we're out there to fight anybody. We're yelling peaceful protest to let you know that we're there peacefully, but you don't seem to believe that. We as a community are allowed to exercise our First Amendment right, but apparently you don't agree with that, and all you care about is how much money will line your pockets based on the opposition of your people. It's crazy to me how you are for the people, but you don't see yourself in the people being taken by ICE. You don't see yourself, you don't see your mom, you don't see your sisters, your daughters, your tios, because that's what I see. When they're being taken, I see my family. But you apparently don't see that. Pacero, you don't see that. Penalosa, you don't see that. Are you guys blind, or do they pay you to not see? It's absolutely shameful of you. Viva mi gente inmigrantes. They are the backbone of this community. Get ICE and the National Guard out of our communities because we're not criminals. You are.
As the next speaker comes up, I just want to remind the council and the mayor that we have gotten to the 11 o'clock hour. As we want to, if you desire to hear the rest of the speakers and you want to go past midnight, now would be the time to take that vote to continue.
So is there a motion to continue or to stop the?
I'll make a motion to continue to hear the speakers.
There's a motion by Councilman Hernandez, a second by Councilman Penalosa, and we'll take a vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Si se puede.
Councilmember Lopez? Yes. Councilmember Penalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mescla?
Yes.
With a 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. I'm going to read these cards again just to ensure that the speakers did come forward. Lorenzo Gonzalez, Vincent M., Andrea R., Erica Armenta. Next speakers, Abe Q.
This is Erica right here.
Oh, okay,
With
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Erika y soy un familiar afectado por la violencia policial. Primero que nada, quiero decirles a nuestra comunidad que siento mucho lo que está pasando con nuestros familiares, con nuestra ciudad santuario. Siento mucho lo que sucede, porque es muy duro ver cuando los niños les hace falta uno de sus padres. Y más en este caso, el Departamento de Policía de Santa Ana asesinó a Noé Rodríguez el 1 de diciembre de 2024. Hoy, más de 6 meses
después de que lo mataron, no han dado ningún reporte formal a mis abogados o al público sobre el asesinato. Estos son los policías y siguen libres. Y lo único que dice nuestra mayor, los policías tienen microsegundos en decidir si disparar un arma o no. Pero en esos microsegundos, él no estaba atacando a nadie, él solamente estaba parado. Mis hijas se les han roto sus sueños de que su padre las vea ver unas mujeres realizadas. Una de mis hijas soñaba, anhelaba con crecer y ser una policía, servir a la comunidad, servir a nuestra ciudad, y esos sueños han sido rotos junto que le arrebataron a su padre. Ella les tiene miedo cuando los ve. Y eso es muy triste para un niño que tenía sueños y ilusiones. Noé no le estaba haciendo nada a nadie y no merecía morir de esa manera. Visiblemente estaba pasando por una crisis de salud. Solamente estaba parada. Como bien lo dice, ¿quién en su sano juicio andaría con un juguete pareciendo un arma en la calle? Obviamente nadie. Él no estaba sabiendo lo que estaba sucediendo. Mientras los oficiales Luis Casillas y Isaac Ibarra siguen libres, todas estas cosas están sucediendo en nuestra ciudad santuario. En un video a través de la solicitud de registros públicos, los oficiales claramente fallaron al evaluar y desescalar la situación. En las llamadas al 911, lo describieron como un hombre hispano cuando solamente llegaron y le dieron órdenes en inglés, y en menos de 2 minutos le dispararon más de 29 veces. Sus mentiras fueron intencionales, mintieron para protegerse y para violar múltiples prácticas del departamento. Si sus mentiras no eran intencionales, entonces no pueden recordar correctamente los hechos de un caso que apenas pasó y no deberían ser policías. Nos preocupa a todos los residentes de Santa Ana que estos asesinatos siguen pasando y siguen esos oficiales patrullando nuestras calles. Justicia para Noé Rodríguez.
Good evening. I am here and I am affected by police violence. The community, I'm here for the community, and the families are suffering. The families in Santa Ana, we work hard and for the parents here. And Noé Rodríguez was killed by the police officers on December 1st, 2024. I have not received a formal report of the killing to give to my attorneys, and the police officers, Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra, are there roaming free, and the mayor says that they have fractions of a second to decide whether to fire or not. Well, the fractions of a second were not enough. Noé was not attacking anyone, he was just standing there. Now, my girls will not turn into the women that Noé wanted them to become. One of my girls dreamed of becoming a police officer and to serve our city, and that dream was taken away by the police actions. And it is sad that she no longer has those hopes and dreams. Noé did not deserve to die that way. He was suffering from a mental health crisis. He was just standing there. People say that there was a gun, but clearly there was no gun there. The police we need to have this. This cannot be happening in our sanctuary city. The officers, the officers did not try to de-escalate. There was 911 calls calling for Hispanic, saying that there was a Hispanic man. All the orders were given in English, and in less than 2 minutes, he would receive 29. He was shot 29 times, and there were lies in the police report, and the police officers violated the police procedures. They should not be police officers who are out there possibly killing people. Justice for Noel Rodriguez.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Abe. You know me, I've been here before. I live in Ward 3. Unfortunately, there's a very strong history of terrible translations in the City Council, so I'm actually here to give you the English version of Erica's comment to make sure you heard what she said earlier. Erica's family was impacted by police violence, and we are here again to continue demanding justice for the father of her daughters, Noe Rodriguez. He was killed on December 1st, 2024 by officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra. Today, more than 6 months after they shot him 29 times, the department still has not released a report to the public or to the family's attorneys. Shame! With the support of the community, Erica is here demanding that the City Council and City Manager Álvaro Núñez investigate Casillas and Ibarra for violating the department's practices, for violating the department's code of ethics, for the violation of Noe Rodriguez's civil rights, and for failing to uphold the department's practices in assisting people with mental illness. We are demanding that these officers be removed immediately from the department without pay, and that through this investigation, arrest and jail Casillas and Ibarra so they do not harm or kill anyone in our communities, your communities, again. In body camera footage received through the PRA request, we can clearly see that the officers failed to evaluate and de-escalate the situation. 2 911 calls and Officer Ibarra described Noe as a Hispanic man, but they only gave him orders in English that night. Shame! Shame! The time between when they stopped their car and when they shot Noe 29 times was only 30 seconds. Casillas and Ibarra showed no restraint in their use of lethal force against an unarmed man in downtown Santa Ana, and they lied to their superior in the mandatory interview after an officer-involved shooting. If they lied intentionally, it was to protect themselves from the gross violation of department procedures. If they did not lie intentionally, then they cannot correctly recall the facts of the case that happened minutes ago, and they should not be police officers. Because that's what an officer has to do. They have to remember the facts of the case, and if they are lying about it, it's either intentional or not. And we need to know. Santa Ana deserves to know if these officers have been involved in other killings, if they're being investigated for other situations. We have to know. We need transparency and accountability from this police department.
Yep, that's right.
If you care about police accountability and justice, you would be supporting of these demands for transparency from the department. The people of Santa Ana deserve information. We deserve justice. The family of Noe deserves justice. His daughters deserve justice. Lastly, it is unjust that members of our community and organization are being attacked by the Police Officers Association of Santa Ana. They call us radicals who want more crime in our streets. And as the elected officials, you should condemn the association and their comments. It's clear that the association is afraid because they are protecting killer cops. They know who they are protecting. We're here before you using our voice to demand justice and transparency. You refuse to inform Santaneros about ICE activity. You refuse to inform us about killer police officers. We will continue to show up and demand justice for Noe Rodriguez.
The next speakers, Marla Sanchez, Eliana Sanchez, Luis Cruz, and Aaron Eisenberg.
Hello, my name is Eliana Sanchez, and I'm speaking here today to express my disdain for how the city has handled recent protests. Santa Ana PD has single-handedly escalated peaceful demonstrations by use of tear gas against crowds, including young children, and destruction of local small businesses with rubber bullets they shot. Not to mention the aggressive presence of federal agents. Snipers pointed at protesters, me, my mother, and my 12-year-old sister. Can you imagine how that feels for a child in their own city? Yet rather than standing up for her constituents, as is her sworn duty, Valeria Mezcua has slammed the people of her city she serves by claiming they are the violent ones. Government officials have a duty to their constituents, not to the police department that lines their pockets. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Aaron Eisenbart, and I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm here to talk today about the disgraceful actions of the Santa Ana Police Department and Mayor Valerie Mescu. These past 2 weeks, community members have met in the streets of Santa Ana to protest the horrific and illegal ICE raids that have been terrorizing the city and its people. In response, the police and National Guard responded with rubber bullets, mace, and tear gas. I want you to hear that again. Chemical weapons, which have been banned by the Geneva Convention, outlawed for the use in war, was used on the citizens of Santa Ana by their own police department. What an incredible waste of our taxpayer dollars to spend on war crimes against your own people. And the worst part is, when asked about this violence against peaceful protesters, Mayor Valerie Mescu not only didn't speak out against the police for the acts of brutality on the civilians, but praised their efforts for keeping businesses safe. Businesses were never under attack, and to pretend that they were is disingenuous and scapegoat for Mayor Mescu's lack of actions to protect the immigrant community that builds a large part of this council's voters. The city claims to be a sanctuary city, but does nothing to actually stop the very real threat that ICE poses on the thousands of immigrants that call Santa Ana their home. Instead, you give the SAPD a raise to continue their support of ICE raids. It is deplorable behavior, and you should be ashamed of the way you misrepresent the very people that have brought you here. The demands of the city are clear. Defund the police and their weapons of war used to instill fear in our community. Remove ICE from the city built on the backs of immigrants. And for our Mayor Mescu, if you're not willing to stand up and protect the people of your city, step down and make room for someone who will. Power to the people, and thank you.
My name is Marla Sanchez, and I'm here tonight. I see your faces so tired, and I'm happy that you're here, Valerie Mescu, to hear what we have to say. I've been to a lot of city council meetings, and I've never seen 100% of the people speaking all agree. I hope that you really hear what people are saying. I hope it cuts to your heart. I hope that you hear these voices and see these faces when you go to sleep at night. I want you to know how much your community is hurting, how much you are hurting us. You are hurting us. And you can stop hurting us. You can do something about it. I hope you hear these words echoing in your ears forever.
Luis Cruz, Setlali Sanchez, Jeff Dole, and Diego Sanchez.
Be professional and set up. You're the mayor.
Hello, I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm here to express my concerns about the gross response SAPD has had towards peaceful protesters, including myself, on the protest that took place Monday, June 9th. I am also here demanding that SAPD stop terrorizing protesters. If SAPD does not stand with ICE, then they must stand to protect peaceful protesters from harm, not be the ones inflicting the harm. Having SAPD in trigger-happy riot gear, forming barricades and intimidating blockade lines, in essence, is cooperating with ICE. I demand that the mayor and the chief of police, Robert Rodriguez, redirect the SAPD to uphold the following statement, and I quote, "Your police department remains steadfast in our commitment to serve you with integrity, compassion, and professionalism. Our mission has always been the safety and well-being of all community members, regardless of immigration status. We are here for you, we stand with you, and we will continue to work alongside of you to ensure the city remains safe and united." Nothing about Monday, June 9th from SAPD was compassionate or professional. You can no longer gaslight the public into believing that SAPD stands with the people it is supposed to serve. And for all the council members, I believe that you too put necessary pressure on allowing Santaneros their constitutional right to protest, without fear of violence from SAPD and the National Guard. I will be damned if I let my tax dollar and that of my community go towards my own victimization in my own city. I will be taking notes on every single action or inaction the council, the mayor, and the chief of police take, And trust me that I will put every single resource and platform I have to hold you all accountable to your supposed loyalty to the cities and its residents. In addition, I want to demand that Santa Ana cut all ties with ICE. I demand that ICE not have a detaining facility here in Santa Ana. We should not allow them to operate here. We should be doing everything in our power to disrupt ICE efforts to terrorize and kidnap our people. And to every single person here tonight, thank you for coming. Don't ever, ever let anyone, not the president, not the mayor, tell you that protesting accomplishes nothing. Anybody who obstructs your right to protest surely sides with the oppressor. Never, ever stop fighting for what is just. And to the mayor, must I remind you that every single type of advocacy in this time matters. Words matter, and your choice of words have cut deep. You have lost the respect of the people you serve, and the only honorable thing to do now, if not resign, is to reevaluate your morals and your stance, because the people of Santa Ana are not going to back down. We're only getting started. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. My name is Citlali, and I'm a proud daughter of immigrants. I was born and raised in Santa Ana. This city and its people raised me. It was on the very streets outside City Hall that I attended my first protest in 2006 against the criminalization of undocumented immigrants. So no, the fight against family separation and deportations isn't new. The fight started way before me. The protests are not just a result of last week or this year. This moment is a result of decisions and lack of action by our elected officials both here and in Washington to offer feasible pathways to citizenship. It is a result of military interventions, of war, economic instability, and so on and so forth. It's also a result of the militarization of our police department. The few wins we have are thanks to protest. They're thanks to civic action, organizing, and courage. Lots of courage. The courage of immigrants to share their story even when they know that their story can put them in danger. So thank you. Thank you to the council members who have had the courage to stand alongside our most vulnerable, who have proudly stood with us and spoken up on our behalf. Thank you to my fellow Santaneros who have courageously raised their voice, to those who understand the danger of not speaking up. Some would suggest that we keep our heads down for fear of retaliation from the federal government. We have witnessed the way in which our constitutional rights under the 1st, 4th, and 14th Amendment are being violated and eroded. People across our country are being targeted, kidnapped, and put into unmarked vans by individuals who refuse to identify themselves. Your reluctancy to be transparent in regards to ICE activity puts people in danger. The use of tear gas on your residents has turned our sanctuary city into a place of fear and mistrust. Like many speakers before me have so eloquently put it, we need you to use your positions of power to protect your residents. Advocate for us and get ICE out of OC. Make it clear through words and action that SAPD cannot and will not collaborate with ICE. Y si no van a ayudar, no estorben. Step up or step aside. If you are not for us, you are against us. Y a los inmigrantes que están viendo en casa, llenos de miedo y angustia porque no sabemos qué va a pasar, les quiero dejar saber que hay gente dispuesta a luchar con y por ustedes. Los queremos y vamos a hacer todo lo posible para cuidarlos. No están solos y no merecen ser tratados de esta manera. Ningún humano es ilegal. Thank you.
Luis Cruz, Jeff Dole, Diego Sanchez, Zuri Villa, Claudia Soto, Tom Frazier. If you heard your name, please come to the podium.
Hello, Council. My name is Zuri, and I'm here to hold Amesco accountable. She does not care about the people of Santa Ana. All she cares about is her money and her police department. She does not deserve to be our mayor, and we deserve a mayor who cares about its residents more than they care about money. She's continued to refuse to stand up for her community, and she was also caught lying to her community. In May of 2025, she made statements claiming that no ICE and DHS was in our community, despite reports of both of them being active in Santa Ana. Later that month, it was revealed that the city of Santa Ana received 42 notifications of planned immigration enforcement by ICE and DHS. Her plan was to just keep it on the down low. You are a coward and you don't care about your constituents. And then when Santa Ana residents are being snatched off the streets by ICE, she remains silent again. Then Santa Ana residents take to the streets to protest this injustice. Again, she was silent. She was nowhere to be seen because she does not care about her constituency. This brings me to my next point, which is, she has demonized those who actually have the courage to stand up and use their voice, because the police department started tear gassing and shooting rubber bullets at peaceful protesters with no provocation, and she wants to sit at home, post on her Facebook talking about, oh, you guys are just causing pure destruction and violence in our city. Meanwhile, the only people causing violence and destruction is your police department. Your police department broke the window of downtown Santa Ana business with their rubber bullets that they were shooting at the protesters, peaceful protesters. I got tear gas. I wasn't doing anything. The people around me weren't doing anything. We were just chanting, standing there, and I get tear gassed. Tear gas, as stated before, is a chemical weapon of war that is literally banned in international warfare, and your police department is using it against residents of Santa Ana who actually have the courage to stand up for what's right, unlike yourself, Mayor Valeria Mesco. So do the right thing and step down. Resign as mayor, because you do not deserve to be here. You do not deserve to be our mayor, because you do not care about your constituents. You said that you're not going to stand up and put your Chicano fist on because you don't only represent one part of the community. That part of the community is 80% of your constituency. 80% of your constituency are Latinos, and you don't care about them.
Thalia Rodriguez, Loriana Adriano, Vlad B, followed by Daniel Chanel.
Can everybody hear me? Yeah, okay. My name is Vladimir Benitez. I am a proud educator here in the city of Santa Ana. I don't live here. I did not grow up here, but I did. Anybody who is part of the immigrant population anywhere in Orange County knows Santa Ana is kind of like the heart of the Latino community. We come here, we look for home. We have our own homes, but we come looking for home. When I got hired on in Santa Ana, it was one of the greatest moments of my life. My dad was very proud of that. My dad came here as an undocumented immigrant. I'm not going to make this about me, but quickly, I already lived through some of these raids with my own parents, being fearful every night, not being able to sleep. So I can only imagine what these kids are going through right now. My kids, our kids, right? Right now, I have colleagues who are tired, just like the rest of us. But right now, right after this, some of them are going to drive their parents to work because they're scared. Because the only crime they've committed is being brown. That is how ICE is operating right now, without due process. And if you're a public servant, you took an oath to defend the Constitution. And without due process, we're nothing. We judge every other third world country, second world country, right, for not following due process, but we're here. what I do want to say is I was at the protest last Monday. I went to observe. I was angry just like everybody else. I was hurt. I didn't know what to do. So I went. I saw it. I've never been more scared in my life. Of the actions from the feds, the police. I mean, if you're in front of the ICE building, at one point, it was just a barrage of pepper balls, just like, like a war zone in Santa Ana. And then I looked, and it was the youth of Santa Ana, who will be the future leaders of this city. And all I have to say is, I get it, it's hard to be a leader. But in these hard times, you look to your leaders to provide that comfort. In our families, we look to the head of our household, whether that be mom or dad. And when they're absent, that really hurts the community. Before I go, you said when you met with the religious leaders, who also didn't take a position, but I mean, in the Bible it says love thy neighbor. So you always side with the right people, right? But you said you see Santa Ana as a family. Well, I have a family. My family, we disagree. And I've never shot tear gas at them or pepper balls or rubber bullets because that's not how things are done. And if you've never had the pleasure of experiencing tear gas, it's excruciating. Your eyeballs burn, you start dry heaving, and I saw the kindness of my neighbors. Other protesters came to the aid of everyone who had gotten tear gas, providing saline, water, snacks, making sure everyone's okay. That's what community looks like. The community will be here way after you're gone. Step up. The time to do what's right is still here. Use your legislative power for good. That is what you were elected to do. Thank you.
Chanel, FC, L. Gonzalez, Garrett Ford, Steph, followed by Nat Martinez.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Stephanie. I'm a member of CSO Orange County. I'm here today to urge the City Council to take action to keep our community safe. Santa Ana is a majority Hispanic city with 78 to 80% of its residents being Hispanic Latino and 41% of the population being foreign-born. Santa Ana is supposed to be a sanctuary city. Yet people are being kidnapped on their way to court appointments in an effort to gain their citizenship through legal means. On June 9th and June 14th, protesters filled the downtown area in order to stand up to this repressive government and send the message that we do not accept our community members, our family members, and our friends to be forced to hide away for fear that they could be picked up off the street at random and put into cages and dropped off into a country that they don't remember or where they may face violence. It is disgusting that our community members are forced to live in fear and that the mayor of this city, as well as some of the city council members, have turned their backs on them, their constituents. It is disgusting that after people exercise their right to protest in the city, that protesters were met with this city's police helping to instill that fear in us by shooting rubber bullets and throwing tear gas at its citizens. In what democracy would the people accept this kind of injustice from its civil servants? What about in the case of Noe Rodriguez, where the police of the city fired 29 rounds on one of its residents who was having a mental health emergency, and they failed to de-escalate? They failed to assess the threat level of the situation, and they failed to speak to him in a language that he would understand, in Spanish. In what democracy is that acceptable? This is happening in your city. I urge the City Council to pay attention to its constituents and to pay attention to what is going on in your city. When we are having to protect our own community, meanwhile, the people who are supposedly supposed to be protecting us are attacking us. I demand justice for Noe Rodriguez and that the killer cops Isaac Ibarra and Luis Casillas be fired immediately without pay and jailed. And I demand eyes out of Santa Ana.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nat Martinez. I'm a proud Santanero. My family home has been here for over 20 years out of Ward 4, so Mr. Becerra, please listen up as well. My family's been here, and they immigrated straight from Oaxaca, and I'm here on behalf of my grandmother, who unfortunately passed away this year. She taught me two things in this life. One, to cook some bomb-ass food, and two, to always speak up and help others. And I'm here today to tell everybody who's watching, who is unable to make it today, who is afraid to get out of their home, do not be afraid. Fear is a tool used by those who oppress. Turn that fear into anger, into rage. Come out, speak up, peacefully protest. Do not make it seem like Ms. Amesqua believes that we are violent protesters. No, we are speaking our mind. We are using our First Amendment right to speak to you today. And we're going to continue using that First Amendment right. I don't want to be afraid anymore to speak up. I'm here because I want to make sure that I fulfill my grandma's wish to continue to cook bomb food and to help others, those in need. I'm a proud public servant here, not just for Santa Ana, but for the County of Orange as a whole, and I will continue doing my best to help others. With that said, you need to get ICE out of here. You need to tell the people that you do not support them here. You cannot just sit there looking tired. We're all tired here. We're tired of everything that or the lack of everything that you have done here for the city. And for everybody who showed up here today, all of the wonderful people that came out to speak or to stand outside or even just watching the live stream, I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for continuing to make this city a wonderful place. Anybody who is here participating, y'all are invited to the carne asada, especially council members Hernandez, Lopez, and Vasquez. I would love to personally hand you a chela, ice cold. Thank you so much. I hope to continue to see you out there in the streets, continue to speak out, defund the Santa Ana Police Department. We do not need to give them any more money. We need to focus on our community and making sure that we take care of one another. Thank you.
Elena B. Lopez.
She was arrested earlier and cannot speak. Justice for Diana.
Mitzi Herman. Deborah Russell. Cynthia Rendon. Eddie Gomez. Mayor and City Council, that would conclude the in-person speakers. We'll move to the Zoom speakers now. Callers on Zoom, when unmuted, please announce your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Sarah Marshall, please unmute and make your comments.
Hi, good evening, council members, mayor, and residents of Santa Ana. My name is Sarah Marshall. I'm a third-generation Santanera. My family home resides in Ward 1. And I'm speaking tonight to address the same sentiments my fellow speakers are expressing and to highlight some history our residents may not be aware of. Back in early February, Councilmember Jesse Lopez introduced a proposal to establish the Santa Ana Sanctuary City Advisory Board, a proactive measure to defend our residents amid Trump's immigration crackdown. This proposal was met with criticism from our mayor, which he famously said, and I will not forget, "You cannot be a commissioner and an activist. You have to pick one or the other." These words have stayed with me since because it shines a light on the mayor and Amesqua's own perception of government and how she thinks public servants should participate in politics. In the same meeting, she also disapproved of the commissioner on the Police Oversight Committee for inquiring about potential police misconduct during a UCI protest, despite that being their very job. Mayor Amesqua has a history of repeatedly ridiculing journalists, activists, community organizers, and even her own colleagues, the very people who are working overtime to inform, educate, and protect vulnerable residents, and filling in the gaps where she continues to fall short. For those who have been in these meetings, we can confirm your decorum and attitude towards those on the dais have been oftentimes disrespectful and belittling. It is clear, given the mayor's statements and actions, that she wants our public servants to be passive rubber stamps than the actual bodies that advocate for community interests. And now you have gone against your constituents. On June 9th, instead of condemning the brutality done by federal agents and sympathizing with grieving families in our community, you turned to social media to accuse peaceful protesters of creating pure chaos and violence. Despite there being no injuries to police, no damage other than graffiti, and no business impacted during the initial protest. Your rhetoric dangerously mirrors the very administration that we are all collectively fighting against. Although I do sympathize with you in this moment for having to endure this meeting today, and I appreciate you staying all the way through, and this goes for every single council member who's allowed us to stay for the full 3 minutes, you guys do reap what you sow, and I am glad that people have come here today to speak out and to have their voices heard. So I implore you to take this moment to reflect on the cries of your constituents, become the leader we've all been asking for, and support the following: a voluntary resignation of Mayor Amezcua to avoid a costly recall process. Reintroduce and improve the Santa Ana Sanctuary City Advisory Board, if not in discussion already. Establish an ICE courtesy notification system where any known ICE activity is logged, communicated, and publicly reported in real time. And release all public records and communications from Mayor Amezcua between June 6th and June 11th related to immigration and ICE. This is requested by Ben Camacho, and I really do think that the city and residents deserve the transparency. Again, I thank all of the council members that have to speak, and also I implore the people that have spoken today. We already knew this about Amezcua, and it was up to us to show up at the polls, so I hope now that we continue to stay engaged and informed. Thank you.
Please unmute and make your comments. Trish. Next speaker, Irene Cabanas.
Good evening, council members and the community. I have been listening with my family here in tears, just hearing everyone's story, and I just want to quickly just give some comments. My name is Irene Cabanas, and I'm a 25+ year resident of Santa Ana. This is the first city that my parents and I arrived when we immigrated to the U.S. I'm also president of the Willard Neighborhood Association, but today I speak as a fellow Santanera, mother, wife, and proudly a daughter of courageous parents that immigrated from Zacatecas, Mexico. Thankfully to the Immigration Reform Act of 1986 by President Reagan, we were granted amnesty along with 3 million undocumented immigrants. I pray that one day our current administration explores a solution like this. Our children are watching how we handle this crisis. Excuse me. My 14-year-old should be enjoying the summer, not living in fear that he may be hunted down in our community. Federal raids and Santa Ana military tactics are the cause for why our downtown businesses, parks, and communities are empty, not because of the peaceful protests. Actions speak louder than words. We need to show compassion like we have seen with police departments in Dallas and Minneapolis, where they are marching in solidarity with the protesters. Mayor Amezcua, please, we need you to take action, or we will. Thank you.
CSO Orange, please unmute and make your comments.
Hi, my name is Diana, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I'm a proud Chicana, a daughter of immigrants, and a member of the CSO Immigration Committee. What we've seen in the past several weeks has been very scary and is not what a sanctuary city should look like. Masked ICE agents coming to our streets to take hardworking residents of Santa Ana, the people who build, run, and make the city come to life. At the same time, the National Guard is occupying our streets alongside SAPD. We have heard testimonies and seen videos of protesters doing nothing wrong, and SAPD shooting tear gas and rubber bullets for no reason. These officers are more afraid of teenagers with signs than they are of ICE deporting our people. While people are being taken from their families, while we are being tear gassed for fighting for our loved ones, Mayor Amezcua is hiding and saying she doesn't just represent one group, but we are the majority of this city, and without us, this city is nothing. Instead of trying to find real solutions, instead of standing with the people and showing real bravery the way regular people have, you bend over backwards to defend the police department because they fund your campaigns. Maybe you're right, and you shouldn't represent us Chicanas. Chicanas have a long history of struggle against police brutality, against deportations, against war, and more. We are a people full of bravery that you clearly have none of. Eres una vendida y una cobarde. Today, we continue our struggle by demanding ICE and National Guard out of Santa Ana. We demand SAPD to stop oppressing us for standing up for what's right, and we demand justice for Noe Rodriguez.
Hello?
Yes, Jason, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jason Rosavlovich, and I'm going to be reading this on behalf of my wife, who showed up at 3 p.m. at the courthouse and ended up getting turned away. So here it goes. My name is Noel Bayless Rosavlovich, and I'm a Southern California native and a resident of Santa Ana for the last 6 years. My husband is a proud first-generation American whose parents both crossed oceans and borders in pursuit of a better life, just like my grandparents did. My friends, family, coworkers, and neighbors are immigrants or are the children of immigrants. And I am sick to see their fear and anguish in the face of the recent and ongoing actions by ICE. On the evening of Monday, June 9th, I joined my community in a peaceful demonstration against the unwelcome presence of ICE in our city. My husband and I, along with other demonstrators, laid down in front of police in peaceful protest. Santa Ana Police Department and federal agents responded with violence. As I attempted to retreat from officers, I was knocked to the ground and hit by multiple Santa Ana police officers with batons. As I tried to cover my head and face with my arms, I was then dragged by my ankles across concrete before being tackled by multiple Border Patrol officers. Am I so imposing that I need to be beaten and restrained by no less than 6 men twice my size? Is lying on the ground so violent that my husband needed to be hogtied and thrown into a transport vehicle? Demonstration is not a crime. Santa Ana is so incompetent that I wouldn't even call them if I couldn't find my own axe. And we deserve that. That's from my wife. And all I have to say is, this is, Mayor, you're a piece of shit. I'm sorry, but I
Next speaker, caller whose phone number ends in 010. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hello, Victor Mendez, Ward 3. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I had some comments in the business calendar, but evidently you went ahead and voted on before I could say anything, which makes what I wanted to say on those matters completely worthless and mute. So be it. Nonetheless, I did listen with a lot of patience to the individuals who have obviously are frustrated, scared, and whatever. And I'm not gonna certainly diminish the justification for their feelings. There's a lot of things going on there. I'm the father of an immigrant. I brought my son over here from Mexico. A lot of his co-workers are now being picked up. His neighborhood is under ICE attack, and he's having to carry a damn passport around. So I'm not very happy with what's going on here. But I can say this. If Mayor Bass wanted the National Guard out of LA, you could snap her and get out of it. So I don't know where any people are coming off saying that Mayor Bass would particularly whisk the National Guard away or isolate. If you want to blame somebody, blame Donald Trump. In fact, if you want to really blame somebody, why don't you talk to those young Latinos out there who gave Donald Trump the margin of victory? Instead, these people come in and simply, demean our mayor, make it look like he's the cause of all these problems, and use the most profane language I've ever experienced in all the years I've come to council meetings. If you want to do something, change the minds of those young Latinos who voted for Trump. They gave them this victory, and they continue to support him. But evidently, the mayor seems to be an easy scratching post for the anxiety these people are feeling. And again, I think about what people are going through. I'm going through it. My son's going through it. My grandson's going through it. But please, folks, get rational, get smart. Go to the people and change their minds. The Democratic Party itself has to blame for some of this as well. Articles have been written. But if you want to blame somebody, look at the mirror and blame yourself for not being more active, not trying to be more persuasive in your argument, and not trying to pursue these individuals who feel so isolated that they will look at Donald Trump and solve their problems. Again, you just can't wish ice away. The other thing that disturbed me was that somebody said this: destruction is the only way to be heard. That's a quote out of today. That's where these people stand. Destruction of our community is how they're going to be heard. These are not nice things to say. Okay, these are not productive things to say. These are very counterproductive things to say. And again, if destruction's the pathway, you're only going to meet the police on your way, and the results will be quite consequential. And then also, can we just focus on Santa Ana and not worry about and not deal with Gaza, the Congo, whatever else? I mean, yes, there's conflicts around the world, and I appreciate what's going on, and we should have a world view. But I live up East First Street.
Anna Charco, please unmute and make your comments.
Good evening. It's been 5 long hours, but I would wait 5 long hours again anytime to provide my public comment. My name is Ana Charco, and I am speaking as a concerned resident of Santa Ana to speak on behalf of countless residents who are outraged and heartbroken by the inhuman ICE raids currently unfolding in our city. These raids are not just headlines, they're trauma. Families are being torn apart before being targeted while doing everyday things. While doing everyday things, such as putting gas or simply existing in the city they call home. Videos and eyewitness accounts are flooding social media and news platforms. These are realities we cannot ignore. You cannot ignore. You were elected to represent us. That means listening when our community is crying out in pain and fear. That means standing with us when we're under attack and not going silent. In this past meetings, each of you probably share your immigrant roots, connecting your stories to ours. But when ICE raids began terrorizing the cities, where were you, Mayor Amezcua, Councilmember Becerra, and Councilmember Peñalosa? You remained silent until protests erupted. The silence speaks volumes. We expect more, we deserve more. Taking pride in your immigrant background is not just about storytelling when it's convenient to you. It's about standing hand in hand with the community when it matters the most. It's about showing up when we're under siege. When people took to the streets to protest, not out of hate, but out of desperation and pain, your focus shifted to police response instead of the root cause. Federal agents are traumatizing our neighborhoods. Instead of shielding your constituents, the city criminalized the youth who were simply standing up for their families and their rights. As mayor and city leaders, you must protect us, not punish us for exercising our First Amendment right. Going forward, we urge you to take clear public stance against ICE, demand that our police department not be used in intimidating or harming residents, and most importantly, respect and defend our right to protest, to assemble, and to demand justice without fear of being tear gassed or retaliated against. In this time, we've seen the terror by our community firsthand. Moving forward, we would like for you to publicize this statement, but also partake in all the activities that our community needs, such as doing grocery shopping for them or providing rides to parents to their school to pick up their kids. This is the way you could come in hand and continue showing your support. This is not a time for you to remain quiet. Thank you.
Sheila Espanto. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. So my name is Kayla Asato, and while I'm not a Santa Ana resident anymore, I have worked in the city for more than 4 years, and I was a Ward 3 resident. As a former resident of the city, I have a few choice words for the former school board member who I voted for in 2018. Step up against the police, Trump administration, and ICE, or step the fuck down. I saw during Councilwoman Fan's strong statements on her family's immigration story that you leaned over to Councilman Becerra and just started chatting. If you're not listening at all to your corporate-free colleagues and rolling your eyes when we're talking, what authority do you have to stand on that dais? Now, I'll speak on behalf of the lifelong Delta resident, Erica Gonzalez, who couldn't make it to the council because of this bullshit abstract cutoff time. Being undocumented is not a crime, no matter what the POA or your ally in the White House might say. Going to the grocery store isn't a crime, no matter what you or the POA think. Having a mental health crisis is not a crime, no matter what you or the cops who killed many residents of OC think. Protesting is not a crime, no matter what you, David, or Phil might think. There's no need for drones surveilling people outside. Who is this a sanctuary for? The residents or the police? And to the person who just spoke, or the person who spoke a little bit before, I do think that criticism at Mayor, or that at Valerie is very much warranted, because you are not standing up. You are trying to push ICE and the police out. This is on you, and you need to step up, because you're not doing your goddamn job and enforcing the laws of Santa Ana as a sanctuary city. Thank you.
John Ramirez, please unmute and make your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is John Ramirez, and I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm commenting tonight on the attacks thrown at the mayor this past week. It is surprising to me to see all the insults and disinformation going out about her. The mayor has always shown out for her community since day one. If anyone here attends her events, whether it's a coffee with the mayor, neighborhood leaders association meeting, or attending local neighborhood meetings, then they would see how much she has been there to answer questions, address concerns, and made city staff available for the community when they have questions or concerns. It is a false narrative to say she doesn't care. The people the mayor makes herself available to aren't just business owners, but they're persons of all different backgrounds. The one thing in common they all share: they are all Santa Ana residents. She is there for everyone and puts public safety first for them, whether it's helping to lead the effort to stop the needle distribution program from coming to our city, or constructing a fence near the county flood channel to prevent homeless from harassing the public and school children nearby. I stand with you, Mayor, and support you. Keep up the great work. And to anyone talking about a recall, focus that energy on the school board majority. With all the controversy and colorful leadership there, that would be money well spent to see a few of them be removed via recall. And I support peaceful protesting, but we should all be condemning illegal and unlawful assemblies. Vandalism, destruction, and assaults against law enforcement is never the answer. All violence does is destroy your positive message you're trying to send. And lastly, I want to say to all undocumented, hardworking, law-abiding community, I pray that any unjust acts stop and we return to a sense of normalcy soon. Have a good night and stay safe, all.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the Zoom speakers that were in the Q1.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We really appreciate it. We're going to go to council comments, and then we're going to close the meeting at this time. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to do City Manager. We're going to do him after. Go ahead, Mr. City Manager. You go first.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councilman Fan, you had a question, you want clarification?
Yeah, so first I'd like to thank everyone, maybe I'll just do my public comments too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you to everyone who came out to speak, to protest, to share your thoughts. I really appreciate it. And I think that so many of us up here share those feelings. So I do have a few questions for clarification purposes because there are a lot of requests, demands that I think we need to clear up, right? There's just been a lot going on the last week and a half. So the first thing, Mr. City Manager, I want to get some clarification regarding, what was happening, and Chief, you can chime in too. But I want to be clear. Did we request ICE come to Santa Ana?
We did not request ICE Immigration Enforcement efforts in Santa Ana.
No. Okay. Did we request the Border Patrol come to Santa Ana?
No, we did not.
Did we request anyone from Homeland Security to come to Santa Ana?
I would say that there's regional federal task forces that include HSI.
For immigration, but not for immigration.
Not for immigration.
Did you ask them to leave? Did we? I'll get there. Thank you. Did we collaborate, Chief? I think this is more for you. Did we collaborate with the National Guard?
No, we did not.
Did we ask them to come to Santa Ana?
No, we did not.
Okay. And so I want to know how they ended up here, right? So I woke up to text messages or videos of community members being tackled, chased down, tackled, and detained by people who looked like they were from Border Patrol. And frankly, we don't know because they didn't have any badges, we don't know what they look like. But because it's my understanding that they were doing these ICE raids in our city, including in Ward 1 in our Home Depot. And we received a call from the U.S. Attorney, right? Can you tell me what he essentially said or what he kind of, threatened if we did not assist in securing the federal building?
So he did contact through the city attorney and did a three-way discussion with the chief and myself.
And Madam City Attorney, just clarification, have you ever received a direct call from the city, U.S. Attorney before in the city? Have you ever received a call from the U.S. Attorney in the city?
I have, and not with relation to immigration, but other investigations.
Okay, major investigation. So it's a big deal.
Very easy.
Got it. And so what did he say to you, essentially? Or it's my understanding that he essentially said, or threatened, if you don't help us to clear the federal building, we may send in the National Guard.
So he asked for assistance for covering staff and federal agents and the federal building. So essentially said, I need your help, gentlemen. Spoke to the directly to the chief of police. Said we need your help. Our federal agents are essentially being overrun.
He used the word overrun. We did not.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. And so he said, I'm sending federal agents, and we would rather not make this a national event. I would rather not have the necessity to send the National Guard.
So he essentially said, we are, quote, being overrun, right? He used those words, not our city. And he said, if you did not help us secure the federal building, well, I'd rather not have to send in the National Guard.
Right. He requested the police department's assistance to safeguard both staff and the federal building.
Okay. And I want to make that clear because we, and it's my understanding, and please clarify if I'm wrong, that we had our officers go out there to secure the federal building on city sidewalks in an effort to prevent the National Guard from coming to Santa Ana. Is that correct, Chief?
That is correct.
Okay, let me repeat that. We had our own officers, many who live here in the city of Santa Ana, go onto our sidewalks to protect the federal building at the request of the U.S. Attorney in the attempt to prevent them from sending the National Guard to Santa Ana. Because we didn't want to be LA. And did they send in the National Guard?
Yes, they did.
So they did it anyway. And I want to make it clear, and please tell me, I think this is a question for Madam City Attorney, because there's been a lot of requests to say, get rid of ICE. Madam City Attorney, is there any law that you are aware of that this city council, that any of us here can take or to follow to remove ICE from the city of Santa Ana?
Absolutely not. The city cannot prevent ICE from entering or operating within the city's boundaries. We have absolutely no control over that.
The city does not have any authority, any power, any legal justification, or any ability to prohibit ICE from coming into the city of Santa Ana, and we have no ability to remove them from the city of Santa Ana. If the city of Santa Ana had that ability, the city of Los Angeles would have already done it. The city of Los Angeles would have already done it. Madam City Attorney, do we have any laws, authority, power, or jurisdiction to remove Border Patrol from the city of Santa Ana?
We do not.
Do we have any power, authority, jurisdiction to remove the National Guard from the city of Santa Ana?
The city cannot directly remove the National Guard, and just as a reminder to everyone, you may already know this, the governor of our state has made a great effort to challenge the National Guard's presence and the authority of the federal government over the National Guard. Typically, the National Guards are subject to the governor's authority. We know that this process is making its way through the courts, and I would say that the governor who has this authority has far more power than we do as a small city. We're a large city, but small, one of many cities in the state of California. And with the power of the California Attorney General, he has not been able to force the National Guard out of our state. And so I would say he has not been successful in doing that, and we clearly do not have the resources to make that happen, and the governor can't make that happen.
Thank you. And I'm asking these questions not because I do not sympathize, because I do. I was by Home Depot saying we want ICE out of California, out of Orange County, out of Santa Ana. My colleagues are out there, many of them saying we want ICE out of Santa Ana, out of Orange County, out of California. I do not want to call my friends and family to check in on them to make sure that their parents and family are safe. I do not want to have to tell them to give them my number in the event that they get picked up by immigration officials. I do not want to have to tell my friends, stay home, go grocery shopping for your parents, or do any of those things. And I don't think any of us up here on the dais want to do that either. But this is what we have. And we are doing, in my opinion, everything we can to try to share information, to try to share resources, and try to be with the community. And frankly, I know we need to do better. I know I need to do better. I think all of us are learning a big lesson here with everything that's going on. But I want to make sure that people are not misinformed. We don't have the authority to remove ICE or Border Patrol or the National Guard. What we can do is to support our legislators who are fighting to remove them. And I guess I just want to make that clear because there's just been so many emotions tonight, so much anger, and I think that is all valid and fair, but let's not miss the point. It's the federal government. This administration is the one who's separating families. This administration operates on cruelty, and this administration does not care about our families and our communities. I don't want us to turn on each other. I don't want us to blame one another, because we have to stand in solidarity with each other. That's the only way we're going to fight these people. And I hope that all of us will continue to do the work that we've been doing to share information, to care for each other, and to be there for each other. And if you have any other questions, please ask, because I will tell you that our executive team, our chief, our city attorneys, all of these council members have been working day and night to find ways to ensure that our communities can protest. There were no curfews. There were yes, a declaration of unlawful assembly, but thanks to the peaceful protesters, many of the advocates who were here tonight, we rescinded that unlawful assembly and we continue to allow people to protest. I'm so proud of that. And I want to see more of that. When people are being dumb, call them out, stop them. But also, all of us can do better. Our officers can do better. And I know our officers are working on that, but our community members are working on that. So let's not be so quick to judge each other. Let's make sure to remember that we're all standing together against the federal government that is actively doing harm against our community. And so with that, in closing with Immigrant Heritage Month, it's been a really emotional night, and I want to remind everyone that no one, it's just a paraphrase, right? No one goes into the ocean unless there's no water, clean water to drink at home, right? People don't send their kids onto boats and planes and across borders. People don't leave everything they know unless there's nothing left for them. And I hope that every one of us, whether we're up here in the audience in the community, remember that. And I hope that we all remember where we came from, because that's the only way we're going to get through this together. That's the only way we're going to get through the next 4 years, and that's the only way the city of Santa Ana is going to be stronger. Someone brought up E pluribus unum, out of many one. I was here. I sat in that seat for hours to fight for that motto, and I really believe in it. And I hope we all do too. Have a good night.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lopez.
Well, first I want to speak to our community as the proud daughter of immigrants. I know that many of us, as I said earlier, are feeling both anger and deep sadness. And the truth is that most of us haven't even had the time or the space to grieve everything that we're seeing and the things that we have experienced directly, because we are the ones that have had to provide care on the ground, provide support, all of the things, mobilize small business owners, help put workshops so people know their rights, so that business owners understand how they too can protect their employees and their customers. All of the things that I think our community wanted to see from local government and preparation for this, because we knew that this was going to come here inevitably, right? Those are all the things that local organizations are doing, the residents on the ground are doing. And so I want to thank everybody that's been involved in helping to support one another and helping to protect one another. I know that people are, picking supplies from my house, from City Hall. We're dropping off resources. And because of all of this, because we've had to rapidly respond, I know that there are many of us in the community that are trying to process what is happening right now. And so I think for me, I understand what our families are going through, and I think people also understand that, especially if you come from the background that we come from. It's not an easy conversation to have with your dad when he's telling you, I'm going directly home after work. I'm not going to go out this entire weekend. My mom is worried for my safety. And so I've heard the words from our constituents. I can't eat, I can't sleep, I can't focus. My body's full of anxiety. I'm keeping a strong face for my parents and siblings. And this is the reality of our community. And so my neighbors feel the tension, and I want to urge all of our residents to take care of yourselves and to stay committed to each other's safety, because we need that more than ever now. And because this administration will rewrite laws, will invent new ones, will change procedures, and they will do anything and everything that they can to criminalize our existence even further. And so always holding our communities to a different, harsher standard than they hold themselves. And I also just want to ground us in the reality that so many people brought forth tonight, right? Families being separated, parents being taken, federal agents Some unmarked, some anonymous, are roaming our neighborhoods in tactical gear, detaining people without warning, without due process, without answers. Children have been detained, community leaders have been arrested, journalists continue to be brutalized, legal observers are being targeted, everyday people are being traumatized over and over again. And people that have experienced severe trauma are having to relive this over and over again. And so people that have lived here for decades, that have called this place their home, are being hunted, and we have to name it for what it is plainly. This is happening because of racial profiling. Many of our constituents said that. This is happening because of racism, and it is happening because of the president. My parents flew El Salvador during the Civil War. They carry trauma that many people will never fully understand. They walked across Central America and Mexico, suffering unimaginable harm, hoping to reach a place that promised safety, dignity, and opportunity. Here in the States, they found each other and they started a family. They never got to finish school because war took that from them. They were separated from their families, and yet they believed that this place could be different. That's why we reject war and occupation, and that is why you're seeing the very strong response from our community that you've witnessed for the past 9 days. We do demand that ICE be out of our neighborhoods. We understand that they're not just going to leave, but additionally, we understand that we have to speak up and that we have to push back against this administration, right? We demand, none of us, business owners have said this to us, we don't want the National Guard. There's not a lot of foot traffic in downtown Santa Ana, especially the businesses that are directly in front of the courthouse are facing, it's really not the same. And so I think it's important for everybody in this chamber to understand that our constituents are going to continue to exercise their First Amendment rights, and they should exercise their constitutional right to voice their political dissent, because I don't know how much longer we're going to have them. That's the reality of the situation. And so what is the plan moving forward, right? How are we going to work with our community to ensure that they can peacefully protest without being brutalized? That is the question that I need us to address tonight. And so I think, one of the things that I want us to get, or actually let me go over my questions that I have here. So I was at the action Monday, and like other people, I was in the crowd when federal agents shot at the crowd various objects. And actually, Trustee Magdalena was with me there, and she was hit twice. And one of the things I saw, and I heard you speak about this a little bit, Chief, was that they essentially called for support, correct?
That's correct.
And so one of the things that we noticed was that the department was out there. They were closest to Flower Street. And so one of the things that we noticed was that PD formed a line of control. And so they moved forward. And then part of the line was, it curved. So instead of being a straight line like this, it curved to allow for the passage of the federal cars. Is that the support that they requested from our police department?
Yes, they need to get vehicles in there to get their professional staff out of the building.
Okay, and so I would love for you to address the question, right? How is that possibly, or maybe it's not, in conflict with their sanctuary ordinance?
It is not in conflict because the request is not for the assistance of the arrest or detainment of anyone for immigration status. It's a request and assistance from another law enforcement agency that they need help.
So it's really like the language in the ordinance isn't specific enough?
I think there are absolutely two separate issues. The Sanctuary City and the California Values Act that we have at the statewide level is really about protecting the immigrants. It's protecting individuals and making sure that they are not, that we do not assist federal agencies in detaining, investigating, or going after the individuals. Whenever anyone would call, whether it's the federal government or your neighbor or business owner, and says, I need safety assistance, our police department's going to go provide safety assistance, regardless of who they are. And so our sanctuary law, our State Values Act protects the individuals, and we received a call for our individuals in this building are feeling unsafe. Can you come help the people in the building? Not can you come help us because we're making an arrest of an immigrant, or can you come help us because we're having a hearing about deportation. So that was the situation there. Can I also just let the council know this? Happy to answer questions. I'm just going to be a little mindful of, we had questions I faced some questions that were directly related to the commentary tonight. You have some additional questions, but the item's not agendized for us to take action. The Brown Act will let you make some quick questions, but we won't be able to have a debate over it. If you want to have a debate, I can make that possible for you. I can agendize it for you at a special meeting or regular meeting. But for this meeting, you can ask a few clarifying questions on the Brown Act, but we won't be able to get into a debate over it because of the Brown Act.
Madam City Attorney, just a quick question. Because we are in closing comments from the council members, their questions they can still ask, as you indicated, but just very brief.
Yeah, brief questions, but just not the back and forth debate. If there's like what does the law say? You can answer. If the question to the chief is, what is that question? You can answer. But to then have the council get into a back and forth conversation, we can't do that under the Brown Act.
Councilman Lopez?
My time's up. Do you want me to continue or should I come back?
No, if you're going to finish your comments, go ahead.
Yes. Another question I have is, can you please tell the public which agencies were present in the city, have been present in the city these past 9 days?
I don't think I can answer that accurately because I even don't know which agencies were present in the city. I know ICE is one of them, probably Border Patrol and DOJ. If I had to guess, but as far as confirmation, I don't know if that's all that happened in our city or if only 2 out of the 3. But I know those are usually the agencies operating in other areas.
And what agencies were invited to come into the city?
Invited by, I don't understand the
your
question.
mutual aid request?
Oh, you mean agencies from mutual aid?
No, like federal agencies, and then what agencies were invited?
Agencies in regards to mutual aid is based on our mutual aid coordinator and which ones came into our city. I would have to confirm, but I do know off the top of my head, Orange County Sheriff's, Anaheim, Garden Grove, Costa Mesa. I think Orange might have came in also.
Irvine as well.
Irvine came in one night. Not all those same agencies came in every night.
Understood. And City Manager, do you know if the federal government has any plans to reimburse the city for all the city resources that have been used in the past 9 days?
Do I know if the federal government has any?
Yeah.
No.
Have we inquired?
To the congressman?
I don't know, have you inquired?
Right. We've asked the congressman, right? We have communication, right? And you've seen his aspect. So he doesn't know, right? That's one. And so there's no federal agency that I can per se ask, particularly, as far as accountable to be able to reimburse us. Now, have we stopped met with State Senator Umber, the chief, and myself, and we have asked, if the state can assist. No promises were made, but he said he would look into it.
Got it, thank you. Do you know what opportunities we're going to have in the upcoming budget to support our families, including immigrant families, since many of them, the families I've spoken to, the main breadwinner has been taken from their household?
So I'm not sure I understand that question, Councilman. You mean in the upcoming budget as far as setting aside what?
any opportunities that perhaps staff is thinking about?
Opportunities such as what?
Supporting families directly with financial support.
That same money is set from the general fund for support. I don't know if we have a vehicle or venue for that. I know we do have our Section 8, some CDBG assistance, and what else? Well, we have revenues in the defense, but I don't think that's what she's talking about. She's talking about impacting general fund component for the main breadwinner. We can look into it.
Okay, thank you. And then, City Attorney, one of the questions that I would like for you to respond to, since I'm sure everybody has gotten it, is kind of elected officials delete comments and block their residents from engaging on their social media accounts when they use those social media accounts to carry out their duties as representatives of the city.
So the law is that if you hold out any social media as the communication method for the city, then you have a lot of restrictions on when you can block commentary. Our advice to you has always been to make sure, just as we tell you your personal devices, keep your personal devices personal, keep your city devices, for city business. We say the same thing on social media. Keep your personal pages personal if you don't want to have to follow the rules of government. There's nothing wrong on your social media saying, hey, come to this event tonight. Like, I'm going to be here at this event. It happens to be a city event. But if you're using your personal social media to promote city operations, then you are likely turning that into a government social media account, and you would be restricted from blocking individuals.
And what is the pathway for a community member to report any account that is actually blocking and deleting comments?
Because that's an individual practice by you, the city doesn't govern that, and the pieces that we've seen are actually legal actions against the individual elected officials. Because the city can't control, we don't have any rules to say don't do that. I can just advise you that under the law, if someone privately sued you, you would likely lose that case.
Understood, thank you. And is the FPPC the agency where constituents can submit reports to?
It's not, the social media issues aren't going to be regulated by an agency like the Fair Political Practices Commission is not going to regulate the social media accounts. It's more of, like I said, it's a right that an individual would have to assert against the elected official and would have to take personal action against that elected official.
Thank you. And then either chief or city manager, can you address the different accounts that came forward of residents in the downtown area who were trying to get to their cars, or there was one specific example of a man who lives on the corner of Flower and First, was walking his dog, was trying to get back to his condo, and was asked to provide identification. And then after the protest, one of the school board members was trying to get to the car and was also asked to provide identification. And I also have received 2 or 3 different complaints, or comments, I should say, from city staff members that were also asked to provide identification to access the Civic Center area.
In regards to the comments that were made and some of the complaints that you have received, council member, that's something we would have to look into and they morph into some kind of citizen complaints, not something that we can discuss openly due to POBARs. But we will look into the matter to ensure that we follow through.
But at any point, did you direct our officers to explicitly ask residents or people in the downtown to produce an ID?
I don't direct the minutia of every single act they do because they're the ones out in the field and I'm not out there with them. So I can't say that I did, but that doesn't mean that they didn't.
So is it up to an individual officer to request whatever they feel they can request from residents?
I do know that officers have the discretion based on the totality of the circumstances of what they're dealing with in front of them to be able to make certain decisions. I also heard that the federal agents were asking for IDs, and I think it was in front of the 34th Civic Center or the federal courthouse.
I did hear that too.
Yes, so I don't know who was asking for IDs, but I did hear the federal agents were asking for IDs throughout the night.
Okay, got it. And then I think city attorney or city manager, when it comes to the sunshine ordinance and the people that the elected here meet with and are supposed to share on their calendars, is it required under our ordinance that first and last names be included in the report out?
Our sunshine ordinance doesn't speak to the specifics of how you put somebody on your calendars. I think everyone has a different practice. Do you use full name? Do you use initials or whatnot? It's the calendar itself that has to be released in the Sunshine Act. We do recommend, and we have asked in previous administrations that the executive assistants that you all use clearly identify the individuals. But that's been our city practice. But what individuals do might be a little different.
Okay, thank you. And then one of the last comments that I do want to address before I'm sure somebody else speaks is your comment, Councilmember Peñalosa, that you gave to the media, where you said a lot of the heat is manufactured by my colleagues. Heat is manufactured, and manufactured is invented, fabricated, and I don't think what we all saw tonight is manufactured or fabricated. And so that's not just dismissive, council member, it's really dangerous. It's a slap to the face to the thousands of people who have taken to the streets because their families are literally being disappeared. People waited for hours here to speak. And so they are seeing this experience firsthand. They are fearful. And I just want to ask you to be mindful about the quotes that you're giving to the media. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for those comments. I actually agreed with 99% of what you said. I'm pissed too of what's going on in our community. And that comment of manufacturing was just for context. Was cornered at one of the No Kings rally, but it was at the fact that we've put out the information where it wasn't 42 times that ICE notified our city, it was DHS. Out of those, it was only 17 times, but the residents still keep repeating that. And so the basis on that concept and information that's out there is what was manufactured. Because we know that that's not the case, but it keeps being repeated. So it was taken out of context, but you're right. It is dangerous to say to the way it reads. I absolutely agree with you. But with that said, I want to thank everybody that's come out to speak tonight. I mean, this is something that we should all be really pissed about and frustrated and heartbroken, and it's something that's shaken all of us. The ICE rates here in our neighborhoods, I know I heard a couple speakers say that, they didn't, hear from me. It's like I put out a statement condemning the ICE rates 2 hours after I found out about them. And I was at work. I was at work all day that day. Devastated at what was going on just down the street from me in my district, in the Home Depot that I often go to. Seeing people, working class residents in our city, getting their lives ripped apart and changed forever, and the families that is now affecting. And as I said in that statement, I want to make it very clear that these actions that we're seeing, it's not about public safety. They're not going after criminals. It's about inciting fear and cruelty and control of our community. And I want to remind the community of what we're working with, what we're dealing with here. This is a man that incited an insurrection on our own capital, and then got elected President of the United States and pardoned all those insurrectionists and terrorists, homegrown terrorists that went after our legislators and our government and our police officers. I mean, this is frightening and scary what we're dealing with right now. And it is troubling, and it's deeply personal for me too as well. Seeing these raids happening in our city, on our bus stops, at Home Depot, everywhere we see car washes. I mean, believe me, it's, you know, I think of my parents in the first 15 years of their life here in the United States when they immigrated from Guerrero, Mexico, and how they lived in fear. A good 15 years before they were granted amnesty by the presidency in the 1980s. And like many others, they just came here simply trying to survive and work hard and feed their families and give their children, me, a shot at a better life. And you know, it's thanks to their sacrifice. I grew up here in Santa Ana, born and raised, went to public schools here. Now I'm able to be elected to serve our residents. Now I'm a father. My children are proud. I'm proud to say my children are descendants of Mexican immigrants and Vietnamese refugees. And we can't stand quietly while our families like mine are being hunted and humiliated on our own streets, in our own neighborhoods. And I don't think there's anyone in this room that doesn't share that sentiment and is pissed about that. Because that's not right what we're seeing go down in our own cities, in our own communities. And, you know, I wish I would have been out there Monday evening. But again, unfortunately, this isn't all we do. I mean, I clock in and out of work like tens of thousands of others in the city. And I was at work till about 6:30 p.m. that day. And unfortunately, I don't have the privilege or luxury that I did that day to, like my colleagues, to be out there. But you know, I'm proud of everybody that was out there that day, standing up for our community. On that Tuesday morning, I attended Congressman Correa's town hall meeting with dozens of other labor organizations. And we all had that same stone cold look on our faces of not knowing what to do and how helpless we are when we're seeing, people's due process violated, these raids unconstitutional, people not obeying the Constitution and violating our rights as human beings and as people out there. We're all asking the same questions. What can we do? I was there asking our federal legislature, what can I do as a city council member in the city of Santa Ana? Can I order the National Guard to leave our city? Guess what? Councilmember Fan, I want to thank you for asking those questions. I can't. We cannot. Can I ask ICE to stop raiding and get out of our city? We cannot. There's nothing that we can do to make that stop. I denounce the National Guard being in our city. I don't want them here. None of us do. And they're here, and there's nothing that we can unfortunately do about it from this legislative body.
Whoa! You can speak up.
I did.
More.
But with that said, excuse me, miss, please. I'm speaking. We've listened for 5 hours. Let me speak. Just let me get my two words out, please. So we have zero control. This legislative body, I want to make sure that we understand that we have zero control of federal enforcement operations in the city. That includes ICE raids. That includes the presence of National Guard on our streets. I worked all week and hounded our city manager to open up our streets and get rid on 4th Street because these businesses are struggling. These immigrant-owned, Santa Ana resident-owned businesses are struggling. And we didn't ask for this. None of us up here are in support of it. Nobody here is working with ICE. The mayor's not working with ICE. It's something that, you know, none of us up here are supporting of essentially what our streets have become. So yes, I denounce the National Guard being here. I don't want them here. But I just want to make sure that the residents know that I'm very proud of everyone that came out tonight to speak. It is your First Amendment right to speak and protest out there as much as you can. And yeah, and I would say that just watching 99.9% of you out there were peaceful, and I appreciate that. And it's beautiful seeing everybody out there exercising your First Amendment right to protest. So, I mean, the strength of this city and comes from its people. I mean, our working families, our immigrants, our dreamers. And to every person that feels afraid right now, I mean, we see you and we stand with you. I mean, that is honestly all I can say. And I want to reiterate my thanks to Councilmember Fan for asking those questions of our city attorney and our police chief, because there is nothing that we could do to make the National Guard leave this city today, right now. And if there was, I'd be the first to demand it. I mean, that's just the reality we're facing with. So with that said, Mayor, those are my comments. A lot of the questions that I had were asked by my colleagues, so thank you, city staff, for answering those. Yeah, and this is devastating, and like many others, the rage is definitely justified. And you know, if I have to sit here and take that break, I'd happily take it, because I know that many residents don't know where else to turn to. And that's what I was able to do, and I'll take it. But I just know that I share those same sentiments. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Panels. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to begin first by standing in solidarity with my community and sending a message directly to them. I stand with you, and I'm going to continue to stand with you, and I'm going to fight alongside you. Because I wouldn't be here sitting at this dais, I wouldn't be here as an American today if it wasn't for my great-grandfather, Jose Lopez, who became a bracero, fought in World War I, and helped make sure that my family had the opportunity to bring two loved ones over from Mexico. So when people want to question my will to protest, it's because my grandparents fought in the wars so that people like me can use our voice. I am as American as they come. And I say that because I come from an America where we challenge this country to be better. I stand on the shoulders of the Americans who were brutalized by COINTELPRO, who were killed off by local police departments, and challenge them. People like me sit here today because a group of people in the Chicano community resisted these Zoot Suit riots. They fought back. They fought during the Vietnam War, where 16% of casualties were Mexican Americans. My family is proud to live in Santa Ana, and that's why I know my story so well. I was raised by immigrant grandparents. My grandfather, I'm wearing his union button today from Labor's Local 652, where he joined a labor union and represented them for 43 years. He bought several houses in Artesia Pilar, which my family still live in today. I was raised in a Catholic household, going to Our Lady of the Pillar Church. Deacon Louis is my family member, who is still at Our Lady of the Pillar Church. And I was raised in a household under the principles of who loves you more than I do. As cheesy as that sounds, that was what my dad would ask any time. My father knew the violence of the system in the state very well, so he prepared us to embrace a love that will conquer all. And when he would ask us who loves you more than I do, my brother and I would jokingly say our mom. But he would say Jesus does. Because when all else fails and your parents are not here, Jesus' love will guide you. I became a parent at the age of 17, and that love has guided me here to this diet. And I'm a proud believer in Jesus Christ, because I know he would flip these tables and he would stand right with the people who are being brutalized, who are looking to be separated from their families. Children as young as 4 years old are representing themselves in court. We're going to look back in about 5 to 10 years, and we're going to talk about how a president violated Californians' rights, violated their right to due process, and stripped them of their humanity. And the only reason why they won was because they fought back collectively. I'm speaking into the future, just like I did when I challenged the militarized police department that the Santa Ana City Council voted on in May of 2022. Months after, I watched Santa Ana PD hold a precinct for over 4 hours for what they called a standoff, where my loved one, Brandon Lopez, sat in a vehicle, fearful of his life, while Santa Ana PD put his father in the backseat of a cop car for hours, while they personally made a phone call via cell phone from a police chief to another police chief, where Anaheim PD came in and shot him 22 times. I'm on body cameras where I still see officers in my city today, where I pleaded to save my loved one's life. I saw my department lie and say that this man was brandishing a gun through a significant alert. When he was shot 22 times, my family stayed until about 10 in the morning the next day, so that police could not plant a gun. He was unarmed. You fast forward to the state-sanctioned violence that is on full display today. My message to people who did not think that police violence would come to your backyard was, I don't want it to get you when it's too late. And ladies and gentlemen, it's too late. We are seeing a department that no longer belongs to this community. We are seeing a governing body that is struggling to call out the violence that was forced on our community. So I want to talk about what happened. These ICE raids that have come to the city of Santa Ana are terrorizing our community. We are seeing ICE, DHS, Homeland Security, Border Patrol come into the city without due process. They are grabbing our most vulnerable members of our community, and they're inciting fear in the largest immigrant community in Orange County. 41% of our residents are migrants, 70% are Latino. The reason why there are people taking to the streets peacefully protesting is because they recognize that they're being stripped of their rights, of their constitutional rights, and they have the right to use their First Amendment to peacefully protest. And I support that, and I want to be emphatic about that support. I will stand alongside you and peacefully protest. I will not destroy my city. I will not support violence. I will support peaceful demonstration, because I've seen the brutality of state-sanctioned violence. I want to keep my neighbors safe. So I implore you to continue to use your First Amendment right, and for us to hold each other accountable as neighbors when we're out there, so that we have a responsibility to make sure our neighbors get home safe. The violence that is being talked about was inflicted by our own police department. I watched Santa Ana PD utilize these very tactics. They would shoot tear gas into the direction that they wanted people to flee, and when your back was turned, they would shoot you. I still have the bruises on my back from the 8 shots that my own officers fired at me. I still have the hole in my black shirt that my own officers from this city fired at me. I had no weapons on me. As a matter of fact, I had my jacket wrapped on my right arm the whole time I was protesting over all those hours. I chose to not wear it so that people can see the brutality of this department. This department did everything that it could to incite fear. They personally called me out by name and said, "How dare you protest? Shame on you." This department shot at children, shot at minors, shot at elders, shot at its own city employees without regard for their safety. It is important that our city and our department is in compliance with state law. We have not reviewed the militarized department that we have in 3 years. I want to be very clear, Mr. City Manager, I respect the great work that you do. I do anticipate that this item will be coming back to us very soon, given the large amount of concern from the community and your fellow electeds. I would like to see us prioritize revisiting the militarized equipment that our Santa Ana Police Department is using. Part of why that is so important is because they are using projectiles, chemical agents. They're not limited to rubber bullets, pepper balls, and tear gas. They are violating state law. I want to talk about who's at risk in our city. We are a predominantly Latino city, but we have the second largest Vietnamese population outside of Vietnam in Orange County. Our Vietnamese neighbors are scared. Our Cambodian neighbors are scared. Our Laotian neighbors are scared. Our Peruvian neighbors are scared. Our Bolivian neighbors are scared. Our Guatemalan neighbors are scared. Our Salvadorian neighbors are scared. Our black immigrant neighbors are scared. And the largest demographic of people in your city, Chicanos, natives, and Mexicans, are scared. And that's who's filling these streets. And that's who's peacefully protesting. So let's go a little deeper into who's being targeted by ICE on video. Laborers, like my grandfather, construction workers, people who are beginning their workdays at Home Depot, bus riders, people who are beginning their workday at a bus stop, fathers on Father's Day. We don't know who came to our neighborhood of Artesia Pilar, but one of our neighbors was detained and all he was doing was picking up recycling at El Salvador Park. He was not a criminal. Number 4, mothers are being targeted. Grocery workers are being targeted. Car wash workers are being targeted on Harbor Street. Children are being targeted. And if you want the data to back that, this Father's Day, over 1,000 children were separated from their families. Over 1,000 children were separated from their families. And in closing, I want to ask our city manager's office, so that we're doing our due diligence in being transparent and having the best practices, I am requesting how many non-lethal rounds were fired at the public. I am requesting how many chemical agents were deployed into our communities while people were peacefully protesting. And the question I have for the chief is, what is the threshold number of people demonstrating that would trigger calling for mutual aid? Do you have those numbers, sir?
I don't have those numbers on me, but I can get those numbers. But I know it is based on the available resources that our department has at the time, the calls for service to the city that are happening at the time, and then what other resources are throughout the county.
Thank you, Mr. Police Chief. One more question is, when it comes to the mutual aid that we've had from Anaheim, Irvine, Garden Grove, Costa Mesa, and various neighboring cities, I would like to know, is there a proportional response depending on the size of gathering? Do we have any details related to that?
It's dependent on the what mutual aids are, because we belong to a mutual aid response area, and those cities are assigned to one specific, like North County may have their own mutual aid, and then overall there's the entire county. And it's based on the need and the proportion, and also what's going on in other cities.
Thank you, Police Chief Rodriguez. And lastly, I just want to share that since these protests, I have been out there every day so that I can document as much as I can. I want to talk very briefly about the misconduct that I have seen firsthand from Santa Ana PD's finest. I have seen officers flip me off. I have seen officers tell me, fuck you. I have seen an officer in this room tell me I'm not the one. And he's sitting right here. That's a threat. I take that very serious. Yesterday at Bristol and Tolliver, we had a park opening. Some of my colleagues were not greeted by our Santa Ana police officers. One of which, I asked his name and badge number. I offered my hand to shake it. He said no. As soon as I walked up, he turned his body cam on. I asked for his name and badge number. The officer said Ibarra and walked away. I asked his colleague, what's your colleague's badge number, 3178. Ibarra is one of the officers that is involved in the December 1st, 2024 shooting. And now this officer is retaliating on a man that is peacefully protesting within my First Amendment right. I want to share that I take the threats from my own police department very seriously after they had shot me in the back. And after my fight for justice for Brandon Lopez, I've seen the violence firsthand. So I want to demand that our department respect this community. That our department respect its city employees and the people that we're supposed to protect and serve. I want to also highlight the importance of us not criminalizing those who show up into this chamber to speak. I want to advocate for the release of Diana Lopez. I was here, I watched. I didn't see someone assault a police officer. So I want to be on the record. I want to be on the record that I did not see someone assault an officer. So I would like to see charges dropped on Ms. Lopez. I would like to see Ms. Lopez released. Because I don't believe in seeing our people who come into this house being thrown out as if they don't belong here. And lastly, I want to implore the city manager's office. We do not have immigration defense contracts that have been finalized. Is that correct, sir?
No, we're working to finance.
I would like that to be a top priority for our city. Thank you. And that will conclude my final comments. And then, Madam Mayor, I want to absolutely denounce, and I'm not even going to take it personal, but I'm deeply ashamed that you would allege me of something so destructive. When our police are the ones breaking windows in downtown, when our police are the ones shooting at children. So, Madam Mayor, I respect you, but I am not going to go out here and look to just throw out an allegation that is going to harm you or your family. I'm a father. I was out there with my daughter on Tuesday. I'm not a criminal. My daughter isn't either. So when you say I condone violence, Madam Mayor, I say this with all the love and respect in my heart for you and your family. Please do not put my family in a position like that where you're saying that I'm condoning violence. I want every member of the public to get home, and the same for our officers. I want all of us to be treated as human, which is why I'm willing to talk to those who disagree with me. I have sat on the opposite end where people have challenged me for my fight for justice. So, Madam Mayor, I say this to you respectfully as your colleague. Please do not allege me of something that I simply didn't do. I don't condone violence against anybody. I believe in peace, and I hope that you stand with our residents, Madam Mayor. God bless you.
Thank you. It's been a long night, and thank you to my council members who defining the danger that we see on the streets is coming from the federal court. The past few days have shaken Santana to its core, but not only Santana, the country. It's been overwhelming. I'm not gonna lie, I'm overwhelmed, and things are rushing at me. But as leaders, we must heed the call. Since June 9th, masked ICE agents have stalked our neighborhoods. Parents were taken in front of their children. Families were ripped apart without warning. That is not law and order. This is terror. Let's be real, ICE was never about keeping us safe. When I hear politicians, or past President Biden, or current representatives say, deport the criminals, I know what that really means. It starts in the courts, then spills into the neighborhoods, and into our families. The language is cover, it's code to go after all of us. We are all the boogeyman. Because in the eyes of those in power, anyone who looks like us, who sounds like us, who comes from our communities, is already guilty. These raids make that painfully clear. It was never about doing it the legal way. You come for one, you come for all of us. Since the creation in 2003, ICE has ballooned from a $3 billion agency to over $10 billion today. And that expansion happened under Democrats and Republican administrations alike. ICE is a bipartisan failure, a weapon that targets the very communities this country depends on. Now, under Kristi Noem's leadership at the Department of Homeland Security, ICE is being used as a tool of authoritarian power. Noem has questioned whether habeas corpus, our fundamental right to challenge unlawful detention, even applies anymore. And when Senator Alex Padilla tried to confront her, he wasn't answered, he was hogtied. As a sitting U.S. Senator, silenced and bound for asking questions. Let's be clear, this was a message to all of those who dare question this presidency. Noem even claims cities like ours must be liberated from socialist leaders. Santa Ana doesn't need to be liberated. This fight is not only against ICE, but the consequences that will follow if you let this be. ICE and the Department of Homeland Security is being used as a tool of repression and intimidation. That's why I say we must abolish ICE. Not weaken, not retrain, and abolish it. The narrative must spread from the streets and adopted by our Congress members, Tran, Correa, Men, Levin. They must say those words if they want our vote. We need to abolish ICE. That tool is no longer about the people. It's no longer about justice. But then we have to look inward, because the injustice doesn't stop at the federal level. We need to recreate community policing philosophy with the community. We need to recreate it to see us in it. We want to make sure that our voice are in the policies, in the philosophy of how we do community policing in Santa Ana. We must change the way our police interact with protests. We must rewrite the policy that the police are not just protecting property, but protecting the people's right to assemble, to speak, and to demand change. We must ban the use of tear gas, a chemical weapon outlawed in war zones. We must end the indiscriminate firing of rubber bullets into peaceful crowds. Protest is not a threat, it's a right. And we must not fall for the false claims pushed by those in power. Too often, clergy have been used to silence the oppressed, telling us to wait, to pray, to be peaceful while we're being brutalized. From the missions that erased the indigenous resistance, to the pastors who told enslaved Africans to obey, to today's voices urging unity while ICE disappears our neighbors, we say no more. Peace without justice is surrender. Unity without truth is betrayal. Now we face a choice. Will we meet this moment, or will we shrink from it? Will we rise to defend each other, or fall back into the bickering and political games? Will we protect our neighbors, or play it safe, or protect our seats? I know where I stand. I stand with the people. I stand with liberation. So let us organize deeply and boldly. Let us direct the city to submit Freedom of Information Act requests to ICE and DHS. The goal being to obtain details on who ICE arrests, why, and where the detainees are being held. We need to create spaces to organize in our homes, in the bases of churches, or on the streets. We need to be able to support each other because those times are coming. This gives rise to families afraid to leave their home, fundraise for food, legal aid, and rent, patrol our streets, and alert our neighbors when ICE shows up. Keep the protests coming. Lift your hands and protest loud and proudly. Protest and protect each other. Be safe. If the federal government will not protect us, we will protect each other. This isn't about one of us, it's about all of us. This is about the soul of our city and the kind of future we're willing to fight for. Santa Ana will not be broken. Santa Ana will not be disappeared. Santa Ana will rise, organized, fearless, and unafraid. We will abolish ICE. We will rewrite the rules. We will answer the call. Thank you.
I'm sorry, about you again. It's like a normal thing, I'm sorry. I'm Councilman Sarah Graham, and then I'll go next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to thank everybody that showed up tonight. Wow, I can't say I agree with everything that was said, but it was something that was very American tonight. What happened? You came in, you expressed yourself with passion. Hell, you screamed at the mayor quite a bit. You screamed at me, you screamed at the rest of the council. But nobody dragged you out of here for being peaceful, for just engaging in your First Amendment right. So I really appreciate that. And yes, I've been sitting here for hours and hours, but you know what? I know what I signed up for. And that's why I was opposed to us canceling meetings this summer, because again, I know what I signed up for, and that was to do people's business here on this council. These ICE raids that have been happening, there was this talk that, oh, ICE is only going to go after the serious felons. There was talk that, they would go into the jails. And then what do we see? We see them out in our neighborhoods at places that, we used to, at least for me, I would see these alerts pop up on social media, and I would say, oh gosh, stop, scaring people, right? Until Monday happened, last Monday. And then it became very serious and real. And those raids do not make our communities safer. Let me say that again. These ICE raids do not make our communities safer. We have a federal administration that claims to be law and order centric, and yet they are creating a very unsafe situation for our community. We want a safe Santa Ana, and these ICE raids do not make Santa Ana safe. In fact, if anything, they've been cruel. They've been just god-awfully cruel. People talk about the Santa Ana PD, and I've heard a lot of misinformation from many of the speakers here tonight and on social media. I just want to real quickly remind folks, it's important. Someone I know likes to say, it's important to read all the chapters of the book, not just the ones you like. And so let me pull out a chapter that some of you might have overlooked, and that was our former police chief, Ray Davis, a couple of chiefs before this guy over here. And it was famous in the LA Times. They said, Santa Ana PD has declared their own immigration policy. What does that mean? Well, Ray Davis recognized how terrible it would be to try to even cooperate with ICE. And so he was kind of a standalone when it came to enacting a policy that said that Santa Ana police would not cooperate with immigration sweeps in our city. In fact, he denounced those sweeps, and he denounced deportations of undocumented residents. In fact, his words were, they're useless. The raids, the sweeps are useless. So I appreciate Councilmember Fan tonight asking the questions that she asked, because I think it's very important. We're in times right now where we need to all be operating with the same information. And the fact is that while I really wish the mayor of this council could abolish ICE, could stop these raids, could tell the National Guard, hey, we got this, get the hell out of here. But we can't. And time again tonight, I kept hearing people say, you have to do it, you guys gotta do it. I wish we could. In fact, and I recognize the passion in our community, so I'm not gonna sit here and wag my finger. I get it. There's a lot of desire. We're the closest level of government to the people, so of course I understand that you're gonna come here and ask for these things. I saw on social media where our governor, who has filed lawsuits to try to get control back of the National Guard here in California and to get the National Guard out of Los Angeles and Santa Ana. And he couldn't do it. And on social media they're saying, well, you gotta do more than file lawsuits. And again, I wish the governor could do that. And the governor cannot do more than that. And this council cannot do more than what we're already doing. You have a very compassionate council, and you've heard all of us speak tonight, and we do want to do what we can to look out for our residents, our neighbors. Early on I spoke out, and my message was to protest peacefully, because I do not want the National Guard in Santa Ana, and I thought that if we could exhibit the passion that we have in a peaceful manner, we would keep the National Guard out of Santa Ana. Well, obviously that was never going to happen, right? We knew that there was an interest by the federal government to bring the National Guard into Santa Ana as well as LA. And as one of my colleagues already mentioned, this idea that somehow the federal government is going to liberate our city, and it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous what they've done. The scenes of folks, National Guardsmen walking our streets with rifles, like as if there was a riot happening. And we're talking like the middle of the day when there's maybe 2 people with signs out near the Reagan courthouse. It's just completely unacceptable. It needs to go. I'm going to conclude with one thing, and this is just to plea to everybody up here, and that is, in 2020, I had just barely been a council member for 6 months, and all of a sudden we started seeing some really serious things happen. We saw the NBA, the NHL, Disneyland, everything shutting down because of the pandemic. We knew that something was happening that was a once-in-a-century issue. And I'll tell you, I get choked up on this because for all the conflicts that we have on this dais, and not just among us here, but just in general, where this dais has been just a source of passion when it comes to folks that have strong opinions and beliefs and what they're willing to say and do up here. But we were all in the closed session room early on and during the 2020. And I looked around the room and I saw 6 people that, any given day could either agree or not agree. And I didn't know what to expect as we were going into discussion on what we were going to do at that moment. At that moment, it was unprecedented, and what protections we were going to enact in order to try to keep our community safe from something that we didn't fully grasp yet, and that we fully didn't understand. But what happened in that room was amazing. It was so amazing. You know what happened? 7 people in there unanimously approved protections and just policy that we did what we could do, what we believed at the time, to help our community. So there's been a lot of bickering up here. There's been a lot of finger pointing. But I think that our community needs us more than ever. We can scream at the mayor, she did this, she didn't do that. We can scream at each other, we can scream at all the council members up here. But at the end of the day, we're not the ones asking nice to be here. We're not the ones that want to see these raids. We need to work together, we need to collaborate. All the different organizations, all the folks that came in here, you took the time. Some of you are still here 7 hours later. Thank you. But let's direct that energy to where it needs to be. Instead of coming screaming at us, if you have ideas on what you think we can do that we're not talking about up here, email us, please. I'm open to it, and I'm not going to speak for my colleagues, but I'm going to guess they are too. So with that, I just hope that, I don't want to ever see another pandemic again, but this city is always going to have to shoulder challenges. And I hope we can come together and show our resilience and just be the proud city that we are. Good night.
Before I speak in close, Councilmember Lopez, you have a question?
Yes, there's been a lot of conversation about what residents experience. So Chief, can you talk about, or can you let us know the type of chemicals, gas that were deployed when trying to move people out of the downtown to the center area?
Yes, it's CN gas, or most commonly known as tear gas.
Was tear gas the only thing that was used?
In regards to chemical agent, yes.
What other things were?
They used the rubber baton and the pepper balls.
Okay, those were the only 3 things?
That I'm aware of at this point, yes.
Okay, got it, thank you. And I was hearing the comments about we can't do much, and one of the things that we can do, and the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, signed an executive order to request Freedom of Information Act from the federal government. And essentially, she's requesting on behalf of the city information about who has been arrested, why, and other information. And so I would love to see you, city manager, take the lead in requesting that information so that we can have it. Because many of the people that have been arrested have been sent to Texas, Arizona, community members in Ohio. Some of them we have not been able to find yet. And so any information that the city can provide to this council or to our community is going to be highly appreciated and welcome.
For an executive order, I'll work with the city attorney to develop something that would be possible. Thank you.
The other suggestion that I have for my colleagues is, last month in May, we talked about the ALPR contracts. And I don't know if my colleagues have seen the news or not, but 404 Media and Cal Matters and LA List recently came out with reporting that local law enforcement agencies are working with Flock, as I told people here, right, as I reported that they would. And so reporting has showed that that local government agencies have been in violation of state law. And the quote from Cal Matters reads, "Law enforcement agencies across Southern California violated state law more than 100 times last month by sharing license plate reader data with federal agents. The LAPD and the Sheriff's Department in San Diego and Orange counties search license plate readings on behalf of ICE and CBP. Under Senate Bill 34, state law enforcement agencies are barred from sharing license plate reader data with out-of-state or federal agencies. The law has been routinely violated, and civil liberty groups found 71 California agencies had broken it in 2023. And so I think that when we're thinking about things that we can do, this is a suggestion that I hope my colleagues take to heart. Rescind your vote, bring that contract back, because that contract exposes all of our community members to more harm, because we know that this data, their personal data, right, is being shared with these agencies at the federal level that are coming in and terrorizing our communities, that are coming in and ripping our families apart, that are coming in mass. We don't know who they are, they're unidentifiable. Somebody said it here earlier, they could be the rioters from the January 6th riot. We don't know who they are. They are refusing to identify themselves. And so I hope that my colleagues will take this into account, because this is something that they directly can do, take back their votes to ensure that we're not exposing our residents to more harm that they have already been inflicted. And the other question that my office has received is, what can people do? There are many residents that don't necessarily can't go or want to be at a protest, but I really encourage our constituents to get involved with local organizations like the Orange County Response Network, who has been doing this work for almost a decade in our community, and who again is fulfilling a lot of the needs that we're seeing arise from the everyday circumstances that our families are reaching out and saying, this is what I'm experiencing, this is what I'm seeing. And the other thing that I want to make clear is that, just today we saw another U.S. citizen be taken by the vicious and dangerous masked and assault rifled armed border patrol. And I couldn't help but notice that on the side of their car it says, honor first, right? And I had to stop and think to myself, if there is so much honor in this work, then why are you covering your face? If there's so much honor in this work, why don't you identify yourself? Why do you come and vanish quickly? Why do you separate families, arrest children, break windows and laws? And somebody already stated this, but this is a government that is saying all of this is in the name of law and order, but it's breaking the law themselves. And so I really encourage all of our constituents to get engaged, to not let this be the last time that you come to a council meeting, or that you watch one online, or that you reach out to any of our offices with any questions, because this is not going to end anytime soon. And so we have to be organized, we have to understand that, as I said earlier, be committed to each other's safety, and we have to be willing to make really hard demands, right? Because the things that I remember in school reading in my history books were about people standing up for one another. I remember sitting in my classroom and thinking, how could people allow Jewish people to be taken from their homes and not say anything, not stand up? And that is also the moment that we're living in right now. And so we're going to need everybody in our community to show up and join us in this fight. And I want to thank all the small business owners that have reached out to us. I want to thank Vacation Bar again. They hosted a fundraiser this Saturday. DJ Gucci Mar, she donated her proceeds to support families directly impacted. And you know, one of the quotes that I learned in college that I try to live by is that it is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and support one another, and we have nothing to lose but our chains. So I want to thank you all for being here today. And the last request, City Manager, is I know that many of our employees are directly affected by this. They also feel this impact. And I want to make sure that every single community center, senior center, park center, that people here are trained. What is going to happen if a federal agent walks into these doors? Is there a process in place? Who do they call? Are they trained for this?
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Okay. Sure, Councilman Lopez.
No, thank you. I just want to say that I want to be sure we connect with our federal partners as well, because that's the lingering question, right? Is what happens when all of our rights are being trampled on by the federal government? So we need to turn to those federal agencies, or the Congressman Correa, who represents us at the federal level, and Senator Adam Schiff and Alex Padilla. It's like, what can we do? So that is key. So thank you for that. I hope we could get that message across to our legislators and have them report back to us what our rights are. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're done. So I just want to thank everybody that came out tonight, those that are watching at home and those that came here. I heard everybody, and I understood that when I ran for mayor that it was going to be good, bad sometimes. I was going to do things right, do things wrong. I was going to do things people don't like. I was going to do things people do like. But I just want to be really clear, unequivocally, that I do not support what is happening in our city, and I never will. And if I didn't respond fast enough, my apologies. I can tell you that I see you, I hear you. Councilmember Fan, we all thanked her. There's nothing that I can do besides stand with my colleagues and stand with all of you, work with our elected officials at the federal level, ask the hard questions, push back, and say, you know, help us. Please help us. But as the mayor, I think people sometimes think that they don't know what my role is. The city manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk work for all 7 of us up here. Let me say that again. The city manager, the city clerk, and the city attorney work for all 7 of us up here. I am one vote of 7. Yes, I am the mayor, but I still need, we've had this conversation a couple times up here as council panelists reminds me, we need the votes. So the chief works for our city manager. And he wasn't the chief when Councilman Hernandez was talking about the terrible thing that happened to his cousin. Chief Rodriguez was not the chief at that time. So I want to be clear on that. And there are so many things that are happening right now in our city every day and across the country. It's different every day, every moment. We are in uncharted territory. This is perhaps just the start. None of us really know where we're going to wake up to tomorrow. But I can tell you as the mayor of this city that I do not support ICE. I do not want the National Guard in our city. I do want people to go to downtowns, businesses. I do want you to feel safe in your home. I do want all those things for you. What you want, I want. When it comes to the removal of ICE, I don't want families torn apart. Never have, never will. Some of you have indicated up here, my father immigrated here as well. And you know, our stories are all different. You know, my grandmother came here. They were all both very involved, you know, but it's really hard to, and some of you, you know, I would say, you know, ran for office, to sit up here for 6 hours and listen to people tell you what an awful person you are. Yeah, I'm human. But I also know what I signed up for. And it's okay. And you can tell me how you feel. That is one thing that I've always been very open about. You want to meet with me? I will meet with you. I will listen to you. Don't yell at me, but I'll sit down and chat with you. If you're going to scream and yell at me or cuss at me like tonight many times, no, I will not, because that's just not the way we communicate. I got messages, you know, people were like, Why are they cussing? Why are you allowing cussing, using, vulgar language because we're watching from home? That's not okay either. And I know that everybody's in fear, and I know the tensions are running high, and so that's why I did not hit the gavel tonight. I did not say don't use that language. Basically, it was please share how you feel as long as you were not out of control. And so I thank you all for coming tonight, sharing how you feel. I thank you for sharing about issues your own personal life. One of the council members up here made a comment about the faith base. Yes, I am a woman of faith, and I do turn to the churches. And just like thousands and thousands of people in our community turn to the churches when something is going on. And so I don't want people to believe that the churches are going to be causing problems in our city. If anything, when we met yesterday, or I think it was yesterday, at Second Baptist Church, it was talking about how we can help our community. What resources can we provide as churches and nonprofits coming together with hopefully the city? Is it food? Is it research? Is it an underground service that we may need to go into? Those are the conversations that I am having with them. And so I just want you to know there's nothing I can say is going to take away your fear. And I am so sorry that we all feel this way in our city. But as the mayor, I am responding to things, and I'm meeting with the city manager. I talk to him on a daily basis multiple times. I'm asking questions, what can we do? And we're known as the city that everybody watches, right? What move are you making, Santa Ana, so that we can follow you? And that's what everybody's doing tonight, is watching what are we doing? And I'm very proud that, the city attorney read out today the decision, the vote that took place tonight, because if we would have said, you know what, Mr. City Manager and Mr. Police Chief, you have to release information, people would have been arrested and prosecuted, and there would have just been a whole different situation up here. And so I hear you. I saw all of you tonight. I thank you for coming out and being honest with me and sharing how you feel. And again, I want to share with you that I do not support this. And yes, I always say that I do serve everyone in this community, including immigrants, including the Latino community, including the API community, the African American community, and I'm sure that I've left a few out, but I do serve everybody. And to be here all night, I thank you. I also want to share that, and some people will say, well, she's being a victim. No, I'm not being a victim. Like you, I have to protect my family. And today, my home was assaulted by somebody that wanted to do harm to my family, on top of everything else that's going on. They came to my home today. They didn't go out and protest peacefully. They didn't come here and yell at me, which I would have preferred. They came to my home, where my family is, where my 3 babies are that I have for the summer. A 4-year-old, 11-year-old, and a 16-year-old who have no idea what is going on. They came to my home. So if I look a little upset today, I have a reason to be. And I feel we're going through a lot, we all are. And I don't want them going to your home and pulling your family out. And I don't want anybody in my home injured either. And so those of us that we say are mean will say, well, Mayor, now you know how we feel, that's what you get. And those with some compassion will say, hey, homes are off limits, just like children should be off limits. Nobody should be talking about each other's children when we're in politics. So I would just say again, I want to be very clear, because I know I'm going to be quoted, and I'm going to take little clips of what I say, and hopefully it's posted the correct way, is that I do not support ICE. I never have, I never will. I did not ask for the National Guard to come in, as Councilmember Fan made very clear with her questions. I have no control over them as the mayor. Congressman Correa has no control. The governor has no control. Immigration reform is very important, and I would love for all of us to focus on immigration reform. And how do we get our representatives in DC to, really focus on immigration reform? that would be beneficial for millions of people. And so with that, I would just say, you know, yeah, I'll have to sit here for another 5 hours if I have to. But I, the mayor, did not call ISIN, did not call the National Guard in. I, the mayor, cannot make them leave. I cannot. And I wish I could. And I heard you loud and clear tonight. And I'm sorry that many of our community members are going through this. And at this time, as I've always said, Santa always comes together when we need each other. We always do. As Councilman Sarah talked about COVID, even though people disagreed up here, they came together during COVID. And I would hope that we would do the same up here. I really do. Because we can all point fingers and say, one said this, one said that. I think many of us, all of us, or maybe most of us up here are guilty of that because emotions run high. And so thank you all for coming tonight. Those of you that were online and home watching, those of you that stayed here all night, those of you that came out and made comments, I appreciate it and I thank you and I heard you loud and clear. With that, this meeting is adjourned.
Now I gotta wake up. There's a few people there. Hey, good. Good.
Sorry.
Thank you.
No worries.
I got hit in Compton.
Oh, snap.
I'm standing back there with the news media. I'm not even trying to get close, but I'm still not sure what hit me. I don't know if it was an explosion out of the fires or gas canister. It was too big for a rubber bullet.
Are you independent or were you?
I'm on YouTube.
Okay.
I'm just on YouTube. I was going to go to Pride for the weekend, and I saw him scooping up people on the streets of the Garment District. I said, well, I'm going to go down here and hear some people talk about it. And then I've been here ever since. So,
right.
But
appreciate
your statements tonight.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to make sure I got everything because I'm falling asleep over there. Yes, I have everything. Hello.
Oh my gosh, can you guys sue?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm scared to file a police report though. Because what if they say I was like too close and I was unlawfully assembled or something?
Yeah.
But I decided I'm going to.
Yeah.
Because when I was at the hospital, they're like, "Do you want to file a police report?" I was like, "Not tonight." Right? But at least pay my deductible for Kaiser, you know. But I'm David. Nice to meet you. We're SoCal Shorts on YouTube. So.
SoCal Shorts?
Yes. If you get the SoCal in there. Yeah, I didn't know it was going to be 7 hours.
Oh yeah, I know.
I was like, I'm going to do this tonight.
Walk me back to my
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm over here. I hope they didn't give me a ticket.
What was it called again?
SoCal Shorts.
You inside? How many people inside?
Maybe 10, like plus the council. Yeah, not many. Not many at all. There's more city employees than people in the audience. Yeah, that's me. Oh wait, no, that's not me. SoCal. Oh, put a space in. I should be telling people the space. Oh, are you on YouTube? You're on,
no, I'm on Instagram.
Instagram. Put SoCal _ haunts. I do like lots of Halloween stuff. Haunts, like Halloween haunts.
SoCal haunts?
Yeah, SoCal. Let's see, did I come up?
This
Yeah,
one?
there it came
Okay,
up.
cool.
Good. I didn't used to come up. Now I'm starting to come up on Instagram. But
Yeah.
Instagram has me censored.
Oh.
I tried to post up and they deleted.
Yeah.
But it was too much concerts.
Oh.
I'm on their bad list from Beyonce.
Oh my goodness.
But what was your name?
Ridiculous. My name is Rosie.
Rosie? Okay.
Yeah, nice to meet you with all of you.
Well, and I'll be back sometimes.
Yeah.
Usually I go down to LA, but
okay.
you guys were more interested tonight, so I was like, I'm gonna run down there.
It's the first time I ever come, and I need to
Me
come.
too, right?
Yeah.
It's been a long time, but nice to meet you
Have a
guys.
safe drive home.
Yeah, I gotta talk myself out of driving to, where is it? Not Paramount. They're having a bunch of problems down in, where is it? Chat, tell me where I was gonna go. I was gonna go because I was gonna leave, but Pico Rivera.
Oh, yeah.
Pico Rivera was having a bunch of problems for a second. But. Okay, what do I got here? West Coast for Life. Thank you, West Coast for Life. We, oh my gosh, 7 hours of sitting. I don't think I've ever sat that long. I was falling asleep the last 10 minutes. Sorry if the camera's moving around a little bit. But Denny's, Pomona. No, we were gonna go to Pico Rivera. It's a little far away from where I live. If it was on the way, I would drive by right now. But I missed Pico Rivera, and I missed San Pedro because I was elsewhere. What was I doing? Yeah. When San Pedro was having the trouble. Amber, how you doing, Amber? Oh my gosh, 1:40. It's like the bar is closing. We're in there. Uh-oh. Huh. This is where I walk through, isn't it? I don't know if I can get to my car this way. No. Okay. So we're gonna go this way. It is finally over. How am I gonna get to my car? I came through that parking garage, but now they got the parking garage locked up. Ooh. Pico Rivera. Here's something like that. And I got to go back and take some music out of. There's two different like copyrights. There's like a copyright where they just take the revenue from you, so you no longer get the the ad revenue. And there's a copyright, like a takedown copyright. Well, somehow I ended up with the takedown copyright in day 10, and I gotta find a little time at work or at home. Usually I do it at work, to just trim it out. But it's kind of complicated. Sometimes because they mix the takedown copyright in with all the other copyrights, and you may have like 20 or 30 sometimes of the other copyrights that you don't care so much about. You can take them out. If you take them out, you get your little bit of ad revenue back, but it's a lot of work to get your little bit of ad revenue back, so I never do it. But I'll do it to get the video back up. But I didn't take any of them down yet on my own. Like, because I can take them down and just make them private. But the part of the reason I stayed tonight was I just thought it was, and I don't know, I don't want to make a judgment call against the mayor. I personally am not impressed. So I guess that is a judgment call, but I'm not making the final judgment call because I haven't watched like these people have watched. But I know a lot of people were very upset with her and were commenting about her body language, playing with her phone. I don't know. I was busy trying to hold the camera steady with my phone steady. But the Santa Ana city feed, you can't see the mayor on most of the time. So on my feed, you could see her the whole time. So maybe some of the speakers will be able to go back and see the reactions. Good. She can't make ICE leave, but she can tell her police force to calm down and chill out. And not making ICE leave, she can definitely, in my opinion, and I try not to have too many opinions, but I'm too tired not to have an opinion right now. She could say a heck of a lot to them and say, get the heck out. Even if they don't listen, you can still say, adopt a, maybe they're, scared of the president, but right. The one guy was really interesting, the one that was there at the protest. I would have liked to meet him, but he went home. He's like, he made his closing comments. He's like, I'm not going to wait around another 30 minutes for the other closing comments. I'm going home. Right. She was like the least proactive. And frankly, I think it's going to cost her the mayor's race the next time she runs for election. But maybe, I don't know, maybe she wasn't planning on running for election again. I don't know. Vendetta. Thank you, Vendetta. Does that have a spine? His cabinet is a circus. I haven't even looked into his cabinet. I haven't been paying any attention to that. Did he? What did he say bad about amusement parks? Supposedly, he's the one that had something to do with Disney deciding to build Disneyland in the Middle East. I don't know. Carl, thank you, Carl. From one many. Okay, let's see. There was a few other spectators. I think it was like maybe 10. 10 left on the entire city council, or in the entire city. But let's see. Oh. Thank you for watching. We had seemed like quite a few subscribers tonight, but we also had quite a few unsubscribers. We lost a lot of subscribers too. We lost about the same amount. We lost actually a few more than we gained. I think we gained about 20 subscribers. But during that gain, we got 25 unsubscribers. So that was kind of interesting. It happens like that sometimes, though. When you do this kind of non-typical of my channel coverage, you kind of got to be prepared to lose some people. So let's see. Let's try and make it home. Go to bed. Only 20 minutes from home. Yeah, that was the least amount of viewers I've had in a long time. But it's okay. We probably won't do it again, but for historic purposes, it was important to do it this time.
Stops? Why not join my WhatsApp group for free? I want to share a rare opportunity with you.
Suffers friction with a mental capacity of a 9-year-old. Incident 0139. Any area unit coming on southeast frequency for missing 11254 Zamora Avenue. Any southeast supervisor meet ATX 21 11254 Zamora Avenue.
Okay.
ATX 21 18070. From US number.
VR. James Weisel, don't open the front door for PD, please.
Roger. 845 code 6 on incident 4002. Just be average to me. 18825 standby. Street rapid SOS location only. Up to incident 0288 RD 245. L80, correction, ATL 70, ATL 70, cancel. Incident 139, ATL 80 will handle. Area 2, what was request? For 18 for southeast, missing juvenile 11254 Zamora Avenue.
Roger.
6876, back incident 0281.
6876, Roger.
And call black clothing in custody code 2 is in 285 ready 19. One out of 10 minutes. You can I don't know. Roger.
The one of children cancel.
On Gateway Plaza, Solar Line platform. 285.
There's a wise German proverb.
Can I be Joe Roger now?
Okay, let's see. Let's take this off. Put this up here.
Or Hoover, suspect vehicle, the Grand Park Infinity, with 2 or more occupants, 029 49.
2 more.
Party 1753 South Worcester Street, ATM 286.
Kind of missed dinner tonight, but I don't think I'm gonna eat anything.
City Olympic Unit, ADW Domestic Violence 985, South Oxford Avenue, Sussex. Area teams over 11254 Zamora Avenue, switching to Sussex. Camouflage pants.
Atlanta's Sun.
Go to incident 293 RD 2053.
A Disney resort. I know there's one, yeah, there's like there's one Adam's gone to quite a few times. Disney resort, it used to be like a...
Code 3, incident 294 RD 851.
It was a, like an off-site resort, like a timeshare resort. Close to the word celebration. I don't know why. I have to re-clip this eventually. We'll re-clip it tomorrow. Get better straight on direction. El Capitan? Yeah, he was down there. This is probably the night he saw that, saw the... a Disney partner. Yeah, he said he won't go in there anymore. Because I think the last time he had people look at him, I think he figured they had guns. Feels humid? Really? In Florida? Parade? Yeah, I saw the camera dude just announce himself and said friendly stuff, and they invited him into their nest. Well, that's nice.
21, how's the West Commander? What's up, Main Street?
Incident 0300, stand by for additional.
Los Angeles, not Florida. Silver Stars, thank you, Silver Stars.
Go ahead, pass back in the street, send it back.
1350, repeat.
1350, there's any units moving on the outside of the perimeter, we can pass back to the LA United.
Yeah, I thought it was just important to document. Especially since the Santa Ana video wasn't showing the full story.
Central Unit 10 identify.
Northbound towards Franklin. Information only. Incident 305.
21 responding code 3 from 2nd and 10. Pedro, Avenue, Media, Los Angeles.
Get their location. Can you put it further in? 3476.
George, you want somebody? Hey, 97, what type of further are you requesting? Okay. 97, stand by.
Address I'm rocking.
8013 1623 Brockton Avenue.
Should we go 667?
731 Roger.
Let's see where we left here.
Roger on Pacific, how are you then?
Fairview.
Open match. Show me on follow-up. Set apartment 409.
Right, yeah, Roger on follow 409.
The rock screen.
8013, stand by. Day 25, Karen, not to be. Back voicemail, no further.
That's right.
6 and ID 2158.
Those two calls. Put out the lunch back.
In 30s, red hooded sweatshirt, jeans, no further description. And for watch 5 units, good alpha. Through Paris window.
Supervisors. 79th and Avalon.
At front of the small clinic or hospital, suspects 8 male Hispanic, female Hispanic, young cars from a white work truck. Control incident 313 already 19.
E107 Drills.
Roger.
Driver refusing to exit.
Unit 210. Suspect husband of his description, Mollycombs, rendition code 2, incident 314, ID 1441. Party woman in vehicle 4911 Paloma Avenue, suspect female black. Out of state plate. Mary Charles, Adam, Corey, Young, John. Mary Charles, Adam, Corey, Young, John. Hit the curb and almost hit several parked vehicles.
Yeah, they did a good
now
job.
Out of the vehicle arguing.
I don't-
Incident 315, RDS 961.
I don't know how many of you guys saw the very beginning of the meeting, but it almost didn't start.
Have a 25 standby.
The meeting almost did not start. A girl got arrested at the very beginning.
Commercial and Chrissy. Alameda, Los Angeles. Standby. 89, 11, 88, 9, are you clear? Sure. 21, yeah, refusal contact. 380, 53, come in. 53 up here on the line. She says she's uncomfortable. Disregard. She disconnected.
What's the left?
Audience code 4 South Bundy Drive and Idaho Avenue. No evidence of shots fired. Destiny 59, Destiny 59, have you arrived? Roger. 860 South Los Angeles at the business interstate 319. Walk up the stairs, go to the bridge that leads to the platform, close to the freeway.
We're at 80 and we're at 86 for end watch. Thank you.
860, you show here.
Roger. Code 6, back in again, Jefferson platform.
Can you guys verify for the prowler complaint on Oral Grove?
Show me route to MP201's complex.
220, Roger. Street incident number 310 RG246.
Street. Code 664 east of Vermont. No indication of mental illness. Show me. Good night. So much.
236, Roger. Good night.
40 on code 6. 1240, Roger. 35 50, 63 to control.
Okay. Very close to home.
Can I have a lot of suspect in custody? Go for it.
B3, go ahead.
Can I get DNB on first as plate 1, Nora, Union, Sam, Henry, King, Adam? I got my last one.
21 incident 0247.
Something like my shows are their locations on 9338 Deborah. Also, if you did, wanted to show you the responses.
1 Nora, Sam, Union, King, Henry, Adam.
Okay.
5305 Tindilla Avenue for a 4-5 van suspect. Suspect jumped over the fence, walking southbound along the fence line. Suspect walking westbound towards Elvira Road. Air 16 requesting the next direction, next responding unit, 5300 Elvira Road.
That's all. The 2 calls from St. Anne's, is that movie?
2X11, 2X11, and cancer response to the 2 St. Anne calls, 2A69 will handle. Suspect between 5311 Elvira and 5300 Elvira.
Elvira.
2X11, 2X11, did you receive?
Herman Meals on Wheels. I don't
1897,
know
close to Federal and 103rd.
You're welcome, Silver Star. I gotta reclip it on there tomorrow. Because I gotta reclip it so it can be like in the middle. Still like off on the side.
16 of the suspect sitting underneath a large tree, 5314 Elvira Road.
The T? Did that have something to do with the city council meeting tonight? Please understand. Did you learn all that from watching the city council? I'm impressed.
2069, do you have a message? Suspects walking towards Elvira Road.
Where's Elvira Road?
Confirm you're buying incident 0292.
You want me to please understand that? Just take it for his word. Or her word. His word. I think you're a guy, right? Or your pronoun is his. I could be wrong.
83 code 6108 McKinley.
All of us see Wadsworth in 108.
Who was?
18X21, Roger, follow up.
Don't try to make me laugh. I'm the comedian around here. There's not much laughing on the protest line. Well, you be serious. Don't look like you're having too much fun.
5835 Woodland Avenue, incident 275, body 946. License 9 Nora Young Adam 215, 9 Nora Young Adam 215, incident 327.
Since we're stopping
Any unit for 10,000, Screaming Child, Adams and Grand, code 3, incident 295, body 1321. Atlanta license 383 Robert Ocean 4. 383 Robert Ocean 4. Suspect is a male, black 35 years, 6 feet, 230, brown hazel, red hat, black shirt, and jeans. Is diagnosed with bipolar disorder and none of taking medication. To continue to the 333 RD 1253. Sorry for Roger. Thirteen, come in. You're responding to the Screaming Child, Adams and Grand, code 3 and 10 295, RD 1321. Correct, victim. Code 2 incident 334, RDS 157. Good night, 2869, cancel to 2. Runaway juvenile at St. Anne's, 281 will handle. Roger, thank you, 281. Anyone, Roger, I'll show you the 6.
I'm gonna have to go watch.
Screaming woman, 2207 West 70th Street, 2207 West 70th Street. It's code 30335 and RD 1252 77. Anything else? No, thanks.
I'm gonna have to go watch my route tomorrow.
My location.
Because I think somehow I drove in a circle. I don't think I went straight home. I'm not entirely sure.
6 Charles, 79th and Ave. First and Ave, one suspect in custody. 2851, Roger.
Unit code 6, 108, and McKinley, come in.
661. 11 Victor 1. We're in the watch. You can walk off the night.
11 Victor 1, roger, good night. That's 21, are you at Wadsworth and McKinley? Correction, Wadsworth and 108 or 108 and McKinley?
108 and Wadsworth.
You know what I need? You know what I need? These are 16 to watch. 43 PRC suspect, female, Hispanic, victim is the boyfriend. Weapon used the glass bottle. 337 RD 1361. Let me see which incident?
My there it goes. Thought it was over.
Roger.
They got stuck. I guess I'll try this. Jeez. These are fake Cheetos. They're definitely not as good as real Cheetos.
Female, white, black shirt, black pants, black shoes. Attempted to take the PR's phone with bodily force. Go to contain 338, RD2, 16.
One north. Please, 150, roger. 25 W223, 1 Nora. Union, Sam, King Henry, person, 1 more Union, Henry, King Adam. Denise, Whitehead, 4205 11th Avenue, apartment 3. 17 shows, code 6 on incident 0314. 17 FB, correction 14 FB 17, roger. Any Wilshire unit, Wilford check 2033 South Burnside, code 2, incident 339 RD 783. North Hollywood, 152 units, or Alpha.
Expect that call.
Okay.
Tony 690136.
Drones will rule over insects.
Authorities requesting an additional unit 5205 Tendall Avenue to clear the area. 108-203 and send in 0285.
Respond to hands, Grant, back up, code 3.
That's 13-813, responding code 3 from 3212 South Main Street to Adams and Grant. E463. To 847, no further. Today 45, no further.
Two 51, verify you're en route to 2207 West 70th Street.
Station.
No, you get still away from the one. This is responding code 3 from 37 Station to 2207 West 70th Street. Is needed on extent 4024. Jan 41 standby.
Showing code 6 Adams, Grant.
Gary.
13 code 6 Adams, Grant.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you again, David, for all your streams. Please go.
Yeah, repeat.
It's 2:20. Maybe tomorrow, Gary. We got Luke's party tomorrow if you want to try to come.
897, repeat.
14845, comments do not have an entry code. When I drive only, this is 5835 Woodman Avenue, and 7275 Energy 936.
Entry code given.
14845, standby looking. No, you do not weather.
One right up for here. You're gonna be this one.
I repeat.
Let's go.
222.
Oh, baby.
29, you're at Signal Flower.
It's over, I'm sorry.
29, Robert.
Thank you.
Additional unit.
18897 requesting additional unit 102 in Figueroa. 18897, 18849. Part of the additional unit.
14845, past comments and other calls, just say to buzz the apartment number for entry.
Roger. Everything is really code 4 and only not code 6.
Is really not code 6. Yeah, he's requesting 2 additional units. 102nd and Figueroa. in Gabriel. ETA 97, what do you have?
1389, Roger.
See multiple.
Nope. Multiple what?
123, Roger, thank you.
1841, no further.
Green light?
Read 1000 Wall Street, suspect from non-Hispanic black security uniform, .8 laser gun, and PR. There's no standing by squad 3 and 351 or D158 entry in the town. They're gonna.
They don't like them laser guns anymore.
817, are you en route? Eighteen eight 17, are you en route to 102nd and 5th?
I'm in a route.
17 is Roger.
To 11 and Mohawk and Sunset is now citizen following the 211 suspect. They're now the PR is following the suspect on Sunset. They're now eastbound on Sunset from Mohawk. Now code 3 incident 338 RD 216. Standby for additional. Red for unit for the now code 3 calling RD 216. Identify. For units and 2A47, citizen following a 211 suspect, Mohawk and Sunset, code 3, incident number 338, ready 216.
6-9, cancel that unit. We'll respond from Rampart Station.
Unit 269, responding code 2 from Rampart Station to Mohawk and Sunset, 2A47, you can cancel your response.
Harry, thank you. You're the comments on that call, please.
Citizen following a 211 suspect. Weapon used was Ballet Ford. Suspect is a female white, 30 to 40 years old, black shirt, black pants, black shoes. 3 related to previous incident 3849. Could incident 353
You think they try and talk you out of that? Like, I'm following the guy that just robbed me.
On to the citizen following 211 suspect, standby for additional. Unit the EVO is still on the line. Possibly still on set. For units additional on 211 Sunset, the pier phone is pinging at 2817 West Sunset. The pier is now at Sunset and Coronado Terrace. Standby for additional.
Okay.
1390, sir. Possibly now Northeast Division.
Northeast Division.
Everything is over. Mohawk and Sunset. Yeah, the parents AT, you can see him. Is he flagging you down?
Please, no, I don't see him. Is he in a vehicle or on foot?
He's on foot. Stand by one.
Ready?
Still working.
Roger.
We're in contact with them. We'll take care of it.
Please understand, I had to have some dinner. That was my dinner for tonight. I went straight from work to that meeting.
Where she is.
Oh my gosh. I didn't even record the best part. Or the worst part.
She should be in Sunset and Coronado. Stand by.
And for the suspect, she's going to be standing on the north sidewalk at Sunset, just west of Coronado, walking westbound still now. Still 31 clear. Car, no calls. Hollywood Watch 7 units, code Alpha.
Code 2, incident 3348157, identical.
Roger.
Roger.
You're still walking westbound on that north sidewalk of Sunset. It looks like the suspect has a couple of cups in her hands.
A couple of what in her hand? I downloaded one scanner app today. We're going to get this set up.
Armed with a knife. Number 2 is a male unknown, last seen running towards Chevron Station on MLK. Monitor comments for additional. Code 2, incident 359, RD 396.
Text me.
Suspect 65, correction. In Topanga, officer holding trespass suspect 6530 Independence Avenue, code 2, incident 322, RD 2157.
Very please. Looks like the suspect is resisting officers.
Somebody's resisting.
Let's go away at the residence, incident 357.
Do you text me yet, Gary? Text me. Make it quicker for me to find it.
Imperial Aviation. Plane is good for Vincent and Sunset, suspect in custody.
Okay.
And we're code 61000 Wood Street.
Newsprint? Newsprint.
81 is there Topanga unit available to handle this call?
845 to 845 additional on your 211 suspect Welcher and Alvarado.
Thank you, Gary.
The viewer is still standing by on the corner of Welcher and Alvarado across from the Welcher.
I forgot to call Luke, though. I wanted to confirm that Luke was coming, but I forgot to call him. I got busy. I didn't forget. I just didn't have time. We going home, TJ. TJ home. We'll be back tomorrow. It's funny, when I went to that city council meeting, I thought I was going to get to go to Knott's later. I was like, oh, look, Knott's is open till 8 p.m. I can go later. 8 hours later. There's a scar. It's not too bad, baby. We got a Band-Aid on it now. So, okay. Well, we're going to bed. Thank you all for watching. I hope so too, TJ. That's why I better call him and make sure. Yeah, me too. We'll have to move it if he can't come. He said he's coming, but I haven't talked to him in like a week. I hope he didn't forget. Autocorrect. Brady. TJ. Okay. We're going to go. Thank you, everybody. Bye. Amber. Yeah, we are going to miss him. We'll see you all tomorrow, and hopefully don't miss Luke's party. No, we're going to try and do it at Polly's Pies, I think. But some people don't have Knott's passes. Otherwise, we could have done it at Knott's. So, good night, Silver Star, Amber, Luke. I read Luke. Good night, Brady. Good night, everybody.